Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1, The Hunter and the Hunted. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The rain fell steadily from the night sky, thick clouds rolling over the Tokyo skyline as thunder rumbled in the distance. The city lights barely reached the outskirts, where a forgotten warehouse stood with a gaping hole in its rooftop, exposed to the relentless downpour. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Raindrops slipped through the broken ceiling, leaking into the vast darkness below. There, in the center of the warehouse floor, sat a man. Alone. Silent. His figure rested atop a grotesque hill of twisted limbs and lifeless bodies, blood mixing with rainwater and pooling across the concrete. He exhaled deeply. With a weary sigh, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a half-wet cigarette and a beaten-up lighter. Click, click, click. He tried several times, but the flame refused to come. The lighter was damp, soaked from his own drenched clothes. "You gotta be fucking kidding me," he muttered under his breath. Frustrated, he flung the useless lighter across the room. It clinked off the forehead of a man tied to a chair not far away, jolting him awake with a groan. Ugh! The bound man's blurry vision adjusted, and he found himself face to face with the very same monster who had stormed into the warehouse not long ago. He was still there, now sitting atop the corpses of his comrades, glaring at him with the look of someone who'd been pushed hard by life one too many times. "Oi," the man said, voice low and dry. "You got a spare lighter?" The tied man said nothing. He could only stare. What he saw wasn't humanot anymore. The man sitting atop the corpses was soaked in blood, his white shirt torn to shreds, revealing a muscular torso covered in bruises, gashes, and a large sakura tattoo that bloomed from his chest and ran down the length of his arm. In his hand, he still held a pair of iron knuckles, stained red. The tattoo. The brutality. Recognition dawned. His eyes widened. A slow, uneasy smirk formed on his face. "I never expected you to come after us, Akeza." That name sent a chill down the spine of anyone even remotely tied to the criminal underworld. Akeza, an urban legend whispered in the shadows of Tokyo's underworld. A ghost. A curse. A walking massacre. No one truly understood who he was or what drove him. He didn't make speeches. He didn't play the hero. He didn't leave survivors. He simply arrived, killed everyone working for gangs, and then vanished into the night. The bound man gathered his breath, trying to sound confident. "You do realize this warehouse belongs to the Sumayashikai, don't you?" he said, flashing a cocky grin, hoping the mention of one of Tokyo's most powerful gangs would shake him. Akeza blinked, unamused. "Did the lighter hit your head too hard?" he asked flatly. "I asked if you had a lighter." The smirk faltered. The man's pride turned to anger. "Fucker, who do you thin?" Bang! A sharp crack tore through the air. The man's head jerked back as a bullet tore through his skull. Blood splattered behind him as he slumped forward, lifeless. Silence followed. Akeza casually lowered the smoking pistol and looked down at the corpse with a sigh. "Well," he muttered, sliding out the magazine and tossing the empty gun aside, "there goes the last bullet." He stood up slowly, brushing rainwater from his eyes. Then he spoke again, this time louder, his voice cutting through the warehouse like a blade. "Are you rats done enjoying the show?" As if on cue, the warehouse doors burst open. A flood of men stormed in. At least 20, maybe more, armed with katanas, baseball bats, chains, and steel pipes. Their footsteps echoed across the blood-slick floor. And behind them walked a man clad in a black and white yukata. Calm, calculating, and clearly in command. "You call us rats," the man said with a chuckle, "but you're the one who just stepped into a trap. Bit ironic, don't you think?" He surveyed the carnage and bodies littering the floor and whistled. "Honestly, I didn't think one man could take out 50 of my best. But here you are. Still standing. Barely." Akeza glanced around at the newcomers and then back at the man in the yukata. "Then let me ask you something," he said. "How exactly do you expect these people to protect you from me?" He stepped forward. Then, suddenly, his leg gave out. He stumbled, knees buckling slightly. His eyes widened. The man in the yukata laughed. "You thought I came unprepared," he said mockingly. "The poison is already working its way through your system. Judging by your state, it's reaching your organs now. So tell me, Akeza, do you really think you're walking out of here alive?" Akeza said nothing. Instead, he dropped to one knee beside a corpse and pulled out a combat knife. Then, without hesitation, he plunged it into his own thigh. Blood spurted out violently. The men around him flinched at the sight, but Akeza remained composed. The pain grounded him. The adrenaline surged, dulling the fatigue. His mind cleared. "You're insane," the yukata man said, laughing nervously. "You do realize, even if you kill us, you'll bleed out. The poison will finish you off." Akeza's reply was flat. "Cold. I'm not planning on surviving." A hush fell across the room. Every man in the warehouse suddenly felt a chill crawl up their spine. The leader saw the hesitation and snapped. "Don't just stand there. Kill him." The group lunged forward all at once. The first man brought his katana down toward Akeza's neck, but at the last second, Akeza twisted his body, avoiding the strike. He surged upward, driving his iron knuckle into the attacker's jaw with bone-shattering force. Crack! A howl of agony echoed through the warehouse. The attacker fell, his jaw completely broken, writhing on the ground. Before he could recover, Akeza stomped down hard. The man's neck snapped like a twig. The others charged, weapons swinging, but Akeza moved like a demon. He weaved between blades and bats, each motion calculated. When he struck, it was decisive, brutal. Every punch found a throat, a temple, a vital organ. He didn't fight to win. He fought to kill. Blood sprayed. Bones broke. Screams filled the warehouse. Seconds turned into minute, and minute turned into 20. Then 30. By the end, 16 men lay dead or almost dead. Akeza, however, was now a shattered man. His arms had been severed. His legs broken. His face slashed. One eye gone. And yet he was still breathing. Still smiling. The man in the yukata approached, picking up a katana from one of his men. He crouched in front of Akeza, panting lightly. I have to admit, even in this state, you're a complete monster, he said. But this is it. You should have never messed with the Sumayashi Kai. He grinned. No arms. No legs. An eye gone. Seconds away from death. So tell me, Akeza, any last words? Akeza slowly lifted his head. His face bloodied, but that same grin had returned. Once I'm dead, take care of your little brother. The man frowned. What the hell are you talking about? I don't have any siblings. You losing your mind already? Akeza chuckled. Oh, trust me. After how many times I was with your mother, she's definitely expecting. The man's expression twisted in fury. You son of a... Beep, beep, beep. He stopped. A rhythmic sound echoed in the man's ears. The man leaned in slightly and saw it. A small black device clenched between Akeza's teeth. Akeza's eyes gleamed. See you in hell, son. Click. No, no, why? The explosion consumed the warehouse in a blazing inferno. The final remnants of the Sumayashikai were erased in one deafening moment. Their bodies vaporized along with the man who hunted them all. Hope you liked the first chapter. Now, pulls out a gun. Hands up and put the stones in the bag. Hurry. 2. Chapter 2. What the dog doin'? Akeza POV. I never really understood the obsession humans have with space. Stars, planets, galaxies, I mean, sure, it's fascinating. But that's it. That's all it ever was to me. Just, distant lights in the sky. Still, I've seen billionaires burn through millions just to spend a minute floating in Earth's lower orbit. Then they come back acting like they've discovered the meaning of life or something. To me, it always felt like a way for them to flex their money. But now standing here, looking at Earth from above, I think I finally get it. Guess this is the heaven all those religions kept talking about. The words left my lips as I stared at the glowing blue sphere before me. So far away, yet so familiar. Peace. That feeling soft, warm, weightless, something I thought I could never feel again. Not after what happened to her. Yuna. When I was 10, our parents got divorced. Why? Simple. Both of them were cheating on each other. Disgusting, right? You'd think one betrayal would be enough for a family to fall apart. But no, we had two. After the truth came out, it all went downhill fast. Screaming matches every night. Doors slamming. Dinners missed. Blame being thrown like daggers. And us? Me and Yuna? Forgotten. They were so wrapped up in their own mess that they stopped caring whether we ate or not. Whether we slept. Whether we existed. So, one day, Yuna had enough. She packed a bag for herself, and one for me. We left. Just like that. She was 18, had dreams of college, a life, but she traded all of that away just to work at a small CAF so she could feed us. Back then, I held on to the naive hope that our parents would come looking for us, apologize for their acts, and that they'd realize they made a mistake. But that hope faded with time. Eventually, it was just me and her. And for 4 years, that was more than enough. We weren't rich, we weren't stable, but we were happy. Until that day. It was just another day, and I was working on my homework. Yuna was in the kitchen, cooking dinner or humming floating from the stove. It was peaceful. Safe. Then the door burst open. 5 guys burst in, smashing everything around. One of them saw me, grabbed me by the throat, and lifted me off the ground. From what I saw, these were not some random thugs, they knew what they were doing. Yuna came running out of the kitchen. When she saw me struggling to breathe, her eyes went wide with panic. She didn't hesitate as she charged at them without considering her own safety. But they knocked her back with a kick to the stomach, and everything went dark. The last thing I saw before passing out was my sister crawling across the floor, begging them for something. Then darkness. After what felt like forever, I woke up alone. No broken furniture. No blood. The apartment looked as if nothing happened. The only thing missing was Yuna. She was gone. Kidnapped. Taken from me. The next few days were hell. I ran through the streets, asking strangers. Called the police. Filed a report. Checked every alley, every shadow, every backstreet. But nothing I did helped. Just as I was about to lose all hope, the police came to my house. They said they found her. For a brief second, my heart lit up. I imagined running to her, hugging her, and hearing her say it was all okay. But when I looked into the officer's eyes, I knew. They had found her body, dumped in an alley. Lifeless. Cold. He pulled me into a hug and whispered the words that broke me. I was taken to the police station. There, when I saw her, I couldn't move. Her once silky black hair was matted and bloodied. A jagged scar ran across her torso. Her eyes were shut, like she was just sleeping. But she wasn't sleeping. She wasn't coming back. They told me it was the work of an organ harvesting ring, a gang infamous for kidnapping innocents. Hearing the words made my blood boil. I begged the police to hunt them down. I screamed for justice. What did the police do? Nothing. They told me to let it go. Said it was too dangerous. That messing with them would only bring more pain and trouble. They told me to forget my sister. The response shattered my reasoning. That was the last day I cried. The last day I begged. The day the downfall of every gang began. And 10 years later, the largest gang in Tokyo, the one behind it all, was reduced to nothing but ash. I stood atop their corpses. I had burned everything. I finally did it, Yuna, I whispered into the stars. They're gone. All of them. No one else will suffer the way we did. Tears fell from my eyes, silent, heavy, earned. For the first time in a decade, I felt peace. Maybe those space glazers were onto something. This view really does change you. I glanced around. It was still strange being here. Just me, floating in silence, above the world. Then I heard it. Light, soft, rhythmic footsteps. I turned around, eyebrows raised. There, wagging its tail, was a dog. A snow-white dog with golden engravings along its fur, eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. So, it said in a cheery, playful voice, have you finally found peace? I stared at it for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, I think I have. The dog let out a gleeful yip and began bouncing in place. I knew it. I knew this would help you. With a twinkle in the air, a floating clipboard and pen materialized next to him. The dog turned to me with a sheepish expression. Hey Akeza, do you think I could get your autograph? I blinked, caught completely off guard. You want my autograph? Of course. The dog chirped. Your death scene has been played 1,000 times in Godland. You even made it to the most badass humans of all time list. He wagged his tail like he'd just won the lottery. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Even in death, the world keeps getting weirder. So I began, staring at the floating clipboard. That means you're a god. The dog nodded enthusiastically. Yup, the strongest and the cutest one out there. Thinking it over, I grabbed the pen and signed the board. Then, the clipboard and pen vanished into thin air. Thank you. The dog said brightly. Now, let's get started with the main event. A screen lit up nearby, flickering to life with rows of names, many of which I recognized as famous anime worlds. So I'm getting ice-guyed? I asked, unable to keep the surprise out of my voice. The dog nodded, grinning from ear to ear. Exactly, but not because you died some random death or got hit by the infamous Truckkuin. No, Akeza, you earned this. His tone grew respectful. Your story moved the gods, so they've given you a chance to live again any world, any reality you want. He raised his paw and pointed at the screen, eyes gleaming. The future is yours to decide, not because of luck, but because you deserve it. That all for this chapter. Don't forget to give some power stones to this poor one. Sad emoji. 3, Chapter 3, Rebirth. Third-person POV. As soon as the dog finished speaking, Akeza felt something unexpected stir inside him. Happiness. Not the fleeting kind, not a cheap thrill from a small win. This was something deeper. For the first time in years, someone had seen his pain, understood his struggle, and truly acknowledged him. So it wasn't all meaningless, he thought. The realization wrapped around his soul like a warm blanket. He let the emotions sink in for a moment, took a steady breath, then looked up. Thank you, he said quietly. That really meant a lot. Then he blinked. Wait, I don't even know your name. The dog blinked back at him, then his eyes widened. Oh, gosh, I totally forgot. He yelped, tail wagging as he cleared his throat with dramatic flair. Ahem, let me do this properly. Hello, Akeza. My name's Happy. Nice to meet you. Akeza watched Happy act like royalty, then gave a small, genuine smile. Nice to meet you too, Happy. Happy's tail wagged faster. Alright, now that introductions are out of the way, let's pick the world you want to reincarnate into. Akeza turned toward the glowing screen filled with floating world names. Some shimmered with excitement, others pulsed with danger. He scrolled through them. Attack on Titan? Nope. Marvel? Not a chance. DC? Pass. Berserk? Hell no. Then something caught his eye. A world that felt right, not perfect, but manageable. Familiar. Flexible. I think My Hero Academia would be the best fit, he said. Happy raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, why that one? Akeza shrugged. Well, I recently finished One Piece, Demon Slayer, and MHA. One Piece was just too long, too chaotic. I'd forget half the plot and get lost in all the madness. Demon Slayer? Way too grim. Demons, blood, tragedy, it's non-stop. He paused. Happy leaned in a little, sensing there was more. But the biggest reason, Akeza said, lowering his voice. No internet. Demon Slayer is stuck in the past. One Piece has, whatever that is. I grew up with modern tech, I'd rather not go back to the dark ages. Happy laughed. So you're picking MHA because it has working Wi-Fi and fewer psychological horror arcs. Exactly, and honestly. Akeza frowned. I didn't like how the original story played out. Deka survives everything on pure plot armor. Every time he pulled off the impossible, I wanted to throw something. Happy nodded wisely. Yeah, I get that. But you as the main character? I can already picture it. First day at UA, you kick the door open and start throwing hands with the top students. Legendary. Akeza chuckled as Happy spun around mid-air, rambling about training arcs, rivalries, and over-the-top hero battles. No wonder he's called Happy, Akaza thought, watching him bounce around like a kid on sugar. Eventually, Happy came to a stop and shifted to a more serious tone. Okay, final call. You sure about My Hero Academia? Akaza nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Perfect, Happy said. BZZZT. The screen broke apart into shimmering golden particles. Now, time for your gifts. Happy grinned. I've got just the setup for you. First, you'll have the ability to grow stronger by training and fighting tougher opponents. The more you push yourself, the stronger you become. And for your quirk, shockwave manipulation, along with technique development. Kinda like Akaza's demon art from Demon Slayer. Fits your fighting style perfectly. Akaza narrowed his eyes. So my body gets stronger and my quirk evolves. Exactly, Happy nodded. You'll grow in both ways, side by side. It's a dynamic system. Akaza clenched his fist. His eyes lit up with purpose. That's perfect. Shockwaves, pure force, immediate impact. He could bring redeveloped Akaza's techniques, even adapt moves like Zoro and Geppo from One Piece. Now, one last thing, Happy said. A final gift from all the gods. Just a little thank you for everything you've done. Akaza tilted his head. There's more. Happy smiled. Yep, but I think I'll give you a moment alone for this one. Whoosh, and just like that, Happy vanished. Akaza stood alone in the silence. What did he mean by that? He muttered. Then he heard it. Hey, Aki. He froze. His heart nearly stopped. Only one person had ever called him that. He turned slowly, and saw a woman standing there. There she was. Long black hair. A soft smile. Eyes full of warmth and mischief. Why Yuna? Akaza whispered. She walked toward him, carefully step by step. Each one felt like a shot to his chest. He was afraid it might be a dream or some cruel illusion. But when she reached him and gently cupped his face in her hands, it felt real. What? Can't recognize your big sister anymore? She teased. And the dam broke. He pulled her into a tight hug. His body trembled. She too hugged him back like she'd never let go. You've been through so much, haven't you? She whispered. He couldn't speak, could barely breathe. He just nodded. Eventually, after calming down, they pulled apart. How've you been? He asked. Pretty good, she smiled. Heaven is more chill than I expected. Akaza laughed lightly. You deserve it. Then tug. Ow, what was that for? He yelped, as Yuna pulled his ear. You were planning to stay, weren't you? She scolded, still holding his ear. He hesitated. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I didn't want to leave you alone again. She glared at him. And what about you? Her sudden shout stunned him. She'd never yelled at him before. Yuna. I saw everything, she said, voice shaking. All those years. You kept fighting. You kept hurting. And I couldn't do anything but watch. You carried my pain for years, Aki. Tears streamed down her cheeks. So now, I want you to live. Really live. Go to school. Make friends. Fall in love. Or hell, rob a bank and start a fight club. You've always been a battle freak, ever since you started learning how to fight. Just, stop carrying my burden. Let it go. Her words hit deep, and for the first time in over a decade, Akaza allowed himself to ask, live for myself. Yes, she said softly. You deserve that, even more than me, Aki. He stared at her, then smiled, his mind made up. I'll go. She smiled too proud, relieved, happy. Then enjoy your life, Aki. He looked at his hands. They were starting to fade. It was time. I guess, this is it. I guess so, she whispered. Thank you, for everything, Oni-san. And with that, Akaza faded away off to a new beginning, a new chapter, a new life. Yuna POV, first person. Thank you for everything, Oni-san. And then he vanished, gone, to start a new life. The moment his presence disappeared, the tears came rushing back. Whoosh. Why are you crying now? Asked Happy as he reappeared beside me. He's never called me Oni-san before, I whispered, wiping my tears. It felt really nice to hear it. But just then, something dawned on Mesomething really important. Happy. I shouted suddenly. He flinched so hard his fur puffed up. What? Please, tell me there's a girl in MHA with similar brain cells to Aki. What does that even mean? He asked, genuinely confused. Of course he wouldn't get it. I sighed dramatically. In simpler terms, is there a girl in that world who's a total battle freak like him? Someone who enjoys the thrill of fighting? Because if there wasn't, Aki would absolutely stay single for the rest of his life. Happy tilted his head and started thinking, well, not really in his age group, but there is Mirko. She's 11 years older than Akaza's age in the story. A screen popped up above him, showing a tan woman with white bunny ears, wearing a sleeveless leotard with dark purple trim and a wild grin on her face. My eyes sparkled. That grin. I knew that look. I'd seen it hundreds of times on Aki's face during his sparring sessions. Her. She's perfect, I said, pointing at the screen. Please, Happy, just tweak the story a bit. Make her the same age as him. If not, he'll definitely end up single for rest of his life. Happy's face turned serious. He lowered his head and started thinking out loud. She didn't have too much narrative impact early on. She played key roles in later missions, sure, but those could be reassigned to another hero. He paced in mid-air, mumbling to himself. Then, after a minute, he turned toward me with a proud, toothy grin. Yeah, I think I can do that. I'll substitute her out in the timeline and tweak the world for Akaza. And with that, he began to glow, a brilliant, golden light radiating from his body. A minute later, the glow dimmed. Done. Happy declared proudly. I smiled at him, heartfelt and full of gratitude. Thank you, Happy. Really thank you. Then I turned to place where Aki had just vanished from. Good luck with your life, Aki. I'll be watching over you, always my dear little brother. And with that, the prologue chapters come to an end. I hope you enjoyed the ride so far. Before uploading more chapters, I'll be taking a short break to see how the story is received. Your feedback will help me improve the book even further. Now, here's a quick question for you all. Do you know the difference between a dead chicken and a dead pig? The answer is, drumroll, please. None. They're both dead because neither gave me the power stones. Learn from their mistake, hand over the power stones. I'm not joking. 4, Chapter 4, Rebirth 2. Hello, sir. Joe Mama here. Firstly, thank you Natsusenju and Hulifuk, your name is Fire Buddy, for your power stones. Due to the positive feedback so far, I decided to post the chapter early. Hope you enjoy it. Happy reading. Third person POV. Good luck with your life, Aki. I'll always be watching over you, my dear little brother. The faint echo of a voice, gentle, sorrowful, yet full of warmth, reverberated through the void of his dreams. Akeza's eyes snapped open. His breathing was ragged, his body trembling slightly as the remnants of that voice lingered in his ears. Yuna, he whispered. The name tasted bittersweet on his tongue, carrying with it memories of a love he had lost. A soft laugh escaped his lips. Even now, you're still worried about me? Ha ha ha, his voice cracked with both joy and pain. Thank you, gods, for giving me such a sister. But then he froze. Something felt off. His voice was sharper, lighter. His body smaller. Don't tell me. He leapt from the bed, bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor, and scanned his surroundings. Rows of 10 bunk beds stretched neatly across the room, sunlight filtering faintly through thin curtains. It looked like an orphanage dormitory, but that was the least of his concerns. His eyes darted around until they locked onto a mirror hanging crookedly on the wall. He approached it slowly, almost fearfully. The reflection staring back at him was that of a young boy. Long black hair framed his pale, almost porcelain-like skin. But the most striking feature, no, the most unnatural feature was his eyes. His sclera were black as ink, while his pupils glowed an eerie, almost ethereal white. Akeza stared, shocked. The contrast was unsettling, yet there was an undeniable beauty to it, a mark that screamed of something beyond ordinary. Before he could fully process it, a searing pain exploded in his skull. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. The agony was unlike anything he had ever endured. In his past life, he had been shot, cut, burned. At this felt as though his very soul was being torn apart and reassembled. Time lost meaning. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the pain subsided, leaving him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. And then memories. Like a tidal wave, they crashed into his mind, overwhelming yet clear. Flashes of his current life, a lonely orphanage, days spent under a blue sky, the laughter of children, and the kind smile of a woman who watched over them all. When the torrent settled, he exhaled shakily. So my name is still Akeza. A faint smile touched his lips. I'll take that. He now knew everything. He was an orphan living in Musudafu, Japan, the very city where UA High School was located. Home of Deku and his hot-headed, blonde childhood boyfriend Bakugo. As for his eyes, the answer was simple. 2 days ago, on his 4th birthday, his quirk had awakened. The next day, he fell gravely ill, his body struggling to adapt. The caretaker, Kazuko, suspected the cause and allowed him to rest, planning to take him to the hospital later. She was right, this body had been reshaping itself for the power now coursing through him. He smirked. So I'm a kid now? This will be interesting. Click, the door creaked open. A woman with bright orange hair tied neatly behind her head and warm amber eyes entered the room. Her presence radiated a gentle, motherly aura. So this is Kazuko-san, Akeza thought, watching her. She scanned the room and quickly noticed him standing by the mirror. Oh, you're already up, Akeza. She said with a tender smile. Come here, let me check if you still have a fever. The concern in her voice was genuine. Akeza felt a strange sense of comfort, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. At least this wasn't one of those horror orphanages where children were treated as experiments. As he approached, Kazuko's expression shifted. Her eyes widened in shock. Akeza, your eyes, what happened to them? She gasped, quickly kneeling to examine him. Akeza chuckled softly. Don't worry, Kazuko-san. I'm fine. This is probably because my quirk awakened. Kazuko exhaled, clutching her chest. You should have said that first. You nearly gave me a heart attack, young man. My bad, Kazuko-san, Akeza said with a playful grin. She shook her head but smiled. Alright, go back to bed. Awakening your quirk must have drained you. She turned to leave but paused. Bringing her hands together, she concentrated, and with a soft shimmer, an orange materialized in her palms. Akeza's eyes widened slightly. So that's her quirk. Kazuko peeled the orange and handed it to him. Eat this slowly, okay? Don't choke. Tomorrow, we'll go to the hospital for your evaluation. As she tucked him in, Akeza muttered to himself, a quirk that creates oranges, this world really has everything. And with that thought, he drifted back into sleep. The next morning, Akeza woke to find himself surrounded by a crowd of children. They stared at him like he was some rare creature. Wow, your eyes really turned black. One boy exclaimed. Can you shoot lasers from them? A girl asked eagerly. Maybe he can see into our souls. Another whispered dramatically. Before Akeza could respond, a barrage of questions overwhelmed him. Show us your quirk. Do something cool. Are you gonna be a hero? Their excitement was only interrupted when Kazuko entered, clapping her hands. Alright, enough. Give Akaza some space, she said, her voice firm yet kind. He just awakened his quirk. We haven't even gone to the hospital yet. After his evaluation, you can ask him all you want. Deal? Yes, Kazuko-san. The children chorused before rushing off to breakfast. Akaza chuckled to himself. After breakfast, he and Kazuko headed to the hospital. At the hospital, the sterile scent of disinfectant filled the air as they entered. Soon, they were greeted by a man in a white coat. Dr. Tanaka. Good morning, Kazuko-san, the doctor said with a polite smile. His gaze shifted to Akaza. And this must be our young court bearer. Excited to find out what your power is. Akaza simply nodded. Good. Let's start with what you've noticed so far. My eyes changed color. I also feel an energy inside might lets me create shockwaves. Controlling it feels natural, almost efficient, Akaza explained calmly. Both Kazuko and the doctor blinked in surprise. The level of self-awareness in his answer was far beyond that of a typical child. Dr. Tanaka cleared his throat. Kazuko-san, do we have information about his biological parents? Kazuko looked at Akaza. Is it alright to talk about them? It's fine, Akaza replied, voice steady. Kazuko relaxed and began explaining. His mother could generate small wind currents, and his father had a quirk that enhanced his analytical thinking. Fascinating, Dr. Tanaka murmured. He conducted several tests, including one where Akaza released a controlled shockwave that popped a balloon. The doctor scribbled notes, then drew a blood sample and waited for results. After 20 minutes, he finally spoke. Your quirk appears to be a unique fusion of your parents' abilities. What's remarkable is that your body evolves alongside your power. The more you push your limits, the stronger you and your quirk will become. It's a really unique and powerful trait. Akaza nodded calmly. I see. Thank you, doctor. Kazuko, however, couldn't contain her excitement. She lifted him into a tight hug, tears falling from her eyes. You hear that, Akaza? You'll grow so strong. I'm so proud of you. Akaza smiled faintly. You bet I will. Dr. Tanaka waited for them to calm down, then handed over the final report. That's all for today. If you feel any unusual pain, come back immediately. With that, they returned to the orphanage. That night, the children and Kazuko celebrated his quirk awakening. The room buzzed with laughter and warmth, and true to his word, Akaza patiently answered what felt like thousands of questions from the excited kids. Lying in bed later, Akaza stared at the ceiling with a small smile. This life isn't bad at all. His eyes gleamed in the dark. Tomorrow, I will begin my training. I won't waste this chance. And with this, the pre-UA arc beings. This will mostly cover Akaza familiarizing himself with his quirk, along with some new character being introduced. Thanks for the support so far. And don't forget the stones. I am watching you emoji. Peace out. 5, Chapter 5, Training. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. I can't believe it, but apparently after upload the previous chapter 1 got a lot more stones and feedback. I did say I will upload more if I get more feedback. So here's the next chapter. Also special thanks to Typhon 1704, Maytide, Shiva 16 Darji, Zdite, and TH3R3DX01 for the Power Stones. Really appreciate it. Third person POV. The next morning, Akaza slept peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of his blanket. The sun's gentle rays filtered through the curtains, but the serenity didn't last long. The storm arrived. Kazuko burst into the room with the energy of a hurricane. Good morning, everyone. Rise and shine. Her cheerful voice echoed through the dormitory, instantly pulling the kids out of their slumber. Groans and muffled protests filled the air. Akaza squinted, still clinging to his last moments of sleep. Just as he tried to pull the blanket back over his head, a shadow loomed over him. Akaza, didn't you say you were going to become a hero? Kazuko's voice was sweet, but her smile was dangerously suspicious. Why yeah, Akaza mumbled awkwardly. Then wake up. Your first mission as a future hero is to wake up the others and get everyone downstairs in 10 minutes. Fail, and you'll face my wrath. She vanished as quickly as she appeared. Akaza sighed heavily, rubbing his eyes. Let's get this over with. 10 minutes later, Akaza entered the dining hall, leading the sleepy kids like a small army. Kazuko stood at the front, arms crossed, an approving smile on her face. Well, would you look at that? My little Akaza is growing up, she said warmly, patting his head. That moment stirred something inside him. For the first time, Akaza understood what it meant to have someone who cared like a mother. He met her gaze and said softly, You can always count on me, Kazuko-san. Her eyes softened. I know I can, Akaza. I know. After breakfast, everyone scattered to do their own things. When the dining hall was empty, Akaza found Kazuko in the kitchen, washing dishes. Kazuko-san, do you need help with that? He asked. She turned, smirking knowingly. You know you can just tell me what you really want, right? Of course she knows, Akaza thought. I want to join a dojo. I need to learn how to fight. Kazuko didn't hesitate. Of course, with your quirk, any dojo would take you in. But first help me with these dishes. After that, we'll go together. Akaza dragged over a crate, stood on it, and began scrubbing. The two worked in silence, but it wasn't awkward, rather, it was peaceful. The quiet moments spent with her felt comforting. When they finished, they changed clothes and set out to find a dojo. The first dojo they entered was a modest one. The wooden floors smelled of polish, and the faint echo of strikes and kies filled the air. A man greeted them at the entrance with a polite bow. Welcome to the Iron Fist Dojo. How can I help you today? Kazuko smiled. I'm looking for a dojo for Akaza. He wants to become a hero, so he wants to start training early. Can you help us? The man nodded. Follow me. I'll take you to our sensei. As they walked through the dojo's corridors, Akeza's mind drifted back to memories of his past life. Akeza, the demon from Demon Slayers, he had possessed an uncanny abilition that allowed him to determine an opponent's strength with a single glance. He remembered clearly how he had instantly recognized Kaiju as a Hashira, just from the way the man carried himself. But that wasn't all. The demon's senses had extended far beyond normal perception. He could detect the presence of opponents around him, even those hidden in his blind spots, and predict their attacks before they even moved. It was instinctive, almost supernatural. If I can replicate that ability. Closing his eyes briefly, he focused. The world around him seemed to sharpen. The shuffle of footsteps, the faint creak of floorboards, the breathing of the students nearby, every detail came alive in his mind. Slowly, his awareness expanded, as if an invisible web stretched outward, capturing everything within its reach. Yes, I can feel it. The space, the movements, the presence of everything around me. The sensation was exhilarating, but it didn't last long. A sharp pain lanced through his skull, forcing him to grit his teeth. TCH. The expanded awareness began to flicker, unstable. Akeza quickly reined it back in, letting the overwhelming senses fade until the world returned to normal. Not yet. Pushing it too far too soon will only break me. I'll master this, but step by step. The sensei awaited them, a bald man with a stern presence. So, you want to learn how to fight? He asked. Yes, Akeza replied calmly. If you can teach me anything. The dojo fell silent. Students stopped mid-practice, staring at the boy who had just spoken with such bluntness. While they stared, Akeza focused his senses on the man in front of him. After a moment, his eyes dimmed with disappointment. The sensei's strength was average, nothing special. He exhaled slowly and turned to Kazuko. Let's go find a better dojo. Before anyone could react, he walked out. Kazuko quickly bowed to the stunned master. I'm so sorry. He didn't mean it that way. Thank you for your time. She hurried after Akeza, leaving whispers behind them. Outside, Kazuko caught up, fuming. What was that about? Akeza only chuckled, which made her glare even harder. You brat. This isn't funny. Don't you want to learn how to fight? Don't worry, Kazuko-san. I know what I'm doing. My eyes can synchronize with my technique development quirk. I can gauge a person's strength just by looking at them. That sensei wasn't strong enough to teach me. Kazuko blinked. So you're calling that ability technique development? Yeah, sounds fitting, right? She crossed her arms, sighing. So the plan is to check every dojo, and if the master isn't strong enough, we move on. Akeza smirked. Exactly. This is going to take forever, she groaned, but still followed him to the next dojo. Hours later. The sun dipped low, painting the sky orange as the two sat on the beach, exhausted. Kazuko rubbed her temples. After all this time, you didn't find a single worthy teacher. Akeza stretched lazily. It's not my fault there. He froze mid-sentence. His pupils shrank, locking onto something, or rather, someone. Kazuko followed his gaze and saw a tanned, shirtless man lying on the sand, lazily basking in the sun. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but the aura he emitted was anything but. That fighting spirit, it's monstrous, Akeza thought, a thrill running down his spine. Without hesitation, he walked over and nudged the man with his foot. The man opened one eye, looking at a kid with creepy black eyes. What do you want, kid? Do you run a dojo? Akeza asked. The man blinked, sitting up. Ha, how did you know that? Akeza grinned. Because you're strong, really strong. The man's eyes sharpened. Oh, and how can you tell? Akeza pointed at his eyes. My quirk. It lets you gauge people's strength. It does more than that. And why are you telling me this? Because I want to join your dojo. The man chuckled. Bad news, kid. I quit running my dojo. Why? Akeza asked bluntly. Here comes some tragic backstory, he thought. My wife got promoted. I don't need to work anymore. Both Kazuko and Akeza froze. What? The man shrugged. Life's good, kid. After a moment of silence, Akeza asked again. There's gotta be a way to make you teach me. The man thought for a moment, then cracked his neck and stood up. Fine, beat me in a fight, and I'll reopen my dojo just for you. A crazed grin spread across Akeza's face. His blood boiled with excitement. But then, boom, a crushing aura exploded from the man, slamming into Akeza like a mountain. The pressure pinned him to the sand, forcing him to his knees. What's wrong? Already kneeling? Where's all that bravado? The man taunted. Akeza's muscles trembled as he forced himself up, veins straining. Ha 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 ha, his laughter echoed eerily across the beach. His black eyes glimmered with madness. Try me, old man. He lunged forward, and everything went black. Akeza! Kazuko screamed, rushing to his side. The man walked over calmly, no longer radiating that overwhelming pressure. Relax. He'll wake up in a few hours. It's late anyway. He handed her a small card. This has my address. Tell him if he's not there by 6 a.m., I'll kick him out. Kazuko blinked. But didn't you say he has to beat you to be accepted? The man smirked. Lady, do you think this is some manga where the kid beats the old master with the power of friendship? That kid isn't beating me anytime soon. With that, he packed his things and left, while Kazuko stared at his retreating figure, holding an unconscious Akeza in her arms. Hopefully you enjoyed the chapter. And keep those stones coming, drown me in it, ha 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 ha. Ahem, peace out. 6, Chapter 6, Training 2. Hello there, Sir Joe Mama here. Guess what, people? I just hit 100 collections in less than day. Can you believe it? Thank you all for making this possible. And specially to those who left comments, dropped power stones, and review my fanfic. Okay, now to the serious stuff. In chapter 1 I got a comment saying me using AI, and he was right, English is not my first language and I at least want my fanfic to be readable. So then I decide to write a chapter without AI assistance. So this chapter might feel a bit different. Let me know how you like the chapter. I will sure try to improve upon it. Happy reading. Third person POV. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Kazuko made her way towards the dorms. I have to wake him up now otherwise, he might be late, Kazuko mumbled as she opened the door to find Akeza. But to her surprise, he was not in his bed. She panicked and started to look around the house. After a couple of minutes, she spotted him doing push-ups in the garden. Sigh, of course, he has already started training, Kazuko said with a gentle smile. While Kazuko was observing, Akeza was doing push-ups with a crazed smile. I knew that fucker was strong. Can't wait to fight him again. The thought of fighting that man again sent chills down his spine. Not because he was scared, but because he was excited to face that monster again. Akeza, that's enough. Go get ready, we have to leave soon. Where are we going? Kazuko smiled and replied, well, you see, Usagi-yama-san agreed to teach you yesterday after you passed out. He told me that if you do not reach his dojo before 6 a.m., he will kick you out. No way, he agreed, Akeza said, shocked. Well, he was not expecting you to beat him. Maybe your crazy smile convinced him. Akeza laughed at her jab. Now, get ready, we have to leave soon. With that said, Akeza quickly did his morning routine, ate his breakfast, and left with Kazuko. After 30 minutes, they reached a decent-sized house with a dojo attached to it. Knock knock. Within seconds, Usagi-yama opened the door. Looking at Akeza in front of him, then checked his watch. Sigh, just 5 minutes more, and I could have kicked you out. I am not leaving your dojo, not until I beat you, Akeza replied with a grin. Yeah, classic protagonist stuff. Now come on in and let's get started. Once Usagi-yama was gone, Kazuko turned towards Akeza. Good luck with your practice, Akeza. You know my number, right? When you are finished with your training, ask Usagi-yama-san to give me a call. Don't come back alone, it can be dangerous out there. Do you understand? Kazuko asked Akeza seriously. Always worrying about me, Akeza thought with a smile on his face. Got it, Kazuko-san. Okay then, take care. With a final pat on his head, she left for the orphanage. With her gone, Akeza stepped into the dojo. Done with your goodbyes? Asked Usagi-yama. Yes, sensei. Hearing this, Usagi-yama's face darkened. Oi, brat, my full name is Kenji Usagi-yama. Call me by my first name. Hearing people calling me Usagi-yama-san and sensei makes me feel old, Kenji explained with an annoyed tone. But you are old, Akeza replied cheekily. Sigh, I forgot how draining it is to deal with kids, mumbled Kenji. Forget that. First, explain to me everything about your quirk. My quirk is the mutation of 2 different quirks, so I have 2 abilities. The first is shockwave. As the name suggests, it allows me to create and manipulate shockwaves. As for my second ability, technique development, it's kind of complex. It allows me to analyze things and, in a way, allows me to recreate different martial arts, which syncs with my shockwave quirk to create different effects. Further, due to my unique quirk, my body evolves every time I refine my quirk further, just so my quirk does not damage my body due to its raw power. The explanation left Kenji shocked. So you are telling me your body can keep on growing stronger, your technique development can help you recreate your other quirk, along with giving you the ability to analyze other people, which helps you gauge their strength, and to top it all, you have another quirk that allows you to generate and manipulate shockwaves. Yeah, that should be it, Akeza replied with a cocky smile. This world is so unfair, Kenji grumbled out loud. Alright, kid, let's get started with your training. With that, Kenji led Akeza to a dark room. Click. The lights turned on and revealed a massive indoor gym. It had everything: treadmill, dumbbells, barbells, kettlebells, bench press, lat pull-down machine, resistance bands, stationary bike, cable machine, leg press machine, you name it, you could find it here. You went all out on this gym, didn't you? Asked Akeza. One of the few things I am passionate about, said Kenji proudly. Let's decide your schedule first. First, take your shirt off. And Akeza did, but not without throwing a jab at Kenji. Wow, did not know you had a thing for young boys. Don't joke about things like that, idiot. I might get into trouble, frantically replied Kenji. Akeza just laughed it off. After thoroughly inspecting Akeza's body, Kenji explained. Your body is stronger than it should be, which should be because of your unique condition. And from the way you carry yourself, you somehow know how to fight, again, which I think is because of that technique development quirk. So, for now, you will be focusing on developing your overall strength and fighting me once a day. You can practice your quirk, but you will not use your quirk in combat until you have enough stamina to use it for a prolonged duration of time and control it properly. Is that understood? Kenji explained seriously. He was able to tell I knew how to fight just by looking at me. He is the real deal. Akeza thought internally. Sounds good, old man. You are going to keep calling me old man, right? Kenji asked with a sigh. Of course. Have you not heard? Kids never lie. Sure. Now, before starting the workout, we're going to spar a little. And remember, don't use your quirk. With that said, both of them went to a different room. This room was more open-spaced, clearly designed for sparring. Okay, come at me, kid. Show me what you got. Akeza did not need to be told twice and rushed toward Kenji. He launched a punch straight at Kenji's face, which Kenji sidestepped easily, causing Akeza to stumble and almost fall. It will take a while to get used to my young body. Akaza thought. After regaining his balance, he spun around and aimed a kick at Kenji's knee, which he dodged again, or so he thought. The moment the kick missed, Akaza brought his leg down, bent, and spun again, and this time his kick connected with Kenji's ankle. But that's all. Yes, Akaza managed to connect a hit, but his 4-year-old body could not do any real damage. Would you look at that? You know how to bait and exploit gaps in someone's defense. Hearing this, Akaza sighed. Of course, he did that on purpose to test me. No way it would be this easy to land a hit on him. Now that I know where you stand, let's get started with your workout, Kenji said with a suspicious smile. What is he up to? Akaza thought in his mind. Reaching the training room, Kenji pointed at the treadmill. Hop on, kid. You will be running until I tell you to stop, you understand? No wonder he was smiling like that, sadistic old man. Akaza grumbled in his mind. Alright, let's do it. And with that, the torture began. Half an hour later, Akaza was on his last breath. But he did not stop, he kept on going. Stop, that's enough. And Akaza stopped, collapsing on the floor, sucking in every single molecule of oxygen he could. Good job, kid. You lasted longer than I expected. Rest for 5 minutes, then move to the next workout. Hearing this, Akaza silently prayed for himself. This went on for another 3 hours. By the time it ended, Akaza could barely move and lay on the floor like a dead person. Good job too, kid. Now let me call Kazuko-san so she cowl. Odd. Suddenly, a girl with bunny ears kicked Kenji in the face. Damn, that felt good. Guess she is his Dao. Akaza froze as realization struck him. Kenji Usajiyama was his name. No wonder it sounded so familiar. That was Rumi's last name, but shouldn't she be way older than me? While Akaza's brain was working in overdrive, Kenji recovered from the sneak attack and held Rumi in his arms. We talked about this before, Rumi. Can you not greet your dad more politely? To which she just laughed. But where is the fun in that? When she finished talking, she looked at the boy lying down on the floor. Ha, who are you? He is my new student, Rumi. Why not introduce yourself? With that said, he put her down. Rumi jumped to Akaza and looked him in the eyes. Wow, your eyes are so cool. My dad said you are his new student. He never took any students after mom got her promotion, so you should be strong, right? Right. Seeing her acting like a bunny on sugar, he laughed a bit. Yes, you are right. I am quite strong, Akaza replied. Then, while still lying down, he raised his hand toward Rumi. Nice to meet you, my name is Akaza. Seeing this, Rumi got even more excited and quickly grabbed his hand and declared. Nice to meet you too. My name is Rumi Usajiyama. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Akaza thought, letting his body relax, thinking about what more this world had to offer. And with that, his training officially began. Remember to let me know if there were an grammatical error or if something that could be improved. If you all like the way I wrote the chapter, I will stop using AI to correct my work, and the next chapter will have time skip. And as always, put the stone in bag, please, I need it. Ahem, peace out. 7, Chapter 7, Training 3. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. First of all, holy crap, I can't believe how good the fanfic is doing. I want to name all the people who commented, gave power stones, reviewed, but I would be too darn long. So to show my appreciation, I decided to write another, even though I have a midterm due tonight. Hope you enjoy. Happy reading. P.S. I only got positive reviews from the previous chapters, so I'm going to continue to write without AI assistance. 8 years later. Third-person POV. On the beautiful beach of Musudafu, the sun had started to rise. Boom. Announcing to the world, it was time to wake up. Boom. The morning was normally a peaceful time. People woke up, enjoyed their morning with their families, the adults went to work, and the kids went to school. However, there are always exceptions. Boom. That's what I am talking about, kid. Kenji yelled at Akaza, who was sent flying back by Kenji's aura-covered punch. This was supposed to be a spar without quirk usage. Akaza yelled back at Kenji. What? Are you afraid of losing, kid? Replied Kenji, mocking him. The ex-second-ranked hero flexing his strength in front of a 12-year-old kid. Sounds like an interesting new article, doesn't it? Akaza jabbed back at Kenji. Kenji just laughed. Sure, kid, if you are just a child, then I am an old man who can't move without a wheelchair. Now shut up and fight, or you will be late on the first day of school. Finally, Akaza got serious. Phew. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed a bit. Suddenly, he raised his foot and slammed it on the ground. Crack. Followed by Akaza's calm voice. Destructive death. Compass needle. Under him, a snowflake-like pattern appeared. After a moment of stillness, Akaza moved. Whoosh. With a burst of speed, he appeared in front of Kenji and launched a punch straight at his chest. However, before the punch could connect, aura bind, plating. Clang. Kenji was encased in a glowing aura. Not giving Akaza a chance to recover, Kenji rushed at him. And surprising no one, Akaza did the same. Aura enhance. With the move enhancing his strength, he and Akaza began to trade punches at high speed. Whenever Kenji tried to gain an advantage, Akaza adapted to his speed and strength. Every move Kenji made was seen by Akaza's dark eyes. However, seeing the fight going nowhere, Akaza jumped back. Then, midair, he positioned his arms along his body. Destructive death. Air type. Akaza launched several shockwaves at Kenji. Aura bind, shield type. Kenji, expecting the attack, used a defensive move. His aura started to condense to the absolute limit. The result? For aura shields formed around him, rotating at high speed. Clang clang clang, and surely all the shockwaves were stopped. Then the condensed aura scattered and started to merge again his hand. Let's end this, Akaza. Kenji yelled. I was thinking the same. Destructive death. Yelled Akaza while squatting. Aura bind, Kenji's aura started to compress into a small ball. Then, at the same time, they both released their respective moves. Disorder. Impact. What followed was a beautiful scene. 10 huge shockwaves covered in blue light collided with a violent red sphere. Then, impact. Boom. The sheer force of the clash sent both Kenji and Akaza skidding backward. After a while, the dust finally settled. Man, that felt good, said Kenji while stretching his hands. Are you really past your so-called prime, old man? That could have easily defeated 80% of villains out there. Kid, if you faced me during my peak, I could have one-shot you with my previous attack. My quirk, Battle Aura, is way too strong for my body to handle. That's why most of the time I never use it to the fullest. Hearing this, Akaza asked softly, that's why you quit being a hero? What? No. I quit being a hero because it takes too much effort to work out to keep my body in peak condition for my quirk. I knew this fucker was playing with me. Akaza yelled in his mind. Well, forget that. On to a serious topic. Can you stop yelling out your moves every time you use them? I know it looks cool, but I easily countered your moves because you literally told me what you were about to do. Relax, old man, I only do that with you to give your old ass a jump start, Akaza replied with a cocky grin. Just as Kenji was about to launch into another sparring session, a white bolt struck Akaza from behind, slamming him face first into the ground. Bahahaha, I am so glad I accepted you into my dojo. Thanks to that, I don't have to suffer anymore. Kenji's laugh triggered Akaza even more. Slowly, he got up and dusted himself. Can't you greet me normally, Rumi? Is this how you treat your only friend? You talk like you have any friend other than me, Rumi jabbed back, laughing. That's enough, Rumi. Can't you be more gentle with him, dear? The soft voice caused Rumi to pause. But mom. Enough. Go back home and get ready, it's already 7:30, and your school starts at 8:30. You, too, Akaza, Kazuko-san just called me. You better get going. Got it, Mirako-san. So, that's where she got her hero name from. Kind of sweet. Akaza looked at Mirako, who looked exactly like the grown-up version of Rumi, just without the tan skin. However, when saw Rumi distracted, he steadily picked up some sand. Hey Rumi. Yeah. The moment she looked at him, he threw the sand in her eyes and ran. See you later. Akaza, you bastard. I will kill you. Mind your language, Rumi. Akaza heard Mirako scold Rumi while running away, made the whole thing even sweeter. Serves you right. After running for a while he reached his orphanage, where sensed Kazuko nearby. You have that look on your face. Akaza turned to see Kazuko staring at him with a knowing smile. I don't know what you mean. Akaza feigned ignorance. You annoyed Rumi and ran away, didn't you? Guilty as charged, Akaza said with his hands up. I swear, both you and Rumi were made from the same brain cell, Kazuko said, sighing. Whatever you say, Kazuko-san. Saying that, he left to take a shower and get ready for his first day of junior high. While in the shower, he started to think about his life so far. It's been 8 years since I came to this world. In these years, I have grown a lot stronger. So far, I have successfully recreated every single technique of Demon Akaza, except for the final move, final form, Blue-Silver Chaotic Afterglow, as it needs full mastery of all other techniques. Once I am done with it, I will begin working on creating similar techniques to Jeppo and Soro from One Piece. After finalizing his plan, he got out of the shower and looked at himself in the mirror. He had grown a lot physically. Now he stood at 170 centimeters at the age of 12 and had defined muscles from years of constant training. He also let his hair grow out. He had always liked long hair. Everything has changed except his dark eyes, to which he has gotten used to. Quickly, after drying and tying his hair, he left for Rumi's house. Can't wait to see her reaction. As he was walking toward her house, a dreadful thought appeared in his mind. Shit, I never went to school after Yuna passed away. I've got to study seriously if I want to make it to UA. Whatever, I will take care of it when the time comes. A couple of minutes later, he reached Rumi's house and saw her waiting for him outside. When she saw him, a crazy smile appeared on her face. You're getting better at sneak attacking, Akaza. Well, I am learning from the best. Akaza replied smoothly. Damn right you are, said Rumi proudly. Race till school? Loser buys the winner lunch, offered Rumi. Sounds great. I will take the free lunk. Whoosh. Before he could reply, Rumi was already gone. Seeing this, he ran after her at full speed. Wait, you damn cheater. Hee, catch me if you can. From the window, Mirako and Kenji looked at them with tender eyes. Hee, those two are made for each other, Mirako said, giggling a bit. Kenji agreed with her comment. True, only he can keep up with that ball of energy. They just stood there hand in hand, watching the kids with happiness blooming on their faces. This was the first time I wrote action, please let me know if I could make any improvements. And, don't forget the stones. I heard somewhere, the more stones you give the money you will earn. Source trust me bro. Ahem, peace out. 8, Chapter 8, Junior High. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. First of like always thank you for your support and love. In the last 2 days we were able to collect a total of 76 power stones. Really appreciate every single of you readers. Sadly I can only upload a single chapter today, because I am way too tired after running a 32-mile marathon. I originally planned to not upload today, but thought that would be bad idea. How could I betray you trust? So enjoy the chapter. P.S. I tried to write some early romance in this chapter. Please let me know how you guys felt about it, or if I could improve something. Happy reading. Third person POV. Today, Aldera Junior High was full of energy. Everyone was excited to meet their respective friends after a long time. Hey, Run, how are you doing? Why, are you so excited in the morning? Chill out. Chilling out is for the weak. The fuck you talking about? Listen, here, Bud Dash. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, all the talking stopped as two objects blurred past them, followed by a strong gust of wind. Ha 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 ha. I won, black eyes. Rumi yelled at Akeza, enjoying the look on his face. Before Akeza could answer, she ran away to her class. She's lucky we're not in the same class, Akeza said with a sigh. After dusting off his clothes, he slowly started walking toward his class. After the weird couple left, everyone finally broke out of their shock. What was that? They both have speed-based quirks. Bro, I think I'm in love. You say that every day, his friend replied with a deadpan face. Dude, trust me, this is different. Yeah, sure, and I'm all might. Now move before we get late for our class. Slowly, all the kids moved to their respective classes, leaving the empty school ground behind. In Class 7A, everyone was busy talking to each other, trying to make friends and get to know different people. This all came to a halt as the door opened and a tall guy with long black hair and black eyes walked in. The guy, of course, was Akeza, who found an empty seat at the back of the class by the window. Hee, I got to try the classic protagonist chair, Akeza thought with a small smile and settled down. That guy's eyes look so cool. I wonder what his quirk is. How is he this tall already? Dude is even taller than my elder brother. While the boys whispered in awe, the girls had different reactions. Wow, he looks like one of those models. I know, right? Should I try talk to him? Go for it, what are you scared of? Akeza, being Akeza, chose to mind his own business. I can't blame them, they're around the age people start forming crushes. The door opened again, and a group of boys walked in, following a blonde guy with porcupine-like hair. If he's here, that means I'm in Izuku's class. Bakugo began to scan the class, looking for someone. While he was doing that, the door opened again, and Izuku walked in nervously. When Bakugo saw Izuku, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course you're in the same class as me, nerd. Izuku flinched, hearing Bakugo's remark. Kaken, alright, settle down, kids. The class will be starting now. Thanks to the teacher, Izuku survived and quickly sat down at an empty seat. Good morning, everybody, welcome to your first year of junior high. My name is Takahashi Takashi. Let's start with a quick introduction. With that, everyone stood up one by one and began introducing themselves. They shared their names, their quirks, and their dreams. Hello, my name is Fuji Akane. My quirk is called Ironclaw, and my dream is to become a hero. Just like that, everyone introduced themselves, which was followed by a claps. However, there are always exceptions. When Bakugo was done with his introduction, he received the loudest cheers from others, while Izuku received laughter. Sigh. Seeing the scene unfold in front of him, Akeza sighed. That's how life is. You've got to fight for yourself. If you let people push you around, you won't look like a forgiving person, but a weak one. Till this date, I could not understand. If Izuku wants to be a hero, why did he never work out when he damn well knew how important it was? All he ever did before meeting All Might was plan and never execute. Thinking this, he decided to ignore Izuku and let the canon follow as it was. Not because he was scared to change it, but because he didn't want to come between Izuku's and Bakugo's love story. Akeza, your turn. Hearing Takashi call, he stood up and did the task told. My name is Akeza. Quirk, technique development, and shockwave. Dream, to become the strongest hero. His response caused the class to erupt. Everyone wasn't sure what to be more shocked at, Akeza claiming to become the strongest, or the fact that he had two quirks. Calm down, everyone. As the class settled back, Takashi explained. While not common, there are cases where a child inherits a quirk that is a combination of the parents' quirks, which in even rarer cases allows them to use two different abilities. Hearing this, the class stared at Akeza like he was some sort of unicorn. Now that we are done with the introductions, let's start with the class. A few hours later, the class ended. Akeza got up and made his way to the cafeteria. There, he bought 2 pork buns along with 2 milk packs. With food in hand, he headed to Class 7C to pick up Rumi. Meanwhile, in Class 7C, Rumi, would you like to have lunch with us? Called out Mio, who was followed by a group of excited girls. Mio, a purple-haired girl and the certified social butterfly of Class 7C, invited Rumi. Nah, I can't. I have to meet my friend, cause he's the one buying lunch today. A smile formed on her face as she remembered her big brain move to trick Akeza into buying lunch. However, when Mio heard the word him, she locked in. Wait, did you say he? Yeah, he's a guy. What else should I call him? Rumi asked, confused. You have a boyfriend. Mio shrieked. The sudden comment caught Rumi completely off guard. What, Akeza? Boyfriend? No, that can't be right. We're just friends, right? I mean, he is decent looking, plus I do enjoy hanging out with him since he's the only real friend I have and the only one other than mom and dad who treats me normally, even with my, well, unique personality. But do I love him? While her brain was running in overdrive, her cheeks started blushing. Looking at Rumi blushing, her classmates gasped. No way, I was right. Tell me. What? No. We just happened to know each other since we were 4, that's all. So you're childhood friends with him, too. Looking at the smile on Mio's face, Rumi knew she had to run away now. Luckily, the gods listened to her plea. Swoosh, door opening SFX. Rumi, let's go. I got the lunch however, this is the last time you're getting a free meal. Seeing Akeza at the door, she grabbed his hand and rushed out of the class. He. How passionate, Mio said, giggling. While on the roof, Rumi finally released Akeza's hand and tried to calm herself down. Akeza looked at Rumi's state and thought about what he had heard Mio say when he was outside the classroom. Fuck, what am I supposed to do now? I've got zero experience in this field. On Rumi's side, things were no better. OMG, he heard everything. I'm sure I heard him outside my classroom. What do I do? After sitting on the rooftop for a while, Akeza finally spoke. Rumi. Why yeah. Let's not talk about what happened. Hearing this, Rumi's expression froze, expecting the worst. Is it because you don't like me? She asked in a scared tone, looking down at her feet. Akeza softly lifted her face and looked her in the eyes. You know what I meant. You know that you're the only person I enjoy spending time with other than the adults. What I meant was, you and I are too young to make a decision like this. So let's not be hasty and take our time figuring out our feelings. Does that sound okay? After understanding what Akeza meant, Rumi finally felt at ease. She could see Akeza was just as messed up as she was when it came to dealing with feelings. After calming down, her classic grin bloomed on her face. Then, out of nowhere, Rumi jumped and kicked Akeza straight in the face. You had your guard down, dumbass. Ha 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 ha. She yelled while running away after grabbing the pork bun and milk. After a while, he sat back up, took the meal, and started eating it in peace. It was a good idea to let her land a hit. Hee, he said, enjoying the pork bun and milk while processing what just happened. Life really is full of surprises. How did it feel? The romance part. I did not want to rush it. Even though I know this is a superhero world, I wanted to portray two people who are really bad at conveying their feelings, trying to convey their feelings to each other. That is the reason for the slow approach. And a question, should I time skip the junior high part and head straight to UA exam? Yes, no, I will wait for a while before deciding. Anyway bye, I really need some rest. I heard somewhere Power Stones have the power to heal authors, so help this dying man out. Don't forget to leave a comment below and review the fanfic. Ahem, peace out. 9, Chapter 9, Junior High 2. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. Firstly, I would like to thank you for 241 collection and the reviews by you people, which so crazy for a new fanfic. Furthermore, this chapter is gonna be a bit long, 2.1k words. In this chapter 1 tried to improve my writing even further. Plus there was comment which said the romance could be better. After reading some good romance, I think you guys will like how I wrote it. Remember to leave a review, it helped me improve the quality of the fanfic. Edit, we made to the monthly Power Stone rankings. 55th on the ranking baby. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Happy reading. Almost 3 years later, Akeza made his way toward Rumi's house so they could head to school together. Today was the last day at Alderaan Junior High. A lot has happened during this time, Akeza thought, recapping everything that happened over the years. For Akeza, these 3 years weren't wasted. He trained every single day with Kenji, and a year later, Rumi joined in as well. As his quirk grew, his overall strength increased too. His shockwaves had become sharper and more controlled, but the biggest leap came in his technique development, which had progressed at a scary pace. He had now mastered all of the demon art techniques, including his ultimate move, Final Form Blue Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Another advancement was combining his fighting spirit sense with shockwaves, functioning like a sonar. This removed his inability to sense beings that could mask their fighting spirit, and even non-living things. Rumi too has become a lot stronger after fully understanding her quirk. That's right, Rumi's quirk, Rabbit, was more than just rabbit-like powers. If it were that straightforward, Mirako, Rumi's mom would have the same level of physical strength, but she didn't. The anime never truly covered Rumi's power. Her quirk was actually a mix of Mirako and Kenji's quirks. It allowed her to empower her physical strength and senses further with aura usage. She couldn't make aura constructs like her dad, but the boost was insane. Thanks to constant training with her dad and Akeza, she had become significantly stronger. Furthermore, because of their high physical strength, both of them dominated the quirk assessments every single year, which pissed off a certain blonde, but who cares about him? Yet, despite all the progress Akeza made in training and school, there was one area where he still struggled, Rumi. Over the years, they had become inseparable. Lunch on the roof? Together. Training after school? Together. Preparing for the UA written exam? Together. Random arguments that ended with her kicking him in the face? Still a thing. But despite how close they'd gotten, neither of them had taken the next step. It was like they were both standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down, but too stubborn or too scared to jump. Akeza sighed. 3 years. Still no progress. At this rate, we'll both die single. Soon after, Akeza arrived at Rumi's house and saw her waiting outside with her mom. Go on, dear. Akeza's here. I'll see you later, Mirako said with a knowing smile. Bye, Mom, Rumi replied, waving as she walked toward Akeza. Just as they were about to leave, Mirako leaned close to Akeza and whispered, "It's now or never." Akeza froze for a second but quickly understood what she meant. She's right. If I don't do it now, I'll keep putting it off forever. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Rumi staring at him. Akeza, you hearing me? She asked, tilting her head. Huh? Why yeah, what? I asked what Mom whispered to you. Akeza flinched slightly. Oh, nothing, forget it. He quickly changed the subject. Meet me at the metro station after school. For what? She asked, suspicious. Well, he hesitated for a second, then blurted out, I need to buy some new clothes. You know how fast I grow. Rumi raised an eyebrow but smirked. Sounds like a plan. I'll meet you there. Soon, they reached the school and headed to their respective classes. Finally reaching his class, Akeza sighed in relief. I can't believe it took me 3 years to do that. Well, better late than never. Oi, black eyes. Akeza immediately recognized the voice. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Bakugo stormed toward him, hands sparking faintly. You better be applying to UA, because I'm gonna beat your ass in the entrance exam. You got that. Over the past few years, their relationship had turned into a hate-filled rivalry. Bakugo couldn't stand the fact that both Akeza and Rumi outperformed him in every physical assessment, and to make it worse, Akeza always came out on top in academics too. Thanks to the technique development quirk, Akeza's analytical skills were off the charts, allowing him to stay number 1. First beat Rumi in a fight, porcupine. That single jab was enough to set Bakugo off. His palms flared with tiny explosions as he shouted, You bastard! Just watch me kill that damned rab. Boom! The classroom erupted in chaos as an invisible force blasted outward. Students stumbled back, desks rattled, and papers flew everywhere. Those standing dropped to their knees from the sheer pressure. Bakugo, however, had it the worst. The shockwave slammed into him like a freight train, pinning him to the floor so hard he could barely move. His teeth ground together as he struggled against the weight pressing down on him. Akeza stood slowly, his expression unreadable. He walked toward Bakugo, each step making the air feel heavier. Kneeling down, he grabbed Bakugo by the hair and forced his head up, making him meet his gaze. You keep saying kill this, kill that, die, but do you even understand the real weight of the words you throw around so easily? His voice was cold enough to freeze the room. Even the kids watching held their breath. Bakugo's defiance cracked for the first time. A flicker of fear showed in his eyes. This is your last warning. Next time you put the words kill and Rumi in the same sentence, I promise I'll break all your fucking limbs. Is that understood? The suffocating pressure vanished as quickly as it came. Students exhaled in relief, whispering to each other, stunned at what just happened. Bakugo didn't say a word. He just scrambled back to his seat, fists trembling, trying to process the humiliation and fear boiling inside him. From a distance, Izuka looked at Bakugo with concern in his eyes. Akeza returned to his own desk and sat down calmly, as if nothing happened. Now get ready. Takashi-sensei is almost here. The class remained silent, eyes darting between the two boys, as the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Swoosh! The class door slid open, and Takashi walked in with a bright smile. Good morning, class. You all ready to graduate junior high? Contrary to expectations, the room stayed silent. Takashi tilted his head, puzzled at first, but after a moment he figured it out. Oh, I see, you're all nervous about graduation, right? Don't worry. Treat this as just another step forward in life. I'm confident every one of you will do great. The students relaxed, the tension easing a little. What followed was a heartfelt speech about how proud he was of them, how bright their futures were, and how they should never stop chasing their dreams. Akeza listened quietly, though his thoughts drifted. 3 years, and I'm still stuck at the same point with Rumi. If I don't do it today, when will I? So, Takashi asked, his tone rising, tell me, what do you all plan to become? Heroes. The class shouted in unison, their voices filling the room. With that, their mini graduation ended, and everyone began to leave. Akeza headed to the metro station, running through scenarios in his head. He even caught himself using technique development to calculate the perfect way to confess, but quickly realized it was useless here. There were no formulas for this. Finally, he spotted Rumi waiting for him. Rumi, he called. She turned, eyebrow raised. Ready to go. Akeza froze for a second, his mind screaming at him. It's now or never. Come on, just say it. I was wondering if you'd go out with me. Rumi blinked, confused. But I'm already here, dumbass. What are you talking about? I meant like a proper date. For a moment, Rumi just stared at him, completely caught off guard. Her ears twitched, and she tilted her head slightly as if processing what he had just said. Why you mean like a date? Yup. I think it's finally time to take a step forward, Akeza said with a trying to look calm smile. There was a short silence. Then, a smirk slowly formed on her face as her cheeks turned red. Took you long enough, dumbass. Sure, I'll go. As they parted ways, they decided to meet at the station the next day. The next day, Akeza stood near the station entrance, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. He had spent the entire night thinking about what to wear and still ended up in his usual clean black hoodie and jeans, with his hair tied. Why does this feel harder than fighting an army, he thought, glancing at the time. A few moments later, Rumi showed up, white hoodie, ripped shorts, and her usual confident stride. Yet the moment their eyes met, both froze for a split second. You look normal, Akeza said, immediately regretting it. Rumi raised an eyebrow. Wow, thanks for the compliment, dumbass. He scratched the back of his head, flustered. No, I meant, you look good. You too, she muttered, equally flustered, looking away, her long rabbit ears twitching slightly. For a moment, silence hung between them. The air felt stiff. Both of them started walking toward the city center, unsure of what to say first. So where are we going? Rumi finally asked. Akeza coughed lightly. There's this small food stall I found near the park. Heard they have the best pork buns in the area. Rumi smirked. You're bribing me with food, huh? Classic. It works, doesn't it? he replied with a faint grin. The ice started to crack as they reached the stall. They ate standing side by side, with Rumi teasing him every time he got sauce on his face. After grabbing a few more snacks, they walked to the park, the sun dipping low in the sky. As they strolled under the warm evening light, the awkwardness faded completely. They started talking about their old training sessions, how Akeza once kicked her off her roof during one spar, how Rumi always accidentally kept breaking Kenji's beloved training dummies. Remember when you tried to spar with me after drinking 3 energy drinks? Akeza laughed. It took me 30 minutes to knock you down. Hey, it did help me keep up with you longer than usual, Rumi said, flustered. And then you slept like a log, he said, grinning. While talking, they found a bench overlooking the park's fountain. The conversation slowed, but it wasn't uncomfortable anymore. It was a quiet that felt good. Rumi leaned back, hands behind her head. You know, these last 3 years weren't so bad. You were annoying as hell sometimes, but I don't regret any of it. Akeza looked at her, serious now. Neither do I at training, school, everything it all felt right with you around. The words hung between them. Rumi turned to face him, ears twitching nervously. So what now? She asked softly. Akeza didn't hesitate this time. He reached out, gently taking her hand. Now we stop holding back. Rumi blinked, then smirked, finally leaning in. Their lips met, brief but enough to make both their hearts race. When they pulled back, Rumi chuckled. About damn time. Akeza smiled. Guess so. They spent the rest of the evening wandering the park, laughing, sharing stories, and just enjoying being together without the usual training or school looming over them. By the time they headed back, the city lights had already replaced the sunset. When they reached Rumi's house, Akeza smirked. Don't think this means you're off the hook for training. I won't go easy on you. Rumi smirked. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. As she walked inside, Miriko's voice called from the living room. So, how was the date? Rumi froze, ears burning red. MOM. Don't shout that out loud. Akeza chuckled as he waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, Rumi. When Akeza returned to the orphanage, he spotted Kazuko standing by the front door, arms crossed and a knowing smile on her face. So, she said, tilting her head slightly, how was the date with Rumi? Akeza sighed internally. Of course she knew. It went surprisingly well, he replied, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Kazuko chuckled. Good to hear. I was starting to think that even with those looks of yours, you'd end up single. Whatever you say, Kazuko-san, Akeza replied with a small shake of his head. He walked down the hall toward his room, thoughts lingering on the day. Thank you for convincing me to accept the rebirth, Yuna, he thought, silently grateful to his sister. After a quick shower, he lay back on his bed. As he replayed the events of the day in his mind, a calm sense of happiness washed over him, and soon he drifted off to sleep. So, how was it? Did you like it? I felt I did a great job with chapter. Hope you feel the same. Plus this chapter marks the end of volume 2, and like always, pulls out a gun. Put the power stones in bad hurry, bang, bang. Ahem, peace out. P.S. Ignore the text below, it's just for word count. I just discovered the reason why my fan FIC was not in any rankings was it having less than 15k words. Plus 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 plus. The impact of social media on modern society. In the last 2 decades, few inventions have reshaped human interaction, communication, and culture as profoundly as social media. Platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, now X, TikTok, and LinkedIn have revolutionized how people connect, share, and perceive the world. While social media has brought undeniable benefits such as global connectivity, awareness raising, and free expression, it has also introduced significant drawbacks, including mental health challenges, misinformation, and the erosion of privacy. As modern society continues to navigate its digital transformation, understanding the full impact of social media is critical. 1. Connectivity and communication. One of social media's most positive aspects is the ability to connect people across vast distances instantly. Long-lost friends can reconnect, families separated by continents can video chat daily, and niche communities can form around shared interests, from vintage car enthusiasts to fans of obscure musical genres. Communication that once required letters, expensive phone calls, or travel now takes place in real time through messaging apps, common threads, and live streams. This connectivity has empowered individuals in unprecedented ways. For instance, during natural disasters or political uprisings, social media allows real-time updates that can save lives, organize protests, or expose injustice. Hashtags such as Black Lives Matter or Me Too became global movements thanks to the visibility social media provides. These tools enable grassroots activism and democratize information flow, giving a voice to those historically underrepresented. 2. A double-edged sword, mental health and well-being. Despite its advantages, social media's impact on mental health has drawn increasing scrutiny. Multiple studies suggest that excessive use can contribute to anxiety, depression, loneliness, and reduced self-esteem, especially among teenagers and young adults. The constant exposure to curated versions of others' lives creates unrealistic standards of beauty, success, and happiness. Platforms like Instagram are especially criticized for promoting unattainable lifestyles and body image ideals. The comparison culture that emerges often leads users to feel inadequate. Moreover, the addictive design of these apps, fueled by likes, notifications, and infinite scrolling, hijacks attention spans and encourages compulsive behavior. Cyberbullying and online harassment further complicate the digital experience. Hidden behind screens, some individuals engage in toxic behavior they might never display in person. For victims, the psychological toll can be devastating, and in severe cases, fatal. Addressing this issue requires stronger moderation tools, better mental health education, and more responsible design choices from tech companies. 3. The spread of misinformation. Social media has also become a fertile ground for misinformation and fake news. Algorithms that prioritize engagement often amplify sensational or polarizing content regardless of its accuracy. During global crises like the COVID-19 pandemic or elections, the spread of false information can have life or death consequences. Conspiracy theories flourish in echo chambers where like-minded individuals reinforce each other's beliefs. This undermines trust in institutions, experts, and science, leading to increased polarization and societal division. In extreme cases, misinformation incites violence, as seen in events like the Capitol riots in the U.S. on January 6, 2021. Efforts to combat misinformation such as fact-checking, content moderation, and user education are ongoing but complex. Balancing free speech with responsible regulation is one of the defining challenges of the digital age. 4. Privacy in the age of oversharing. Social media has also transformed the concept of privacy. Users voluntarily share details of their lives from personal milestones to real-time locations, often unaware of how this data can be harvested, sold, or misused. Companies like Facebook have faced major scandals involving data breaches and misuse of personal information, raising concerns about surveillance capitalism. Many users underestimate the long-term consequences of sharing personal data. Employers now routinely check candidates' social media profiles, and one ill-considered post can damage reputations or careers. Children growing up today have digital footprints that begin before they can walk, created by parents who post baby photos and videos without considering future implications. Legislation like the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, has sought to protect user data, but global enforcement remains inconsistent. As technology evolves, so must our understanding of digital rights and consent. 5. The new economy and social media careers. Interestingly, social media has also given rise to a new economic ecosystem. Influencers, content creators, and digital marketers can earn substantial incomes through brand deals, sponsorships, and merchandise. Platforms like YouTube and TikTok allow creators to monetize their content, leading to careers that didn't exist a generation ago. Businesses, both large and small, now rely heavily on social media marketing to reach customers. Targeted advertising, algorithmic promotions, and audience analytics have revolutionized how companies operate. Even traditional industries such as journalism, fashion, and education have had to adapt to this new landscape. However, the pressure to maintain relevance and visibility online can be intense. For content creators, burnout, mental health struggles, and the instability of algorithm-driven income are major concerns. The social media economy is fast-paced, unpredictable, and often unforgiving. 6. Cultural shifts and generational differences. Social media has played a significant role in shaping modern culture and generational identity. Memes, trends, and viral videos define pop culture in real time. Youth today are more digitally native than any previous generation, often using platforms as their primary source of news, entertainment, and social interaction. However, this generational digital divide can lead to misunderstandings between age groups. Parents may struggle to understand the emotional weight of a like or the social dynamics of group chats. Educators must find new ways to engage students whose attention spans have been shaped by rapid, visual content. Despite these gaps, social media also fosters cross-cultural understanding. Exposure to diverse perspectives and experiences from around the world broadens horizons and builds empathy when users engage mindfully. Conclusion. Social media is not inherently good or bad, it is a tool shaped by how society chooses to use it. It has connected the world in ways never thought possible, giving voice to the voiceless and revolutionizing communication. Yet it also poses serious challenges, from mental health concerns and misinformation to privacy erosion and economic instability. To harness the positive power of social media while mitigating its dangers, users, tech companies, educators, and policymakers must work together. Digital literacy should be taught alongside traditional subjects. Platforms must be held accountable for how they influence society. And users must learn to navigate the digital world with critical thinking, empathy, and balance. As we move forward, the question is not whether social media will remain a part of society, it will, but how we can evolve alongside it responsibly. 10. Chapter 10, Last Day of the Month. And I deleted and re-uploaded this chapter, as I put it in the wrong volume by mistake. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. Guess what? We are past 60k views and have 410 collection in just 3 freaking day, plus 190 plus power stones. You guy are the best. And to thank you all, I decided to write the chapter, even if it meant sacrificing my precious sleep. Seriously though, anything for you guys. Hope you enjoy this chapter. You guys earned it. Happy reading. Third person POV. The sun was setting, coloring the horizon in shades of orange and pink. Waves gently crashed onto the shore, the sound blending with the salty evening breeze. Akeza sat on the beach, leaning back on a rock, while Rumi slept peacefully with her head resting on his lap. Her white ears twitched every now and then to small disturbances. Akeza kept his eyes on the peaceful scenery. After a while, his gaze shifted down, landing on the cute rabbit sleeping on his lap. This is perfect, thought Akeza as a peaceful smile formed on his face. Hard to believe it's already been 29 days, Akeza thought, brushing Rumi's hair off her face softly. So much has happened in just a month. The past month had been intense. Every day started with brutal physical training in Kenji's beloved gym and ended with him practicing his quirk at the beach. Under Kenji's supervision, both Rumi and Akeza pushed past their limits every single day. First came the recreation of techniques from the world of One Piece, namely Jeppo and Soro. Jeppo allows the user to jump in air, creating a temporary foothold and enabling them to move through the air, effectively flying for a short period of time, whereas Soro allows users to kick off the ground with incredible speed and force, creating the illusion of teleportation as they move. At first, he nearly broke his legs multiple times trying to perfect Soro. As for Jeppo, the number of times he face-planted into the ocean was embarrassingly high, but slowly, he refined the moves and synced them with his technique development quirk. He categorized these techniques under a new skill set he named Shock Pulse, a series of moves designed to use the fundamentals of Soro and Jeppo to achieve raw speed, both on the ground and in the air. The strongest and most complex move of this series, Shock Pulse Tempest, merged the effects of Soro and Jeppo along with his shockwave manipulation to achieve lightning-fast speed. The result was devastating, but highly unstable. Still needs refining, he admitted to himself. The move consumed too much energy and caused recoil that his body wasn't fully adapted to yet. The sound of the waves got Akeza back to the present. The waves rolled in and out, each crash calming his thoughts. He glanced down at Rumi again, who was still in a deep sleep. Training with her had been as chaotic as he expected. She never backed down, and her aggressive fighting style has pushed him physically to keep up. Things have improved a lot since our first date. Akeza thought, enjoying the moment. Enjoying the view, kid. Akeza looked over his shoulder. Kenji walked up the beach with his hands in his pockets, his usual laid-back smile in place. You're early, Akeza said. Kenji shrugged. Just wanted to see how my favorite student is doing. I am your only student, replied Akeza deadpan. Ignoring Akeza's comment, Kenji sat down beside Akeza, glancing at the sleeping Rumi. You know, you sucked me dry, kid. Every technique I knew, every bit of knowledge I had. You absorbed it all with that cheat of a quirk of yours. I never thought I'd say it this early, but I got nothing left to teach you. Akeza chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Kenji's expression softened as he looked at his daughter. She's grown a lot, hasn't she? Strong, stubborn, and reckless. Just like her old man. He turned serious, his tone dropping. Take care of her, Akeza. If you hurt my daughter. His eyes narrowed, the killing intent clear. I will find you, and I will kill you. Akeza met his gaze without flinching. I know. Then Kenji smirked. Heh, always wanted to say that. The tension broke, and he stood up. I'll leave you two alone. Don't get too late. With that said, he walked away, fading into the distance. A few seconds later, Rumi stirred, letting out a small yawn before opening her eyes. She blinked at Akeza, then at the ocean, and finally stretched her arms. How long was I out? Long enough, Akeza replied with a small smile. She rubbed her eyes. You're comfortable, you know that. Akeza raised an eyebrow. I'll take that as a compliment. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sunset. The sky shifted from orange to deep purple, and the stars began to peek through. Rumi leaned in against him, her voice softer than usual. You know, this is nice. Yeah, Akeza said quietly. It is. The two stayed like that until the sun completely disappeared beyond the horizon. Neither spoke, but neither needed to. When the night finally settled in, they got up and walked back together. Next morning. Morning came quickly as Akeza and Rumi met up at the station. Rumi was dressed in black sweatpants and a white windbreaker, while Akeza wore a simple white shirt paired with a black tracksuit. You ready for this? Rumi asked, stretching. More than ready, Akeza replied. 30 minutes later they arrived at UA and joined the line of examens. The massive building loomed over them, and even Akeza felt a rare flicker of excitement. After checking in, they were led to the written exam hall. Rows of desks, stacks of paper, and a teacher ready to distribute them. A scene every kid dreaded at some point in their lives. Before heading to his seat, he pulled Rumi close and whispered in her ear. I repeat, don't start destroying things if you get stuck on a question. Take deep breaths and try to remember what we studied every day for the past month. Understood, said Rumi, feeling calmer after Akeza's little pep talk. After saying what needed to be said, Akeza left to find his seat. After seeing it, he got settled. Soon, the test began, and Akeza, thanks to his quirk, cruised through it. Finishing the exam an hour before he left the hall, he waited outside for Rumi. After the written exam ended, outside the hall, Rumi groaned, rubbing her head. Ugh, that was terrible. Who even asks questions like that? Akeza walked up beside her, calm as ever. It wasn't that bad. Not that bad? Are you serious? That last question was designed to kill me. She waved her hands dramatically while ranting about every single problem she struggled with. Akeza simply listened, nodding. Occasionally. And the green head next to me kept mumbling and clicking his pen. I swear, if I see that guy, I'm gonna dash. Rumi, you will be fine. Akeza said, pulling her into a light hug. She pouted while burying her head in his chest. After calming her down, both of them left for the practical test. When they reached the field where the practical exam was being held, they were given instructions by a very loud blonde man, following which the instructors began separating the examines into groups. Akeza and Rumi exchanged a glance as they were sent to different sections. Don't die out there, Akeza. She yelled with a grin. Same to you, Rumi, he replied. They were pulled into their respective groups. The tension in the air was thick. Everyone was preparing themselves for what was coming. Akeza cracked his neck, his usual calm expression hiding the anticipation bubbling beneath the surface. Finally, time to let loose. And with that, the practical test began. To be continued, One Piece style. So, how did you like the soft and slow romance? Let me know, as I am still trying to learn. Don't forget to leave a review. It not only helps me, but you too by increasing the chapter quality. And like always, put power stones in bag. Don't force me to pull out my gun, dead serious emoji. Ahem, peace out. 11, Chapter 11, Practical Exam. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama, here. Guess what? We reached 100k views. Thank you all for your contribution. Sorry today's chapter is kinda of late. I had a lot of HW. Plus I tried to write with and without AI for grammatical help. Still deciding on what to do there. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Happy reading. So, boys and girls, you ready to start? Yelled a certain blonde with a speaker wrapped around his neck, his voice echoing across the massive training grounds. The crowd of examiners stood frozen, everybody feeling the tension. Some shifted nervously, some of them stared at each other, unsure of what to say, while some gripped their supporting gear. Present Mike looked at the reaction inside. Tough crowd, huh? He muttered, scratching his head. Then, with renewed energy, he threw both his arms up. Alright, no biggie. Let's get this exam started, and begin. No one moved. Again, he looked around, puzzled. Seriously? You guys waiting for fireworks or something dash? Boom! A shockwave erupted, cutting Present Mike off. Akeza blurred forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he disappeared. The recent event left all the examines in shock. Whoa, did you see that? Someone stammered. Present Mike grinned widely. Now that's what I'm talking about. He yelled. What are you all waiting for? Go go go. They all finally snapped out of their daze, adrenaline spiking. They all rushed towards the cityscape. While everyone else scattered toward the outer streets, Akeza completely ignored the one-pointers roaming around the entrance. They were a waste of time. His eyes were set towards the center of the city. As he ran towards the center, the wind whipped against his face due to his raw speed. Predictable. One-pointers stationed at the outskirts to waste time, two-pointers in the mid-zone, and three-pointers, all in the middle. His lips curled into a grin, perfect farming ground. As he entered the inner zone, multiple three-pointers spun towards him, all its sensors locked up on him. Mechanical arms clanked, ready to attack. Akeza's senses sharpened. He began to feel the location of every three-pointer present around him. The machines finally lunged at him, but he was already gone. He weaved between them like the Ferrari F1 team, slipping their chances of ever winning a title. Each dodge drew more robots towards him. Street by street, the horde of three-pointers increased. When the count reached 40-ish, he launched his counter-offensive. Shock pulse, Jeppo. The ground under him cracked as shockwaves blasted beneath his feet, launching him above the horde. He flipped midair, cocking his fist. He propelled himself toward the center of the horde. Just before his fist hit the ground, he empowered it even more. 10,000 leaves, flashing willow. The impact. Boom. The impact cracked the street wide open. The shockwave shredded nearly all robots as if they were made out of paper. Metal chunks flew everywhere. The remaining robots started to move toward Akeza, but it was already too late. End style, chaotic blue metal afterglow. A glowing red snowflake pattern spread under his feet, and the world froze. Then he moved. Slash. One robot's head flew. Slash, slash. Two more were cleaved in half. Slash, slash, slash. Pieces rained to the ground, sparks cutting the air. His strikes, too fast to track. 30 seconds later, silence. The horde lay in burning heaps, the street looking like a junkyard. Akeza stood at the center, exhaling slowly. Phew, that hit the spot. He turned around towards the wreckage. That's gotta be at least 100 points. Elsewhere, the city was going crazy. Robots are running around every corner. Students fought against them, using every ounce of strength they could muster. Izuku ran through it all, gasping for air. His legs ached and his lungs burned, but he had to keep going. Just 1 point. I just need one. Everywhere he looked, robots were already destroyed. Other students were racking up points. But Izuku? He hasn't done anything. All he has done so far is help a few students. Why can't I dash? The ground trembled. Boom, boom, boom. A shadow fell over the buildings. The massive zero-pointer appeared, towering like an Elden Ring boss. Its steps shattered the roads, and windows blew out from the vibrations. Students screamed and ran away like ants. Izuku froze. It's too big. There's no way I can fight that. He turned to run, but then stopped. Ahead, a girl was trapped under a collapsed steel plate. She clawed at the ground, her face twisted with pain. Izuku's mind went blank. He sprinted toward her without thinking. He grabbed the metal, trying to move it. Come on, move. He shouted, trying to use all his strength. However, the plate did not move an inch. The zero-pointer's shadow crept closer. Damn it. His whole body trembled. I have to save her. I have to do something. The giant loomed above them, blocking out the sun. Izuku clenched his fists, thinking of All Might's quirk. I will have to dash. Boom. The ground cracked. The flying dust settled, revealing Akeza's figure. He stepped forward with a word and gripped the steel plate. Then he, with a screech, lifted the steel plate, allowing the girl's leg to be out. Get her out of here, he said, with his never-changing, calm, and bored voice. Too much? Izuku didn't hesitate. He freed the girl and ran away with her carefully, making sure not to hurt her. When Izuku was out of sight, a smile appeared on his face. I wonder how All Might will get him into UA. He looked up at the towering machine. A wild grin played on his lips. Time to test it out. He jumped a few times to warm up his body. Then, Shock Pulse, Jeppo. With a burst of shockwaves, he rocketed toward the giant robot. The zero-pointer locked onto him, which was followed by a heavy swing of its arm, but Akeza jumped through the air and easily dodged every single swing. Finally, he appeared in front of the zero-pointer's head. Akeza clenched his fist hard and used the move, inspired by Kenji's. Aura Bind, Impact. Destructive Death, Twin Impact. Both fists slammed into the zero-pointer's face, point blank. Bang. Control Room. The staff watched in silence. Each one of them was shocked to their very core. Even Nizu's ever-calm face flinched a bit. Then, calming himself down, he picked up his tablet. After a moment, he read out loud. Akeza, an orphan. Quirk, Technique Development and Shockwave. Ranked 1 in all his rank assessments in junior high. Hero points, 30, villain points, 123 inch. Aizawa's eyes were still wide with disbelief. All Might stood frozen, jaw tight, hands clenched at his sides, looking at Izuku's score. Nizu put the tablet down, his eyes locked on the screen showing Akeza's replays. Fascinating. The way he developed his quirk is truly a work of art. All Might's voice was low. Nizu, what about Midoriya? Nizu glanced at the screen, where Izuku carried the injured girl to safety. I will let him in, All Might, but not because of the quirk he carries. I really hope he will do better in the future. All Might replied with a sad tone. This is my fault, I should have prepared him better. Nizu smiled faintly, sipping his tea. Perhaps, or perhaps this is exactly the kind of push he needed. On the screen, Akeza landed calmly amid the wreckage. The camera zoomed in on his eyes. Nizu smiled. This is going to be interesting. Outside, the sky had started to turn into the shades of orange as the sun started to dip. Akeza walked towards the station with his hands in his pockets. Hey! He turned. Rumi was there, arms crossed, while a small smile bloomed on her face. I heard a few girls talk about the cool and handsome, black-eyed student who punched a hole in the zero-pointer's head. Akeza shrugged. No clue what you're talking about. To which Rumi giggled and took his hand. And together, they vanished into the setting sun. So, how was it? Please let me know. Don't forget to leave a review, it helps me improve the quality of my chapters. And like always, why did the chicken die while crossing the road? Because it did not give me the power stones. New ha 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 ha. Ahem, peace out. 12, Chapter 12, UA. Edit. Guys, I just checked the rankings. We made it to the top 100 in all-time Power Stone rankings. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. First of all, those of you guys who fell for the prank, I am sorry and it won't happen again, or will it? Ahem, anyways. Again thank you for your constant support. We stand at 971 collection, 144.12k views and 291 Power Stones, which a 4 days old fanfic should not have. But you guys made it possible, for which I thank you. And I promise Laston was just a joke. I would never abandon this fanfic. Well, if I die tomorrow that might happen, but luckily that too is not happening anytime soon. So chill, and trust me. Happy reading. 1 week later, the orphanage was bursting with energy. Not the usual kind of unhinged chaos. There were no tantrums, no broken stuff, no sudden attack on the snack jar. This was different. The air was filled with overflowing anticipation. Every single kid in the building had, God knows how, crammed into the living room. All of them were squirming, bouncing, climbing, I don't know where, and running around. And at the center of this storm, the kids, sat Akeza, with his ever-present calm expression. Akeza, open in, open it. This is injustice. We have been waiting all day. Akeza sat on the couch and was under siege. The children had him surrounded, one clinging to his shoulder, one around his neck, another gripping his legs like they were trying to climb a tree. In his hand was a white envelope, stamped with the unmistakable logo of UA High School with deep golden ink. He held it as high as he could, like a certain statue in New York. Relax, guys. We are waiting for Rumi and her family first, remember? Which was followed by a wave of groans. A few kids flopped to the carpet, like they had just been told Santa wasn't real. A few boys began to discuss how their big bro forgot about the sacred code known as brothers before hoes. Akeza, on the other hand, leaned back into the sofa, a small smile emerging on the corner of his mouth. The overbearing energy of these kids had never bothered him. It always felt nice. Kazuko walked towards him and softly nudged him, grinning. Popular, aren't you? He side-eyed her. Jealous. She opened her mouth, but a knock from the front door interrupted her before she could hit back. All the kids turned towards the entrance. She went to the door and held it open for the guests. First came Rumi, her mother Miriko behind her, and finally Kenji, who was carrying a tray wrapped in foil. Rumi looked as smug as ever. Miriko gave a little wave at the kids while Kenji nodded politely, already eyeing the snack table, which alerted the kids. Rumi walked into the room, ever confident, holding up her UA envelope. So, you ready to check out the results? Akeza snorted. Like you don't already know the results. Stop being a party pooper, look how excited everyone is. Finally, everyone gathered around the center of the room, ready for the letter opening ceremony. Rumi opened hers first. A small disc dropped into her palm. When she tapped it, a soft pink glow flared, and a full-body hologram projected into the air. Standing there in full flare was Midnight. Oh ho, what do we have here? A rising star in the making, she purred, twirling on the spot. Congratulations, darling, you have officially passed the UA entrance exam and secured your spot in our school. A clip played behind her, in which Rumi was seen bouncing between walls and kicking robots into pieces. You were powerful. You were graceful. That fire in your eyes when you rushed in to help another? Deliciously heroic. Akeza made a mock-gagging noise, which earned him an elbow in the ribs from Rumi. With 78 villain points and 22 hero points, you scored a grand total of 100 points, which earned you rank 2 of this year's entrance exam. The projection dimmed and slowly began to dim down. Welcome to UA, sweetheart. Let the world see the hero you'll become. Class 1A, Rumi read out, crossing her arms proudly. The room exploded into cheers. One kid started drumming on a cereal box like it was a war drum. Kuzuko and Miriko wrapped Rumi in a hug. While Kenji sat in the corner, enjoying the snacks, he is a man of focus. Then, slowly, the noise died down, and every head turned toward Akeza. He finally opened his envelope, and a similar disc fell out of it. When he pressed it, white light illuminated the room. This time, a calm, measured voice filled the room. Good evening. I'm Principal Nizu of UA High School. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Is that a mouse? A bear? A dog? A ripple of laughter passed through the room. Let's just say, I'm definitely going to be your principal. Then, a footage played behind him, which showed Akeza blitzing through the mock city. He zipped between robots and demolished them with beautiful techniques. Then, the most awaited scene played in which Akeza destroyed the head of the zero-pointer with a single move. We evaluate more than just raw power, Nizu said. We assess judgment, instinct, and composure under pressure. Your plan to rush to the middle after figuring out the location of 3 pointers, then systematically group them, and finally finish them off smoothly? That was planned and executed perfectly. He then sipped from a tiny cup of tea, which leads us to your score. 123 villain points along with 30 hero points, which gives us the grand total of 153 points. Congratulations on making it into UA High School, while achieving first position. Class 1A for me too, Akeza said, reading out. Then Rumi launched herself forward, grabbing onto him like a koala. You and me rank 1 and 2. Guess we are going to be the strongest couple. He. Rumi said, giggling. Seeing Rumi's giggle, Akeza started laughing along with her. Then suddenly, a tidal wave of kids rushed towards the couple, completely engulfing them, while the adults watched the scene with a tender look in their eyes. 1 month later, Akeza stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of his UA uniform. The jacket fit better than he expected. Neat, clean, and not too flashy. He tied his hair back loosely and stared at himself a moment longer than usual. Rumi really lucked out. He muttered to himself. As he walked towards the door, Kazuko appeared in front of him, then pulled him in a motherly hug. I am so proud of you, Akeza. He hugged her back quietly. After a moment, he pulled back. I know I keep repeating this, but really, thank you for everything. With that said, he left for day 1 at UA. Soon enough, he reached Rumi's house, where she was waiting near the gate, in uniform. She stood there eagerly tapping her foot. Akeza raised an eyebrow. Someone's eager. She scoffed. You're the one to talk, pretty boy. She jumped on his back and yelled, let go, Akeza. With that, they, or rather he, started walking towards UA. Reaching UA, Rumi got down and they passed through the massive gates. They weaved through uniformed students until they reached their classroom doors. 1A. Akeza slid the door open. Inside, Bakugo was about to lunge at Midoriya, many explosions bursting in his fist. However, the moment Akeza and Rumi stepped in, Bakugo froze. He did not say anything at first. He just stared at them, teeth clenched. Then, quietly, I know I'm behind you two on the test. But I'll beat you. Akeza raised an eyebrow. Beat us. Rumi leaned close and whispered. He was about to say kill again. Well, people change. Bakugo grumbled something under his breath and made way back to his seat. Looking at what just happened, Akeza thought happily. I guess what happened in junior high gave him his first mini character development arc. Then Akeza and Rumi found empty seats near the back, right behind Mina and Azui. Rumi had already begun chatting with them, something about how frogs and rabbits, who knows? Akeza, meanwhile, scanned the room, finding out the 2 students they have replaced, Mineta and Koji. Sadly, it had to be Koji, but I am glad the pervert is not here. I still don't get why he was not expelled after the kind of shit he used to pull. Then he sensed someone on the door, and saw a man in a yellow sleeping bag lying on the floor. After the class calmed down, he spoke. Took you 15 seconds to shut up. That's not good. He stepped up, unzipping himself as he got up. I'm Shota Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher. Confused silence followed. Then realization struck. Homeroom teacher. The class yelled in shock. Ignoring their shock, Aizawa kept going. Get changed. PE uniforms. Meet me at the field in 10 minutes. With that said, Aizawa left, leaving the class, stunned. So that's all. Wanted to focus more on the relationship between the orphanage and Rumi's family. Hope you enjoyed it. And remember to leave a review. It helps me improve my fanfic. For example, a gentleman or lady told me in the review that the synopsis is bad, and I fixed it ASAP. Anyway, put the power stones in bag and leave. See you tomorrow around the same time. 13, Chapter 13, Quirk Assessment. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have achieved another milestone. We are top 20 in the 30-day Power Stone ranking and 95th in the all-time ranking. To thank you guys for the achievement, I really can't do anything right now. I can barely write a single chapter on daily basis. I am just too damn busy lately. However, I do promise whenever I have time I will try my best to give you people an extra chapter. Hope you understand my situation, and thank you the contribution you beautiful readers. Happy reading. A few minutes later. Everyone from Class 1A was gathered on the field behind the main building and had changed into their gym uniforms. Physical tests are standard. We used to use them to determine student strength, in junior high, right? To which everyone nodded. But you could not use your quirks then. He then turned towards Akaza. Akaza, you managed to get the highest score on the entrance exam. What was your farthest softball throw in junior high? 110 meters, Akaza replied. Aizawa nodded, then threw a ball at him to catch. Try it now, but this time use your quirk. I don't care what you do, don't step out of the circle. With the ball in his hand, Akaza walked into the circle and began thinking about how to approach this test. Twin impact. Nah, overkill. Air type? Nah, right, let's go with that. Making his decision, Akaza wiped his hand hard. Then, right before the ball was about to leave his hand, he activated his quirk. Destructive Death, Annihilation type. Looking at Akaza's expression, Rumi flinched. Close your ears, yelled Rumi before Akaza could throw the ball. Then, he threw it. Boom. With that, the ball was gone. Everyone slowly removed their hands from their ears. Know your maximum limit first. Aizawa started. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He turned his phone-like device towards the class. The whole class had their mouth open at the unreal number in front of them. Kaminari recovered first and muttered, 1,123 meters? Seriously? Wow, this looks fun. Mina exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Looks fun, you say? You have 3 years to become a hero, and that is your attitude? Aizawa asked with a serious tone. All right, whoever gets the lowest score by the end of the class will be deemed unworthy of becoming a hero and will be kicked out of UA. Ha! The comment left the class baffled. Only Akaza, Rumi, and Momo remained calm, for different reasons. Akaza and Rumi, because they were confident in their strength. Momo, because she thought this was just a lie Aizawa made to motivate the class. Finally recovering from the shock, Uraraka asked nervously. But it's the first day of school, we are not ready yet. In real-life scenarios, you will also not have time to be ready. What will you do then? This is a school designed to teach you how to carry the weight of being a hero. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you have got. Ended Aizawa with a small smirk. With that, the quirk assessment began. Slowly, they started all the tests. 2 hours later, the test had concluded with Izuku's desperate try not to get expelled, Bakugo going almost crazy after realizing Izuku has a quirk now, Aizawa then tying him down, and the class then realizing their teacher was Eraserhead. The only difference was that Rumi and Akaza almost dominated every single test. Guess he still has not fully matured. Akaza though, looking down at the tied-up Bakugo. Rumi then walked to his side and said, he still has serious anger issues. Guess some things never change. After the situation finally calmed down, Aizawa used the device in his hand to project the scores to the class. The ranking was as follows. 1. Akaza. 2. Momo Yayoroza. 3. Rumi Usagiyama. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Tinya Aitsa. 7. Fumikage Tokoyami. 8. Mizo Shoji. 9. Eijiro Kirishima. 10. Okako Uraraka. 11. Denki Kaminari. 12. Kyoka Jiro. 13. Yuga Aoyama. 14. Mina Ashido. 15. Hantasiro. 16. Rikido Sato. 17. Masharao Ajiro. 18. Tsuyu Ajui. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Izuku Midoriya. Top 10 is accurate, rest is random, I just could not decide. Looking at his name at the bottom, Izuku froze. What do I know? How will I face All Might if I get expelled? While Izuku was having a mental breakdown, Aizawa casually announced, by the way, I was lying about the expulsion part. The class went silent. After a second, they all exclaimed, what? Of course, that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Momo explained them. Well, with that, we are done for today. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom. Grab one each, then you all may leave. Saying that, Aizawa started going back towards the building, but then he stopped again and turned towards Izuku, and handed him a piece of paper. Midoriya, take this, go to the nurse's office, and get your finger fixed. With that said, the class ended. Everyone quickly changed back to their school uniforms and left for their respective homes. Outside the school building, Akaza spotted Rumi talking to Mina and Ajui. Rumi, I wish I had a similar quirk like you look so cute with those bunny ears. I am so jealous. Mina said with a sad tone. I know, I have been told many times. Hearing this, Mina's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Really, who was it? Mina and even Ajui were eager for the answer. Rumi, by then, noticed Akaza walking toward them, which caused her to smile even more. This confused Mina and Ajui. Who else, other than my boyfriend? Hearing her reply, both of them froze for a couple of seconds, then yelled, You got a boyfriend? Who is it? To which she just pointed at Akaza. Him. Both of them turned at hypersonic speed and saw Akaza standing there. Hello Ashido-san. Hello, Ajui-san. Akaza greeted them calmly. Took you long enough, Rumi said and jumped on his back. Well, unlike girls' locker, boys' locker is much more crowded. Rumi turned towards the shocked figures of Mina and Ajui. Goodbye, girls. See you tomorrow. With that said, Akaza left with Rumi giggling on his back. Akaza is her boyfriend. Finally, Mina yelled. She never expected someone to get a boyfriend before her, due to her being very outgoing, but here was Rumi, already being in a relationship with the coolest looking dude in the class. Sigh, now I am even more jealous of her. Azui just sighed, looking at her friend, and dragged her towards the station. Further away, Akeza asked Rumi cheekily, so you're flexing your boyfriend in front of others now? He, of course. I need to make sure they know you are mine, replied Rumi, giggling, as she rested her head on his shoulder. I am not going anywhere, carrots, Akeza replied warmly. The next day, Akeza sat at his seat, copying the notes written by Present Mike on the board. Beside him, Rumi kept pestering him. Akeza, when will this class finish? I am so bored and hungry right now. How about you take some notes right now? That way, I would not have to tutor you later. Come on, even if I take notes right now, you know I will be needing your tutoring later on. It's so much more fun when you teach me. Rumi replied with a pout. Ring. So that's all for today's class. Goodbye. Present Mike yelled as he left the class. Both Akeza and Rumi left for lunch, along with everyone else. After lunch, they all gathered back in the class, chatting excitedly about the next class, Hero Basic Training, and then they all heard it. Swoosh. The door opened, and All Might entered, posing, coming through the door like a normal person. Nothing normal about it though. While everyone was looking at All Might in fascination, Akeza had his mind preoccupied somewhere else. USJ Incident will be happening soon. I need to develop something to counter brute force. But then a certain martial artist came into his mind. That could work. Knock knock. Who is it? A cliffhanger. To be continued. So, did you liked it? Plus I wanted to ask about the pacing. Please vote below and give me the reason. I will try to improve. Too slow. Too fast. Just perfect. Your opinion means a lot to me, so please don't be shy to comment. And with that, don't forget to add this fanfic to your collection. Recently learned you were supposed to say this too, and don't forget to leave a review. It helps me improve the fanfic further. And, I hear those Jixie Power Stones giggling in your pouch. Could lend me some? I promise to return them later. Trust me. Makes an innocent face. Ahem, peace out. 14, and, not a prank this time, trust me. Hello there. Sir, Joe Mama here. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, we are ranked in the all-time list. Thank you for the support. I love you beautiful people. Now, to the main reason for writing this in. Recently my fanfic is doing really great. With that, a lot of new readers started to read my work, and began to analyze it deeply. They had many small improvements that I could make, but the most one was to have more conversation with the cast. I will surely try my best to improve that. And don't feel like I am sad about people nitpicking about small things. I believe if they spent a solid 5 minutes to write a long analyzing comment, they wish good for me, and want to see this fanfic do good. So, always feel free to let me know how I can improve further, in the comment section, or even better, leave a review. Plus add this thing in your library/collection, would really appreciate it. Peace out. See the comment. 15, Chapter 14, Mock Battles. Add this thing into your library/collection. Hello, there sir. Joe Mama here. Just like I promised in the end, this chapter has much more conversation. And just like always, thank you for your contributions. I really appreciate it. Due to which I am uploading this chapter 5 hours earlier, and will try to write another one as an extra chapter if I don't get more homework today. Hope you understand. Happy reading. Swoosh. The door opened, and All Might entered, posing, coming through the door like a normal person. And the class surged with energy. It's All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher here. Kaminari and Kirishima said, bubbling with excitement. That's a costume from the Silver Age, right? Azui wondered. I am here, as your Hero Basic Training instructor. All Might exclaimed as he made his way to the teacher's table. This is the class where you will be trained in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. And today, we will be doing, dramatic pause, combat training. Oh, the class was even more hyped up. For that, though, All Might paused dramatically and pointed towards the wall. You will be needing your own hero costumes. Swoosh. Racks of square containers appeared out of the wall with different numbers imprinted on them. These costumes are made according to your quirk and your proposed ideas, which you sent in before school started. Let's go. The class erupted. After you all get changed, gather in ground beta. With that said, All Might left for he field, while the class quickly grabbed their respective cases and rushed to the changing room. Can't wait to see you in Aki. Miriko yelled and then ran with Mina and Azui towards the girls' changing room. I still don't understand how she came with the same nickname, but it feels good to be called Aki again. Akeza watched her run away with a tender smile. You Akeza, let's head to the changing room together, Kirishima called out, who was standing with the boys. Guess it's about time I too make some friends. Sounds good. Inside the boys' changing room, everybody was almost done changing. Then Siro exclaimed, damn, Akeza, you've got to share your workout routine, and what is that tattoo? Which caused almost everyone to look towards him. When their eyes found him, they were all equally shocked. Akeza, thanks to his body continuously evolving to match Kenji's strength, has gotten ripped, not the gym type ripped, but the athletic type. However, what shocked them the most was his tattoo. Akeza's tattoos were a lot. From his collarbone down to his waist, a huge dragon wrapped around his torso. The head sat on his chest, while dark clouds swirled along his ribs and shoulders like the thing was breathing smoke. His left arm was a little different. The black ink gave way to sharp, crimson patterns that ran from wrist to elbow. These were bold, jagged shapes that blended in with the rest of the tattoo perfectly. Akaza got this tattoo for the same reason he got a tattoo in his last life, to pay regards to his sister Yuna. I still remember the day I got this tattoo. He still remembered when he showed the tattoo to everyone else. Mirako and Kazuko thought he had joined a gang. Kenji asked for the address of the tattoo shop, and Rumi? Well, she whispered in his ear that he looked even more sexy. Whoa, that looks sick, dude. Super manly. Kirishima commented, giving Akaza the good old thumbs up. Thank you for the compliments, guys, but let's get changed fast. Realizing how much time had passed, they quickly wore their hero costumes and left for Ground Beta. At Ground Beta, the girls were already out waiting for the boys. What is taking them so long? Mina said impatiently. Rumi, who was standing with Mina, was wearing the same costume as the canon. She did ask Akaza if she should change anything, but he told her it looked perfect on her, much to her delight. Rumi gave her a knowing smile. They're most likely bombarding Aki with thousands of questions. Aki? Mina asked, confused. Just a nickname I made for Akaza. She replied with a rare, sweet smile. Mina, looking at her, wanted to tease her, but decided against ruining the tender moment. So she shifted the question. What would they ask him? You will see, Rumi answered back, with her good old wild grin returning on her face. Then they finally saw the boy come through the tunnel, and on the front was Akaza, who gained everyone's attention. Akaza wore a sleeveless steel chestplate with red trim, fitted over his torso. His forearms, elbows, and hands were covered with a pair of silver gauntlets, while his biceps were bare, which revealed his tattoos. A pair of brown pants was secured by 2 belts, with red and white cloth panels hanging at the sides. His knees and shins were protected by more silver armor, shaped to allow movement. The outfit looked built for speed in close combat rather than heavy defense. Rumi slowly walked up to him. Would you look at that? For some reason, I knew your hero costume would be something like this. Though I have to admit it, you just broke the coolness meter with your costume. And just as I said, you look dangerous yet beautiful in your costume. He said, grabbing her hand. Should have put +18 for this scene. Ahem. Looking good, young heroes. Sadly, their moment was interrupted by All Might. Tisk, can't even talk with you in peace, Rumi said, glaring at All Might. All Might, sensing the Rumi, looked away awkwardly while pretending not to see her. Akaza gave her hand a light squeeze. It's okay, we can go on a small date after school ends. Sounds good. Hearing this, she looked back at Akaza with a wide smile. Yes, let's do that, but you will be paying for the food. You got yourself a deal, carrots. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's get started. For this class, you will be split into villains and heroes and fight a 2 versus 2 inside a building. But what about the basic training? Jiro asked. This is the basic training. The battles will give a standing where everyone is, then we will slowly build up on it. When the explanation stopped, the questions started. How will the winners and losers be decided? If we do badly, will we get expelled? Can we just beat them up? How will the teams be decided? Don't I look dashingly handsome? Okay. Allow me to first introduce today's activity. All Might said, already looking tired. For this activity, as I said before, you will be divided into teams of 2. In the 2 versus 2, one team will be the villain team while the other will be the hero team. The villain team will have to place the bomb on one of the floors of the building and protect it from the heroes. Meanwhile, the heroes have to use the allotted time to secure the bomb and save the day. Then he pulled a box out of thin air. As for teams, they will be decided randomly. You will pick a ball from this box, the similarly lettered one will form a team, then we begin. As All Might was done explaining, everyone started to take a ball one by one. Akaza picked his token right after Rumi did hers. Which one did you get? Asked Rumi eagerly. F, how about you? Hearing this, she jumped happily. F, me too. We are on the same team. Looking at the couple from a distance, Uraraka asked Mina, hey Mina, Rumi and Akaza look close, did they know each other before? No, they are more than that. Those two are in a relationship. Mina replied with a teasing tone. Hearing this, Uraraka went completely red. What? Relationship? Like a boyfriend, girlfriend type relationship. Yeah. O0H. I see. Uraraka said awkwardly. Mina wanted to continue with the tease, but All Might did what he does best. He saved Uraraka from Mina. Alright, young heroes gather up. Now, as everyone has picked their balls, let me announce the teams. Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka. Team B, Todoroki and Shoji. Team C, Sato and Yaoyorosa. Team D, Ida and Bakugo. Team E, Ashido and Aoyama. Team F, Akaza and Usajiyama. Team G, Jiro and Kaminari. Team H, Azui and Tokoyami. Team I, Ajiro and Hagakure. And finally, Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Now, I will pick the hero and the villain teams. All Might put his hand on 2 boxes and pulled out 2 balls with the letters A and D. The first match is between Team A, as the heroes, and Team D, as the villains. Let's get started. To be continued. So, how was it? I tried to maximize the reactions, talking, and tried to add some fluffy romance between Aki and Carrots. So let me know. Should I keep writing this way? Yes. No. Thank you for reading this chapter. Now hand over the Power Stones. I need to pay up my rent soon. My landlord only accepts Power Stones as the payment. Trust me. Ahem, peace out. 16, Chapter 15, Extra Chapter, Mock Battles 2. Add this thing in your library/collection. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. Surprised to see me again? What can I say? My death was greatly exaggerated. Today I did not have any big homework, but you know what I did have? A lot of free time, so like the gentleman I am, true to my promise I wrote an extra chapter, to say thanks all you beautiful people out there. Hope you enjoy it. Happy reading. Now, I will pick the hero and the villain teams. All Might put his hand on 2 boxes and pulled out 2 balls with the letters A and D. The first match is between Team A, as the heroes, and Team D, as the villains. Let's get started. With that said, everybody other than Team A and Team D moved to a room with a large screen showing different angles of the building. While looking at the screen, All Might firmly thought, I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites, young Midoriya. While standing behind the crowd, Akaza and Rumi stood together. Who do you think will win? Hearing Rumi's question, Akaza replied, Team A has a higher chance of winning. Bakugo being Bakugo will 100% jump Midoriya, leaving the bomb unguarded, while Uraraka can easily sneak into the room thanks to her quirk. I was thinking the same. She then leaned into Akaza's shoulder. I can't wait to finish this and go on our date, Rumi said with a sweet smile. Akaza then looked around. After making sure no one was looking back, he softly held Rumi's face and kissed her forehead, which left the blushing Rumi, too stunned to speak. Relax, carrots, we will be done soon, Akaza said, then calmly intertwined his fingers with hers and turned his focus back on the screen. Meanwhile, Rumi, still flustered, touched the spot on her forehead where Akaza had just kissed her. Then a small smirk appeared on her face. He, perfectly as planned. You know what to put in the comments, chat. From then on, everything went as it should have. Bakugo jumped Izuku, both of them fought for a while, used their strongest attack, Izuku broke the upper floor, and finally, Uraraka secured the bomb. After the first round, everyone other than Izuku gathered around All Might for the fight review. First of all, congrats to Team A on winning the round. All Might started. As for the MVP of the match, that award goes to young Aitsa. That left most of the class shocked. It's not either of the winners, Okako or Midoriya. Azui asked, confused by the decision. All Might smiled at Azui and followed with a question. Well, why is that? Can someone explain? Instantly, Momo's hand shot up in the air. Yes, sir, All Might. That is because Aitsa adapted the most according to the needs of the assignment he was given. From the start, Bakugo acted without thinking and rushed to Midoriya due to some personal grudge, which left the objective unprotected. While Midoriya's plan somewhat worked, in a real scenario, he could have easily been taken hostage by the villains, which made his plan too rash. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, compromising her position. Only Aitsa, during the chaos, stayed in line with the objective, and alone tried to carry out the job which was meant for 2. The only reason the hero team won is because this was a mock. Finally, Momo finished explaining. Why you are right, Yayorosa. Well explained. She even had more points than I had planned on sharing, All Might thought, sweating. Ahem. Alright, class, let's start with our next rounds. And with that, the next rounds begin. Team B versus Team I, which ended before Ajiro and Hagakure could do anything. Shoto right away froze the whole building, leaving Ajiro and Hagakure unable to move. Shoji did not have to do anything. Team J versus Team H, Asumi and Tokoyami tried their best to get the bomb on time, but failed. Whenever Azui got closer to the bomb, Cyril would just take the area, restricting her movement. Whereas Kirishima just tanked Tokoyama's attacks till the time the timer was up. Team G versus Team E, Mina and Aoyama, could not do anything. Aoyama was too unserious during the battle, so Jiro and Kaminari sailed through the round. Now, it was time for the final round. Only 2 teams are left now. Team C and Team F, head to the building. All Might announced. Akaza and Rumi were the heroes for this round, so they waited outside while Sato and Momo worked on defense. Team C's plan was simple. Momo will barricade the door with the strongest material she can create, while Sato's job is to deal with them after the barricade is broken. Momo then laid a few traps around, just in case. Meanwhile outside, Rumi gave Akaza a knowing smile. You already know where they are, right? Of course, I do. You got any plans? Yes, and trust me they would never see it coming. Rumi replied with a surge of excitement. Then she grabbed Akaza's hand to pull him lower so she could whisper in his ear. Yes, Rumi is really short. After listening to her plan, Akaza started laughing hard. So hard he almost choked himself. This plan. Phew, this plan. Only someone like you can come up with it, and the crazy part is that this is the best option we have. Hearing this, Rumi looked proud like a kid who had managed to convince their parent that they were wrong. Beep. You are good to go, Team F. All Might's voice came out of the speaker. You ready, carrots? Akaza asked Rumi. Rumi jumped into his arms, giggling. Let's do this. Shock pulse, Jeppo. With that, Akaza jumped off. Then, after floating in front of the 3rd floor, Akaza asked Rumi, you sure you want to do this? I can end this faster, you know. Stop acting like a protagonist and let me do something too, Aki. Whatever you say, ma'am. Akaza then lowered Rumi a bit and held her by her hands. Ready. Throw me hard, Rumi replied with her classic grin. And that's what Akaza did. He spun her for 5 seconds, then threw her toward the building's 3rd floor. Rumi flipped mid-air and put her foot towards the building. Inside, Momo and Sato were confused as they could not hear any voices. Are they going to try something crazy like Midoriya? Sato asked, confused. Momo replied with her ever-calm voice. This is not something I expected. Maybe the boom. Just then, the wall behind got destroyed. When they turned around, they saw Rumi standing over the bomb, grinning. Bomb secured. Back in the control room, everybody had the same reaction. What was that? Hagakure mumbled in shock. Did he just fly and then throw Usajiyama into the building? Aitsa asked, as if unsure if his eyes were working perfectly. Soon, all the students gathered together at the exit of Ground Beta. Good work, everyone, All Might started. We did not have any major injuries other than young Midoriya. You all did a good job for your first training. Now, all of you change back to your uniforms and head back to your classroom. I have to go check on young Midoriya. Then, boom, All Might sprinted away. Afterwards, the rest of the day went normally. Akeza started to talk to other classmates, and honestly, he was enjoying it. Living normally, going to school, spending time with your girlfriend, and hanging out with friends. Life is good. As he was lost in thought, Rumi tried to jump at him from behind, but before she could land on her prey, Akeza sidestepped. Ever since you could use that move passively, it's impossible to sneak up on you, Rumi said, trying to act angry at him. Akeza, knowing exactly what she wanted, played along. If for today's date we go to your favorite pork bun stall, will you feel better? Hearing Akeza do what, she happily jumped on Akeza's back and yelled, "Let's get pork buns." Seeing her acting this way, Akeza giggled softly and made way to their favorite place. 20 minutes later, they got their buns and sat down at a bench nearby, enjoying the sunset together. After finishing her bun, Rumi scooted near Akeza, wrapped her arm around his arm, and leaned on his shoulder comfortably. Akeza kept his bun aside and leaned toward Rumi. Contrary to how they normally are, they just sat there in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's presence, and watching the sun say it's finally goodbye to the world. On soft landing. How did you like it? Honestly, I was feeling fuzzy and warm writing the last past, nothing forceful, just soft, simple, real feeling romance. Hope you guys liked it. And come on, I just gave you an extra chapter, you think I will say? Pulls a gun out. Put the stones in the bag right now. Fast. Ahem, peace out. 17, Chapter 16, Nizu. Add this thing into your collection/library. Hello, there sir. Joe Mama here, my bad got a bit late, was really busy. Those who saw what happened yesterday, I am sorry for overreacting. Those who don't know what happened. Some guy called me, a really bad word, and me who was having a bad day due to real life issues, crashed out. Now to the chapter. Enjoy it. Happy reading. Third person POV. Early in the morning, enjoying the morning breeze, Akeza and Rumi made their way towards UA. Why did you start training with Dad again? Did you not already learn everything he had to teach you? Rumi asked, confused. Akeza paused at the question. Phew. Then, after taking a deep breath, he began explaining. Yesterday, when All Might entered the class, I saw his fighting spirit. And to say the least, I didn't know someone's fighting spirit could be that high. I mean, he is All Might. Of course, he will be strong. And even if he is strong, what does that have to do with you training again? Akeza looked at her with a smile. You see, looking at his strength, I realized I can't relax, and that I need to push myself further. So I started to create a new series of moves, to counter brute force by redirecting and deflecting it. Hearing this, Rumi's eyes widened in wonder. WOAW. That sounds so cool. Another plus point is that these moves can be used without shockwaves, Akeza said with a smile. Wait, does that mean I can learn it too? Yup. Akeza said, popping the P in the word. OMG. Thank you, Aki, However, before she could finish, a mic was shoved between her and Akeza. Hey, you, how are all my classes? A news reporter asked. Rumi, however, was on the verge of a crash out. Oi, black eyes, can't you hear the question? The reporter's cameraman asked aggressively. Our class is starting soon, so could you please make wadash? Before Akeza could, Rumi kicked the camera from the cameraman's hands, and then grabbed him by his collar. Who are you calling black eye, bitch? Looking at her reaction, the reporters began to back off. First cut me, while I was talking, then you insulted my boyfriend. I am going. Akeza quickly covered her face while dragging her away from the reporters. When they finally entered the building, he let her go. What was that about? Rumi asked, clearly annoyed. You have to control your anger better. I know you were pissed off because he insulted me, but they could easily spin the whole thing and defame you. To which Rumi just crashed into Akeza's chest. Whatever, Rumi replied, still in Akeza's arms. After calming her down, they both arrived in the class and settled in. Hey, Akeza, Rumi, you saw the crazy crowd outside. Soon, Nina walked up to them. They were annoying as hell. If not for Aki stopping me, I would have kicked that reporter in the face. Grumbled Rumi. It's understandable. Anywhere All Might goes, the media will be there. Akeza replied. Swoosh. The class door opened, and Aizawa walked in. Settle down, everybody. He announced. After everyone had settled down, Aizawa began. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the videos and the results. He then turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, you are talented, so don't act like a kid. I get it. He grumbled. And Midoriya, if you keep breaking your arms, you will lose them forever, keep that in mind. Aizuku just nodded his head. Akeza and Usajiyama, you did a good job, but remember, try not to destroy public property in real-life scenarios. Understood, Aizawa-sensei, Akeza replied with a nod. Now, about today's main event. Remembering what happened yesterday, the class got nervous. You will be choosing your class rep. With that said, he pulled his sleeping bag and lay down on the floor. Wake me up when you are done. And the class erupted in chaos, with almost everybody wanting to be the class rep. Finally agreeing to Itza's suggestion, the class decides to vote. After the voting was done, the top 3 were as follows. 1. Akeza 3. 2. Usajiyama 2. 3. Izuka 2. 4. Momo 2. Seeing this, Akeza cringed. What is this cliché moment? He then looked at Rumi with a smile and nodded, to which she nodded back. Then, at the same time, both Rumi and Akeza spoke. We hereby step down from our positions. That left the class stunned. But why? Itza asked. To him, this is the most sacred position in class, how can someone not want it? Too much work, we'd rather spend our time hanging out together, Rumi replied. TCH, couples, Kaminari muttered. Then by default, Midoriya and Momo will be our president and vice president, Itza announced with a heavy heart. After the decision was made, the rest of the classes went by normally. After a few hours, the lunch bell rang. Akeza got up from his chair to leave with Rumi and his classmates for lunch, but he was stopped by Present Mike. Akeza, Principal Nizu would like to meet you. Please head to the office. The office is on the top floor. So changes in the plot have already begun. Understood, sensei. He left after bidding farewell to Rumi and his friends. Then, after a few minutes, he reached the office and knocked. Principal Nizu, you called for me. Then a voice came from the room. Yes, come on in, Akeza, the door is open. Akeza opened the door and entered the office. The office was your standard principal's office. Come, take a seat. After he sat down, Nizu just stared at him for a while. Then he began. Your quirk is really impressive, Akeza. I have never seen something like this. Why is he talking about this? It helps you generate shockwaves, develop techniques, and best of all. Then he pressed a button, and the whole room was enclosed by metal walls. The ability to heighten your brain's analytical abilities. Nizu ended, with his normal happy, easygoing tone changing to serious and cold. Akeza looked calm from the outside, but inside his brain was working overtime. What is happening? I know from the story that Nizu had something like a split personality, but it was never something like this. And how the fuck does he know about the ability to buff my analytical abilities? Even Rumi does not know that. Calming himself, he asked, what are you trying to, Principal Nizu? Still calm in this situation? Guess I made the right call again. Nizu smiled again, which left Akeza even more confused. Do you know about my background story? Nizu asked. No. Then, Akeza, let me share my story with you, Nizu began. I am a special animal, born with a quirk that gave me intelligence that even surpassed that of humans. Unfortunately, I was captured by them and was tested upon for months. But then justice arrived, I got saved, and the researchers were sent to jail. Nizu ended with a dead tone. That is the story everyone knows, but it's not the true story. As Nizu said this, a dark smile appeared on his face. Akeza, on the other hand, realized something. This world is not as simple as it seems. To be continued. I know. Cliffhanger plus the chapter being kind of small. I had to end it here. The story starts to change from here. Let me know how you liked it. Remember to throw those stones at me and leave a review. Peace out. 18, Chapter 17, Nizu 2. Uploaded a bit early. I have to go somewhere this evening, so enjoy the chapter 1 hour early. Put this thing into your library/collection. Hello there, sir. Joe Mama here. Before we begin today's chapter, please check out. I reincarnated as Alucard in Black Clover, rewrite. And no, this is not because he paid me or anything. The Lost Swordman since day one has helped a lot improving my fanfic, so it's only right for me to do the same. The fanfic is about Black Clover, with Alucard as its MC. Give it a try, it will be worth it. Now to the chapter. Enjoy it. Happy reading. Third person POV. That is the story everyone knows, but it's not the true story. As Nizu said this, a dark smile appeared on his face. Akeza, on the other hand, realized something. This world is not as simple as it seems. Everything till I got rescued and the researchers sent to jail was true. But that's not where the real story begins, Nizu said, with a trace of sadness in his voice. After the researchers were sent to jail, I thought justice was served. The system will punish them for their acts. Haha, what a fool I was. Looking at Nizu's expression, a deep memory surfaced in Akeza's mind. A memory he swore never to forget. That expression. It's the same expression I had on my face when those police officers told me to forget what happened to Yuna. To move on. 1 month. Nizu started. 1 month was all it took for them to be out of jail. Why? Because they were backed by someone from the same, damned, system I believed in. Nizu finished, his voice bubbling with rage. That's when I realized, this world is not some fantasy. This world is unfair, ruthless, and selfish. If you want something, you have to fight for it, and that's exactly what I did. Ha 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 ha. While speaking, Nizu started laughing like a maniac. That day, I learned not everyone deserved a second chance. Some trash must be burned, and that's what I did. And then what happened shocked Akeza to his core. Nizu's eyes. They turned fully black, just like his own. Wait, then does that mean? Yes, Akeza, it means exactly what you think, Nizu replied. You see, after deciding what to do next, I began to work for the government. Within 5 months, I had absolute control over everything in Japan, and when I say absolute, I mean it. Then, using my influence, I established the HPSC, or the Hero Public Safety Commission. While Nizu kept on dropping one bomb after another, Akeza listened, because that's all he could do. He was too shocked to say anything. And they did what the heroes should have been doing in the first place. They burned the trash. Even now, after all these years, they are doing the same. However, just like I predicted, there was some corruption here and there, which was solved without me needing to lift a finger, as a certain sniper had enough. Nizu ended. Now the question is, how did I do that? Yes, I have super intelligence, but even that has limits. He asked, then slowly pointed at his black eyes. You see, whatever those sick bastards did to me worked. It removed the limit from my quirk. As of now, my quirk is developed enough to predict the future. This shocked Akeza yet again. That sounds awfully similar to how my body evolves. 14 years ago, when I formed the HPSC, their first task was to destroy everything and everyone related to this organization that screwed me. The mission lasted 1 week. We destroyed everything, every machine, lab, samples, everything. He paused and pointed at Akeza. Except you. Fuck. That's all Akeza was able to think. It was a miracle you lived. You were dead for a couple of seconds, then I still don't know how you came back to life. From the data, which only I had access to, I was able to find what you were. You see, your parents had sold you off to this organization to repay a debt to some loan sharks, and they tried to do the same thing they tried to do with me. Remove your limit. Then Nizu stopped, allowing Akeza to process everything. After 10 minutes, Akeza finally calmed down and nervously asked, "The orphanage. What about it?" Nizu asked, "Is it real or something run by your agents? Is Kazuko real?" Relax, Akeza. It was real. Kazuko-san, the kids, everything was real. Hearing this, Akeza visibly relaxed. He did not care about his real parents, whether they were dead or not. He did not give a fuck. The only family he knows of is the orphanage, along with Rumi and her family. So, why did you tell me all this? I don't think you told me all this just because we both came out of the same lab. Because I want a successor. He answered, plain and simple. I accept. For the first time, Nizu was genuinely shocked. Just like that? He asked. Just like that? You understand this no-limit power better than anybody else, plus you got the resources, and most importantly, even if I beat villains till they are one breath away from death, you will take care of it, won't you? To which Nizu laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, yes, you are right, I will do everything. However, you got one thing wrong. Akeza looked confused. You can even kill the villains if they try to kill you, Nizu said, smiling. Does anyone know about your second personality? Akeza could not help but ask, as he couldn't see All Might agreeing with him. Nope, no one does, not even the people working in HPSC. You are the first person to find out. If you want to tell someone about this, make sure you completely trust them. Sounds good. Akeza was ready to leave. He could not digest any more information. Alright, I think that should be enough for today. Meet me again tomorrow before the class starts. Nizu said, back to his normal and jolly mood. Click. With a click, the metal sheaths surrounding the office retracted. Then Nizu threw a set of earplugs and a card towards Akeza. Use the earplugs to contact me if you need anything, and use the ATM card to enjoy the benefits of being my successor. He said with a cocky grin. Got it, got it. I understood you are loaded as fuck. See you later, Akeza. With that said, Akeza left the office and made way towards the class. Well, at least I have the license to kill again. Akeza thought, grinning. Soon he reached the class. Rumi recapped everything that he missed. The lunch panic, Aitsa getting it under control, and Izuku giving his position to Aitsa. I missed a lot. Yes, you did, mister. And what took you so long? Rumi could not help but ask. I will explain everything later, Akeza assured her. Looking at his serious expression, she knew it was something important. Got it. You want any help? She asked. Just get your parents to the orphanage, and tell them it's important. And if that old man still refuses, knock him out and drag him along. Listening to the last part, Rumi laughed. You can count on me. Later that day, the class ended, and after saying their goodbyes, Rumi and Akeza left for their respective homes. While on his way back, Akeza felt rather excited to share this with his family. My MC is not like those MCs who hide shit from their loved ones. He knows they got his back, and trusts them with his life. Can't wait to see what kind of face they will make. Soon, he reached the orphanage and noticed Rumi's family car there. They really rushed their way here. Entering the building, he saw Rumi with Mirako and Kenji, whose face looked like it had been punched, sitting with Kazuko. Noticing Akeza enter, Kazuko asked, what did you want to talk about so urgently? Can we all move to a quiet room first? Akeza asked politely. Soon, they gathered in Kazuko's office. Now, could you tell us? Yeah, old man, could you form a soundproof dome around us? Sure. Kenji did as he was asked without any questions. Whoom. A dome big enough to enclose all four of them was formed around them. Okay, so this is what happened. Half an hour later, the dome was now gone, and everyone, even Kenji, wrapped Akeza in a tight hug. Then Mirako spoke. Thank you for trusting us with such sensitive information. And don't worry, even if you were an alien, we would not have left you. She said, her voice filled with motherly love. She is right, I don't care what you do in the future, we will always be with you, brat. Kenji followed. And always remember, we love you, Kazuko added. However, the wholesome moment was disrupted. Oi, you people, get your dirty hands off my boyfriend, he is mine. Rumi yelled as she could barely hug Akeza, which caused everyone to laugh out loud. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, he mentally thanked Yuna once more. Thank you for this life, Yuna. Sue, I bet none of you people expected this twist, right? Be honest, did you like it? Vote down. Hell yeah. Nah, too much. And remember to give me my precious stones. Plus, feel free to leave a review, it helps improve the fanfic. And don't forget to check I reincarnated as Alucard in Black Clover, rewrite, out. Peace out. 19, Chapter 18, USJ. Add this thing in your library/collection. Hello, there's Sir Joe Mama here. Today we finally hit 400k views thanks to you all. In this chapter 1 tried something different, please let me know if it was a hit or miss. Happy reading. Third person POV. The next day, the class was lively as ever, but it quieted down when Aizawa entered. For today's hero basic training, you will be assisted by 3 heroes, which includes me, All Might, and another hero. Aizawa announced. Excuse me, what will we be doing? Siro asked with his hand raised. Aizawa revealed a card with rescue written over it, disaster, shipwrecks, and everything in between. In short, it's rescue training. Some students were excited, while some looked interested. I don't know, man, sounds like a lot of work to me. Kaminari said. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. Stop whining. Kirishima reminded him. The whole class erupted in chaos yet again. Akeza wondered why Rumi was so quiet and turned to her, only to see her sleeping without a care in the world. Haha, always so careless. He thought while chuckling at her. Hey, I am not done yet, Aizawa grumbled. For this class, you can decide what to wear. Either wear your hero costume or gym clothes, I don't care. The training will be held off campus, so we will be taking the bus. That's all, start getting ready. After saying that, Aizawa left, and the boys and girls left to change into their hero costumes/gym clothes. Rumi POV. I was making my way towards the girls' changing room with Mina and Tsuyu. Walking, I started to think about my life so far. Annoying mom all the time. Messing with dad's gym equipment, just to watch him cry over it. Maybe I should not do that again. I thought of remembering him being depressed for the whole week. Then he came into my life. I thought, as a smile formed on my face. Akeza, the dashingly handsome, lovely, caring boyfriend of mine. Yeah, I'm never telling him that. He's already narcissistic enough, I thought, remembering how Kazuko-san told me that Akeza once jokingly mentioned how lucky I was to have him as my boyfriend. And recently, he became even more special. Turns out when he was young, his parents sold him, those fuckers better be dead, to a crazy organization which removed the limit from his quirk, which meant he could grow stronger forever. Plus he got the so-called license to kill, which I thought was fucking awesome. Damn, imagine having a top secret agent as your boyfriend. Sheesh, I want to brag about it. Hehehe, I thought I would giggle a bit. Soon we reached the changing room. Rumi, you have been quiet since morning, you even slept through the class, are you okay? Tsuyu asked me. Oh, that, don't worry about it. I just got too excited training this morning and ended up completely draining myself. I replied as I began to change. You train? Mina asked, surprised. Why are you shocked? Did you think I just laze around all day? I asked, annoyed they had such low expectations for me. Yup. Mina and Tsuyu replied with zero hesitation. These fuckers. I grumbled. Soon we were done changing, and gathered in along the bus, where I spotted Akeza talking with Kirishima. I still can't believe he managed to make friends, I thought, remembering how big of a loner he was. Well, good for him, but, it's time to steal him back. I thought as I rushed towards him. Third person POV. There she goes again, Mina said, looking at Rumi rushing towards Akeza. She can't stay 50 minutes without him. Tsuyu, though, giggling. I can't believe she has such a cute side to her. Behind Mina and Tsuyu, Momo commented, looking at the scene. I know, right. Mina seconded her. After a moment of silence, all of them started laughing. A few minutes later, everyone boarded the bus and left for their location. As the bus started, everybody began to talk. Just as Akeza was about to join in, his earphones ran out. Beep beep beep. He signaled Rumi to go ahead while pointing at his ears. A signal that Rumi understood right away. Then he moved to the back of the bus and put his phone to his ear, pretending to talk to someone. Hello, there, Akeza. How are you doing? Nizu asked through the device. We met this morning, Akeza replied deadpan. Right. I hope you remember everything we discussed, right? Yeah, 80% possibility of a villain attack, and not kill anyone if that happens, as there are too many eyes. I still can't believe he can do this. Akeza thought, still in awe of Nizu's ability to calculate and predict the future through the use of his quirk. I still don't get why we are still going to USJ, even after knowing this. That's because if we were to cancel it, the spy among us would understand that we somehow know how they are working, and try to hide even deeper. For that reason, I have sent All Might along. So that's why he made an error here. Akeza finally understood why Nizu did not predict the scale of this incoming attack. He still doesn't know All for One is still alive. Well, I guess even Nizu can't predict everything. Understood. Take care, Akeza. With that, Nizu ended the call. We are here. Stop messing around. Just then, Aizawa informed everybody about their arrival at the USJ. As the bus came to a halt, everyone filed out in an orderly fashion. While they made their way toward the USJ, Akeza leaned closer and spoke just loud enough for Rumi's rabbit ears to catch. Stay alert. Hearing this, Rumi nodded, full alert now. When they reached the entrance of the building, they were greeted by someone in a fat spacesuit. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. It's Space Hero, 13. Okako exclaimed, clearly excited to meet her. The hero who specializes in rescue missions and has rescued tons of people from disasters. Let's go inside without delay. 13 said, guiding everyone inside the building. As they stepped in, they were greeted by different types of setups, themed after different types of disasters. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. 13 began to explain. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ in short. 13, where is All Might? He was supposed to be here with us. Aizawa questioned her. About that. He did too much hero stuff in the morning and needs time to recover. You know how he is. She answered. Nothing new there. Now, before starting, let me explain to you how my quirk works. My quirk is called Black Hole, which allows me to suck in anything and turn it into fine dust. I can use it to easily clear debris and rescue people. However, my quirk could easily kill, too. She said, her voice turning serious. That is why we must always be super careful. One wrong step can lead to a casualty. In your class with Aizawa, you learn the limit of your strength, and in All Might's class, you learn how to use those quirks in combat. Now, you will learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. Then she paused and bowed like a showman. That is all. Thank you for listening. Which was followed by cheers and claps. It's about to start. Akeza thought, readying himself. His senses sharpened. He began to feel everything around him. Alright then, let's be. Buzz. Now. Suddenly, the lights in USJ went out, and a portal appeared near the fountain. From the portal, a guy with too many hands on him walked out, followed by a giant black creature and many other people. Everyone, this is not a drill. Get ready. They are villains. Aizawa announced seriously. While everyone else looked grim, both Akeza and Rumi had the same crazy grin forming on their face. This will be fun, both of them thought at the same time. Sue, how was it? Please let me know. Now to the main question. Should I switch POVs around like I did with Rumi? Yes. No. Please let me know. And now, put the stones in bag and leave. Oh, and write a review too, it helps me improve the fanfic. Plus, should I make an AUX chapter which have Akeza's moves with description? Yes. No. Peace out. 20, Chapter 20, USJ 2. Add this thing in your library/collection. Hello there, Sir Joe Mama reporting. Did you people miss me? I don't know about you people, but I did miss you. Good news, I killed my finals. My final grades are 2S and 1B. Today was my last final. Now that I am done with it, I will be uploading daily chapters. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Happy reading. No way. There is no way they could get here undetected. As the class began to panic, Momo stepped up. Sensei, what about the sensors? We have them, of course, but... 13 sounded equally confused. Even if they killed the power, the sensors should have been fine. She thought, this most likely is some kind of quirk. Shoto shared. Then the villains begin to move towards the class, seeing that Aizawa stepped forward. 13, start the evacuation. He said as he put on his glasses. Try calling the SCO. However, before he could finish, Akeza started to walk towards the villains. Ida, run back to the school and inform them of the situation. I sense small groups of people spread around USJ. The portal guy will most likely try to separate us. Stay alert, once I start, he might teleport them here, deal with them. With that, he left. Silence followed as they saw Akeza leave. Aizawa-sensei. He can't fight all of them alone. Even if he is strong, he will need help. Izuku panicked. Don't worry about him, Greenhead, just do as he said. The other group will be here soon. Rumi replied, while stretching her legs, ready for the upcoming fight. Hearing this, all turned towards Aizawa. I should not be allowing this, but Akeza does specialize in frontal combat. Aizawa thought. Akeza's entrance exam was still fresh in his mind. He knows what he is capable of. We do as he recommended. Stay alert and wait for the other group to arrive. 13, stay with them. I will assist Akeza, in case he needs it. With that said, he followed Akeza, leaving a shocked class behind. On the other hand, Akeza was now at the edge of the stairs, ready to jump in. He then clicked his hands together. This caused small spikes to emerge from his gauntlets. No mercy. Shock pulse, Soro. Swish. Bullet, POV, the cannon finger villain. I always wanted to be a villain. I found the whole save everyone thing to be utter dogshit. Why should I be a hero and work for the society I don't give a damn about? I can be a villain and do anything. And that's what I did. My quirk finger bullets allow me to shoot compressed bones from my fingertips, a simple yet useful quirk. I robbed banks, kidnapped kids for ransom, and did everything I could to make quick money. The heroes would sometimes catch me, but because they are too good to use excessive force, I easily escaped them. That's how it was supposed to be. That's why when I was offered a huge amount of money to attack UA, I took it. There would only be a few teachers, from what I was told. As for All Might, we had that huge black thing to deal with him. That's how it was supposed to go. I did no OT sign up for this shit, I said, while watching the scene. No, massacre in front of me. Blood everywhere. People with severed limbs. People with broken limbs. People are alive but dead at the same time. This is not how it was supposed to go. I thought, unable to move due to my broken legs. Out of 40 villains here, only the one fighting Eraserhead was in somewhat okay condition. In front of me stood that monster, holding a guy by his hair. His metal gauntlets were covered in blood, and on his face, he had a smile that sent chills down my spine. Aizawa-sensei is almost done. The monster said and started walking towards the guy who hired us. I did not sign up for this shit. I thought before darkness claimed me. Third-person POV. As Akeza began to move towards the remaining villains, Shigaraki had a grim expression on his face. Kurojiri, why did we not have any information about him? He asked. We did, but he was just a student. We never thought a student would already be this strong, this early. Kurojiri replied. Scrap the plan, bring everyone here, and aim for the class. Then he turned towards the Nomu. Kurojiri did that and formed the portals around Class 1A. Nomu, kill that brat along with Aizawa. Shigaraki said, pointing towards Akeza, but he was not there anymore. Ha, where did H- just then? Time slowed down. Shigaraki saw it. He saw it right above him, aiming its leg towards Shigaraki. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. His body was not fast enough. Shigaraki! Kurojiri yelled. Boom! But before Akeza could strike, the Noma's fist slammed into him, hurling him across the room and sending him crashing into the wall, which was followed by silence. What the hell is that brat? Shigaraki mumbled, not sure how Akeza made it to UA. For a second, I thought he was going for my neck. He then turned towards the Nomu, his voice cutting like a blade. Kill that brat. He is too dangerous to be left alive. The creature began to walk forward, its heavy steps echoing through USJ. But just as it began to close in on Akeza, a shadow dropped from above. A villain landed hard between them, his body wrapped in coils of tape. I can't let you do that. Aizawa said, landing beside the wrapped villain. 10 minutes ago, as Akeza cut his way through the villains, his class watched in silence. The bloody scene had left everyone shocked. This is not what they expected. They could never have thought that the cool and relaxed Akeza was capable of doing this. They knew he was strong, but this was something no one saw coming. T13, we have to stop him. Even if they are villains, he can't kill them. That is not how a hero should be. Izuku pleaded to 13. He is right. Heroes should not be acting like this. Okako said in Izuku's support. Oi, Greenhead and Dimples. Are you guys blind? They are unconscious, not dead. Akeza only aimed for their limbs. Rumi answered them, clearly pissed off at them. But still, isn't he overdoing it? He could have restrained them like Aizawa-sensei did. Izuku countered. Ha, are you dumb? What if someone had a quirk that allowed them to escape? What if they take one of us hostage? What will you do then? Cry like you always do? Or wait for Aizawa-sensei, who is busy fighting villains? Rumi walked closer to Izuku, almost grasping him by his collar. Just then, 13 stopped her. Enough, Usagi-yama. Then she turned to Izuku, who was dead silent after listening to Rumi's rant. And Midoriya, she is right. While excessive use of force is discouraged, there is no law against it. Fights are not always the classic hero versus villain, where the hero beats the villain and the villain calmly follows the hero. Sometimes force is needed. Like the rank 2 hero Endeavor, he has many cases where the villain he caught has suffered 3rd to 4th degree burns. Sometimes heroes have to be brutal with their actions. Hearing this, the class went silent, especially Izuku and Okako. Just then, a portal ripped open before them, and one by one, villains began to spill out. Everyone, get behind me. 13 shouted. Well, what do we have here? The famous rescue hero 13? Can I get an autograph? I'm a really big fan. A shark-toothed villain said with a grin. 13 braced herself, her quirk ready to unleash. However, before she could respond, Rumi and Bakugo jumped at the villains. Bakugo blasted a villain straight into the wall, while Rumi came down with an axe kick that crushed the shark-toothed villain beneath her heel. Bring it on, bitches. Rumi taunted all the villains, ready to solo them. Hearing her shout, Class 1A charged at the villains. What's wrong with this class? 13 thought, looking at them. Back to the present. Meanwhile, Akeza was lying under the debris, unable to move. An iron rod had pierced his stomach, his ribs broken, blood leaking everywhere. I overestimated myself. Ha ha ha, Akeza thought, laughing at himself. That thing was meant to kill All Might. No matter how strong I become technique-wise, I can't do shit to that thing. The difference in raw strength is way too much. And he was right. No matter how superior someone's technique is, if they are hit by a truck, they will die. As he was cursing himself for being reckless, something astonishing began to happen. Small golden particles emerged from his skin and started to gather above his head. Before Akeza could wonder about his situation, a small message played in his head. Hearing it, Akeza smiled and started laughing. Ha 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 ha. No way he gave that ability. I should have known what happy meant when he said, my body gets stronger as I face stronger opponents. As Akeza fully got the message, the golden particles fully merged. What was left was a small wheel-like thing hovering over Akeza's head. Clink! The wheel spun once. In another dimension, Happy was chasing a ball that was thrown by Yuna. I still cannot get used to the fact that you enjoy this game, Yuna said, as she watched Happy happily carry the ball back to her. You can't blame me. Even though I am a god, I am still a dog. Happy replied proudly. As he dropped the ball, he stopped, then smiled widely. He unlocked it. Hearing this, Yuna got excited. Finally, now he can 100% become the strongest. That was my aim when I gave him Mahoraga's abilities. I'm a hardcore fan of overpowered protagonists. He declared. Then he turned towards me. You've got to add the overpowered tag, Joe. Happy told me. You're goddamn right, I said, looking at the readers. So, how was it? I made the chapter 1.6k words long just for you people. Now about the chapter. How did you like the POV shifts? Too much noise. That's it for this chapter. And don't forget to drop those lovely power stones. Plus drop a review so I know how to improve this fanfic further. Peace out. 21, Chapter 21, USJ 3. Add this thing in your library/collection. Hello there, Sir Joe Mama here. Sorry this chapter took a while. I had to review the book and figure where I was. Forgot where I was and what I was gonna write. But here it is. The writing might be a bit wobbly as I have not wrote in a while, so feel free to tell me if I could make any improvements. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Happy reading. Ha 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 ha. No way he gave that ability. I should have known what happy meant when he said, my body gets stronger as I face stronger opponents. As Akeza fully got the message, the golden particles fully merged. What was left was a small wheel-like thing hovering over Akeza's head. Clink! The wheel spun once. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Class 1A clashed with the villains. Well, not all of them, most of them were staring at the show in front of them. Boom! Ha ha ha! That's all you bastards got. Bakugo yelled, booming his way through the villains. Don't get cocky, you little shit. A villain yelled as he threw his elongated arms towards Bakugo, but before they could reach him, Bakugo thrust his palms downward and detonated a blast. The explosion rocketed him into the air, momentum carrying him straight toward his target. This happened so fast that before the villain could react, Bakugo's fist was already in front of him. Bam! The fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling unconscious. Still not strong enough. Bakugo thought of the massacre left by Akeza, still fresh in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shoto was surrounded by 3 villains. Do you really think you can take 3 of us alone? One of them said with a cocky grin. Kids these days ma, but before he could finish, all 3 of them were completely engulfed in ice. So I have to make sure they are not dead? Guess my old man is not that crazy. Shoto thought, remembering 13's explanation. Stop running from me you cowards. Shoto was snapped back to reality by Rumi's shout. She was running after a group of 4 villains. The villains had just witnessed Rumi's overwhelming strength. Attack her at once. One of the villains yelled. Suddenly, they all turned around and were ready to attack Rumi together. The only problem was that she was not there anymore. Before they could process what had just happened, Rumi appeared behind them. With a swift, low-sweep kick, she broke all 4 villains' legs. Stop screaming. I just broke your legs, for God's sake. Hearing this, they quickly quietend down. They did not want to piss her off. 13 and the rest of the class just stood there and watched the one-sided beating. Were these kids always this brutal? Or are they following Akeza's footsteps? 13 thought. Wow, those 3 are in a league of their own. Kirishima exclaimed. His eyes filled with admiration. Most of the class had a similar thought. They wanted to be as strong as the top 4 in the class. However, not everyone was on the same page. Keikanshin. Midoriya muttered under his breath, unsure how to feel about this situation. Is this really what it means to be a real hero? He began to doubt his beliefs. Yaoyorozu, we should restrain them. 13 suggested. Hearing 13 call her out, Momo broke out of her awe and began creating metal restraints. After a few minutes, the restraining was done. Now let's get going. We have to make sure Akeza and Aizawa are okay. Said 13. What? You worrying about Aki? Chill, teach, my boyfriend is super strong. Rumi replied, looking like a proud bunny. Sigh. I know how strong Akeza is, but we should still go just in CA. Boom, Akeza being sent to the wall. Before the sentence could even finish, a deafening impact rattled the air, leaving everyone stunned in shock. You were talking about protecting that brat, Shigaraki said, looking at Aizawa under his foot. 2 broken legs and a broken arm. Still think you can protect him? Shigaraki said, pressing his foot harder. Even if it's Sikost Miley Ife. Aizawa replied, his normally lifeless eyes burning with life. And that triggered Shigaraki further. That look. That damned look. You heroes really think you can save everyone? That you are the so-called justice, huh? He asked, grabbing Aizawa by his hair. Now, answer a question for me. If you die, what will you be able to do? Bang. Aizawa was about to answer, but his Shigaraki smashed his head on the ground. Talk now. Bang, bang, bang. What's wrong, hero? You already done? Show me some spine, you fucker. However, before he could continue, Class IA, along with 13, arrived. Aizawa. 13 screamed, looking at the condition Aizawa was in. She looked around to find Akeza, but he was nowhere to be seen. The students began to panic. They could never have imagined seeing Aizawa in such a severe condition. Where is Akeza? Rumi's thoughts darkened. Oi hands, where is Akeza? Looking at the panicking students in front of him, a twisted grin appeared on Shigaraki's face. Oh, that black-eyed kid? You would find his dead body in there. He said, pointing towards the collapsed wall. Hearing his words, Rumi's head went blank. No. He is just fucking with me. Yes, there is no way he can kill Aki. Yes, there is no way he would die that easily. Right. Rumi started to shake. For the first time in her life, she felt sacred and hopeless. Just then, she felt a familiar hand on her shoulder. Turning around, what she saw left her relieved and scared at the same time. There stood Akeza, without his armor, his torso completely exposed and covered in blood. Aki, oh my god, what happened to you? Which bastard did that to you? Tell me. I will kill that bitch. She was cut short by Akeza pulling her into a tight hug. Relax, carrots, can't you see the wounds are already closed? She mumbled, still buried in his chest. When did he get here? Suddenly, Jiro asked. The question left the class and the villains silent, both for different reasons. The class did not see him. He just appeared out of thin air. Like he teleported here. Whereas the villains were shocked by the fact that Akeza had already healed. They know how strong the Nomu is. Heck, that thing was made to kill All Might. But the common question that everyone had was what the golden wheel-like thing was that was hovering over his head. Rumi finally detached from Akaza and asked him, "What is that wheel thing, though?" "Oh, this? Let's just say that my quirk evolved," he replied with a smile. "Gosh, he looks hot with all that blood on him," Rumi thought, blushing. Crazy rabbit. Akaza then turned towards the class. "Stay here, let me handle this." "Sorry, Akaza, I can't let you do that. You have to understand the dash dot. Boom. Suddenly, the air started to vibrate all around USJ. "Relax, teach, I got this." Shock pulse, tempest. He vanished. Where did he go? Shigaraki yelled. Before he could react, the Nomu picked him up and backed off. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked the Nomu, but his answer was answered when he looked at the spot he was standing before. Akaza stood there with Aizawa over his shoulder. Under him was a wide crater. Akaza then vanished again and appeared in front of the class. "How is he doing that?" Shigaraki asked frantically. Meanwhile, with the class, Akaza handed Aizawa to Momo. "Bandage him up." With that said, he turned towards the Nomu, took a deep breath and started to stretch his body. Time to test the upgrades. "So, how was it? Let me know down in the comments section. A huge showdown coming up next chapter." And pulls out a gun. "Put those power stones in bag right now. Plus don't forget to drop a review, it helps me improve this fanfic further. Ahem, peace out." 22 Hello there. Hello people. Remember me? Your friend Mr. Joe Mama. I have been gone for a while, around 1 month. And before you guys flame me, I was busy. Like really busy. Now to the important stuff. 1. I will be putting this fanfic on a pause for the time being. I know this is bad, but hear me out. While writing this I was still a newbie and made a lot of mistakes, plus I did not write with a plan. I just went with the flow. Furthermore, over this 1 month long period I have forgotten everything I was planning on writing. Sad, I know, sorry. But on to the second important stuff. 2. I am planning on making writing a part-time job or even full-time in future. Yes, you heard that right. You see, I have spent 3 years in college gritting my ass every day. Then recently I realized what's the point of doing all this? Why not do something that I enjoy? So I gonna start small. I will be uploading a new fanfic soon and make a Patreon for that, as I am planning on quitting my part-time. And no, the fanfic will not be Patreon exclusive. All the chapters will be released on webnovel after some time, I promise. You don't have to pay a single cent to read my upcoming work. Joining my Patreon will be completely optional and would be more like a donation. So what is this new fanfic about? The name is Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. And you guessed it right, it's gonna be about Black Clover. If not, well now you know. Plus it's gonna be good. And it will have a lot of world building, as there are so many unanswered questions in that manga. So yeah, that's all for me. Hope you are not too disappointed with the news. Once I steady my production of my next fanfic, I will surely continue with the MHA fanfic. Joe out, and love you all. 23 Advanced chapters up. Hello there, Joe Mama here. I have finally set up my Patreon channel, and a good news. I decided to continue with this fanfic. For now I only have 2 advanced chapters for MHA, Akaza and 2 advanced chapters of my next fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. It's gonna be epic. Once I am 5 chapters ahead there I will start updating again. It will take at most 2 to 3 days. Again, the chapters on Patreon will be uploaded here sooner or later, so don't feel pressured to buy a membership. Plus feel free to join it for free. You can get small sneak peeks of the coming chapters. I will attach the link below. Thank you for your support. Joe out. 24 Finally done with the advanced chapters set up. Hello people. Sir, Joe Mama here. I am here to tell you that I finally have plus 5 advanced chapters of MHA, Akaza on Patreon, and plus 3 chapters of Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. You can get a sneak peek of these chapters for free, link at the end of the chapter. Now that I am done with the buffer for Patreon I will be soon adding the next chapter of MHA, Akaza on webnovel soon. Again thank you for your patience, it will be all done soon. Love you all. Joe out. 25, Chapter 21, USJ 4. Hello there. First of all a special THX to the 5 lovely people who already joined Silver Tier on my Patreon. Nick Pearson, Taz, Jinma, Casey Jackson, and David M. September. Thank you guys for helping me do what I love to do. So here it is. Chapter 21. I know it took a while but it's here. Hope you like it. Happy reading. Plus 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 plus. How is he doing that? Shigaraki shrieked, scratching furiously at his neck as raw panic clawed its way past his anger. Back with the students, Akaza gently passed Aizawa's limp form to a stunned Momo. Bandage him up. Keep pressure on the head wound. His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the violent energy that was beginning to radiate from his body. With his teacher safe for the moment, Akaza took a deep, centering breath and began to stretch. His neck cracked, followed by his shoulders and knuckles. Each sound was sharp and deliberate in the tense silence. He was treating this like a warm-up, a simple exercise before a workout. Time to test the upgrades, he thought, a feral grin spreading across his blood-smeared face. Shigaraki, we should back off and let the Nomu deal with him, Kurojiri suggested, his misty form wavering with urgency. He recognized a threat that went beyond simple heroics. This was something more dangerous. What? You want me to run away from that brat? Shigaraki yelled, his voice cracking. The fact that Akaza was not only alive but seemingly more powerful than before was already driving him insane. Think straight, Shigaraki. Kurojiri's voice was firm, cutting through the rage. We cannot even react to his speed, let alone attack him. He can easily outmaneuver my portals, and you need to touch him to use your quirk. The Nomu is our only option. It was designed for this. Let it do its job. The logic, as much as he hated it, was sound. It calmed Shigaraki's frantic scratching. He took a ragged breath, his red eyes fixated on Akaza. Fine, he hissed. Let Nomu deal with him. We have to wrap this up quickly, this show has gone on for way too long. He then turned his gaze to the hulking, bird-brained creature beside him. Make sure he is dead this time. No mistakes. Let's MO. Boom. The command was cut short by a deafening explosion. It didn't come from a clash, but from Akaza alone. He had smashed his foot into the plaza's stone floor, shattering it instantly. Debris flew as he settled into a low, wide combat stance, his hands held open before him. The ground beneath him spider-webbed with deep cracks. It's time to use it, he thought, the grin returning. Merge style, compass needle X Tempest. The golden, will-like construct above his head spun lazily, but the air around Akaza began to warp and vibrate violently. A low hum filled the USJ, a tangible pressure that made the students tremble. Akaza's eyes locked onto the Nomu, ignoring Shigaraki and Kurojiri completely. To him, they were no longer part of the equation. Try to keep up, you freak, he said, his voice barely a whisper, yet it carried across the plaza. He launched himself forward. He didn't just run. He didn't just charge. He blasted off from his position, a living cannonball of flesh and fury. The Nomu, a being bioengineered to react to all might, met his charge head-on. Then they collided. Boom! The resulting shockwave was massive. The very air seemed to buckle and break. The students of Class 1A were thrown back, shielded only by 13's desperate use of her quirk to absorb some of the impact. The windows of the USJ, already stressed, shattered completely, raining down glass like glitter. To the terrified onlookers, the fight became an incomprehensible storm of violence. Akaza and the Nomu vanished. They were no longer two distinct figures, but a singular, untrackable phenomenon. All the class could see, all they could hear, were the aftershocks of their battle. A deafening crack would split the air to their left as a crater appeared in the ground. An instant later, another sonic boom would rattle them from the right as a section of the staircase was crushed. The air itself seemed to crackle and fracture wherever they clashed. To Akaza, however, everything was crystal clear. Too painfully clear. The fusion of compass needle and tempest turned his senses into a hyper-advanced combat computer. He wasn't just seeing the Nomu, he was perceiving its every function. He could see the slight twitch of a pectoral muscle that preceded a left hook. He could feel the shift in air pressure as the Nomu prepared a downward smash. He could predict the trajectory of every attack before the creature's brain had even finished sending the signal to its limbs. The sheer volume of information was immense, a raging flood threatening to overwhelm his mind. But every time his brain felt like it was about to short-circuit, every time the processing load reached its absolute limit. Click! The golden wheel above his head spun once, a single, sharp increment. His body adapted. He got stronger. He met the Nomu's sledgehammer of a fist with his own. Akaza felt his entire arm go numb, the bones in his hand and wrist shattering into dozens of pieces. The pain was blinding, a white-hot scream that tore through his nervous system. But before the scream could even register fully, there was that sound. Click! The wheel spun. A warm, golden energy flooded his ruined limb. He watched in fascination as the splintered bones snapped back into alignment, as torn muscle fibers rewove themselves in an instant. His hand wasn't just healed, it was denser, stronger, and more resilient than it was a second ago. He ducked under a wild swing that tore through the air where his head had been and drove his now-healed fist into the Nomu's torso. It was like punching a wall of solid steel. The creature didn't budge, its shock-absorbing body nullifying the kinetic force. It retaliated with a backhand that caught Akaza across the ribs. He heard and felt multiple bones snap, a grating, what crunch that sent him tumbling through the air. He hit the ground hard, rolling to his feet just as the Nomu descended upon him, both fists raised for a ground-shattering pound. Akaza met the attack with both of his forearms in a crossblock. The impact drove him knee-deep into the stone floor. Both of his arms were broken, mangled, and twisted at unnatural angles. Click! The wheel spun. The bones reset. The pain vanished, replaced by a fresh surge of power. He roared, pushing the Nomu's fists off him and driving a powerful kick into its leg. This time, the creature stumbled back a step. It wasn't much, but it was something. The brutal cycle continued. The Nomu would inflict devastating, crippling damage. Akaza's body would break. The wheel would click. His body would adapt, healing stronger than before. He was using the Nomu's overwhelming power as a forge, hammering his own body into a weapon capable of matching it. The fight raged across the central plaza. Akaza, now fully adapted to the Nomu's speed, began to take the offensive. He was no longer just reacting, he was dictating the pace. His movements were a blur of calculated strikes, each punch and kick rippled with the power of his shockwave quirk. He landed a clean punch on the Nomu's jaw. The creature's head snapped to the side, a clear sign that its shock absorption was being tested. He followed with a series of body blows. But the Nomu was relentless. It felt no pain, only the cold programming to destroy its target. It grabbed Akaza's arm mid-punch and slammed him into the ground, then again, and again. Akaza felt his spine protest, his vision swimming with black spots. He was taking damage faster than the wheel could adapt. The clicks were becoming slower, the healing no longer instantaneous. A deep gash on his arm from the Nomu's sharp fingers remained, bleeding freely. The bones in his left hand, shattered again, were slow to reset. The adaptive ability was reaching its limit. He knew he didn't have much time left. He had to end it now, with one final blow. Pushing off the ground with a final, desperate burst of strength, he created distance between himself and the monster. He took a single, ragged breath, channeling every last ounce of his energy, every bit of power granted by the adaptation, into his fists. The air around his hands grew thick and heavy, vibrating with an obscene amount of compressed shockwave energy. The Nomu charged, sensing weakness. Akeza met the charge. He didn't move to dodge. He stood his ground, both fists cocked back. Destructive death, he roared, his voice raw. He threw both of his fists. It landed squarely on the Nomu's chest with a disappointingly dull thud. The creature's body absorbed the impact, its advance not slowing for a fraction of a second. It raised its own massive fist, ready to deliver the final, killing blow. Twin impact. Then came the impact. Akeza unleashed all the stored shockwave energy not at the Nomu, but into it. He bypassed the shock absorption entirely, projecting a focused, devastating shockwave deep inside the creature's torso. There was a moment of absolute silence. The Nomu froze, its fist inches from Akeza's face. A look of confusion, the first real expression it had ever shown, crossed its bird-like features. Then, a sickening, what crunch echoed from within its body. Its back arched violently. A spray of dark purple blood erupted from between its shoulder blades as a perfectly round, gaping hole blew clean through its back. The light in its dull, already lifeless eyes flickered and died. It stood motionless for a beat, a statue of impending death, before collapsing forward, landing face first on the stone floor with a heavy, final thud. Silence descended upon the USJ. The fight was over. For Akeza, the world dissolved into a haze of pain. The adrenaline that had fueled him vanished, and the accumulated damage hit him all at once. The golden wheel above his head flickered, became transparent, and then faded into nothing. His body screamed. His bones ached, his muscles torn, and blood dripped from a dozen different wounds that were no longer healing. He swayed on his feet, his vision blurring. He saw the shocked faces of his classmates, saw Rumi's wide and her terrified eyes. He smiled at her and said, "That was hella badass, wasn't it?" And then the world went black as he fell forward, unconscious before he even hit the ground. At that exact moment, the main doors to the USJ were blown off their hinges. "I am here." All Might's voice boomed, but his signature smile was gone, replaced by a mask of pure rage. He was followed by the rest of the UA staff, present Mike, Snipe, Cementos, and the others. They took in the scene in an instant, the scattered, defeated villains, Aizawa bleeding out by the stairs, the dead Nomu with a hole in its chest, and Akeza lying unconscious in a pool of his own blood. Aki! Rumi's scream was raw and animalistic. She broke from the group, sprinting towards him, her mind blank to everything but the sight of his broken body. "Rumi, wait!" Snipe called out, but she didn't listen. She fell to her knees beside him, her hands hovering over his body, afraid to touch him for fear of hurting him more. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the dust and grime. No, Aki, wake up, Aki!" she pleaded, her voice breaking. The teachers were on them in a second. Cementos quickly subdued the remaining villains, while others rushed to Aizawa. "We need to get him to Recovery Girl now," one of the medics shouted, already assessing the horrific extent of his injuries. They carefully loaded him onto a floating stretcher. Rumi grabbed onto the side of it, refusing to let go. "I'm going with him," she demanded, her eyes wild. "Young lady, you need to stay here." "It's not safe," a teacher said gently. "I don't care. That's my boyfriend. I'm not leaving him," she screamed, her voice echoing through the massive, damaged facility. They didn't have time to argue. With a grim nod, they began moving, Rumi still clinging to the stretcher, her knuckles white as she watched Akeza's still form being carried away from the battlefield he had just won. So how was it? Let me know in the comments. You can get a sneak peek of these chapters for free, link at the end of the chapter, and if you feel generous, feel free to become a silver tier member. And put the power stones in the bag right now. 26, Chapter 22, Aftermath. Hello there, I am here, with a new chapter. Hope you like it. First of all, thank you to the new member of the silver tier of my Patreon, Tristan Slack, Sink, and Nate Carroll. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. Now, to the chapter. Happy reading. The sterile quiet of the hospital hallway felt suffocating. Rumi sat on a hard plastic chair, her face buried in her mother's shoulder, her body trembled with shuddering sobs that had long since become silent. Her powerful frame, usually coiled with energy and confidence, was slumped in defeat. "It's my fault," she choked out, the words muffled by fabric. "I was right there, I saw him get hit. I couldn't do anything. I was useless." Mirako gently stroked her daughter's hair, her own eyes red. "Shh, baby. No, it is not your fault. You can't think like that. But I should have been stronger." Rumi pulled back, her eyes blazing with a mixture of grief and self-loathing. "What's the point of all my training if I just freeze up when he needs me? I just stood there and watched." Kenji, who had been standing silently by the window, walked over and knelt in front of his daughter, taking her hands in his. His grip was firm and steady. "Listen to me, Rumi," he said, his voice low and serious. "You are strong, incredibly strong. You and your classmates fought off dozens of villains. You protected your friends. Do not ever forget that." He squeezed her hands. "But Akeza, he's different. What he fought, and what he is, operates on another level entirely. You're comparing yourself to a force of nature. It's not a fair comparison, and it's not your burden to carry. Kazuko, sitting beside her, placed a warm hand on Rumi's back. He's right, dear. Akeza wouldn't want you to blame yourself. He would want you to be proud of how you protected everyone else. Right now, all we can do is be here for him. Rumi looked between the faces of her family, the faces of the people who had become Akeza's family, and finally let out a long, shuddering breath. The tears didn't stop, but the violent self-blame began to lessen, replaced by a deep, aching worry. While the students and their families were left to process the trauma of the attack, the teachers and staff had a more important task on their hands, understanding how it happened and ensuring it would never happen again. In Principal Nizu's office, the atmosphere was grim. The UA staff, including a heavily bandaged Aizawa and a weary All Might in his skeletal form, were gathered around a large monitor. The Nomu's DNA analysis is back, Nizu said, his usual cheerful demeanor gone, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. It was a human body, heavily modified and pumped with drugs. But the most alarming discovery is that it possessed multiple quirks. This shouldn't be possible. It's as if someone artificially implanted them. A power to rival my own All Might muttered, his fist clenched. And that leader, the boy with the hands all over him, Tamura Shigaraki, he acted like a man-child, throwing a tantrum when things didn't go his way. But that quirk of his, the ability to disintegrate whatever he touches. It's a terrifying power. Aizawa rasped from his chair, his voice strained. If Akeza hadn't intervened when he did, I'd be dust. Shigaraki may be immature, but his intent to kill is very, very real. That brings us to the next problem, Nizu continued, pulling up security logs. How did they bypass our sensors? There was no forced entry, and the alarms were never tripped. The only logical conclusion is that one of the villains has a quirk that allowed them to warp in undetected. The man made of black mist, Snipe added. He was their transport and their escape route. Without him, their entire operation would have failed. He's as dangerous as Shigaraki. Nizu nodded. An army of disposable thugs, a monster engineered to kill All Might, a leader with a one-touch kill quirk, and a teleporter who can bypass our defenses. This was not a random attack. This was a carefully planned declaration of war by a group with significant resources. Our priority should be to identify Tamura Shigaraki. The staff's primary concern was the villains who had escaped. For some of the students, however, the more pressing battle was the one now raging inside their own minds. Izuku Midoriya's room felt too quiet. His All Might posters seemed to mock him, their bright, smiling faces a stark contrast to the unrest in his mind. He sat on his bed, staring at his own trembling hands. He had been useless. While his classmates fought, he had been frozen. While Akeza battled the villains, he was busy judging Akeza. Rumi's words echoed in his head. What if they take one of us hostage? Followed by 13's justification, her mention of endeavor. It was a brutal, uncomfortable truth. He had been so focused on his own idealistic version of heroism that he hadn't considered the grim realities of a real fight. Akeza hadn't been fighting for glory, he had been fighting to end the threat, completely and efficiently. And what had Izuku done? He had stood back and questioned him. He felt a burning sense of shame rise in his chest. He was weak, and on top of that, he had been arrogant enough to criticize someone who was putting his life on the line. He clenched his fists, the question echoing in the silent room. What did it really mean to be a hero? Was it just saving people with a smile? Or was it sometimes about making the hard, brutal choices to ensure there was anyone left to save at all? The answer, he knew, would not come easily. While Izuku was brainstorming, back at the hospital, Akeza began to move. Consciousness returned to Akeza not as a rush, but as a slow, methodical trickle of information. The first thing he did was check his condition. His body ached, a deep, resonant pain that felt like it was settled in his bones. But he was in one piece. No pierced stomach, no broken ribs. He then replayed the fight in his mind. The Nomu was a wall of pure physical power. His techniques were useless against its shock absorption until the very end. He had been reckless and arrogant, which he had paid the price for. Then he focused on the new power, the golden wheel. Mahoraga's ability. Adaptation. It wasn't endless, he realized. It had pushed his body to its absolute limit and then stopped. The wheel could only adapt him to a level his current physical form could barely handle. Any further, and his body would have torn itself apart. The healing, the strengthening, it had a ceiling. A ceiling that would only rise as his base body grew stronger over time. He couldn't rely on adaptation alone. Raw power wasn't the answer. The solution was refinement. Control. He needed to master his quirk to such a degree that he could bypass durability altogether, just as he had with that final strike. His quirk shockwave felt too simple now, too plain for what it was becoming. It was a power made for combat, for overwhelming and dominating any opponent. Battle God, he decided. A fitting name. Creak. The door to his room creaked open. Rumi stood in the doorway, her eyes wide and bloodshot. She stared at him for a long moment, as if unsure if he was real. When he gave her a small, tired smile, the dam broke. She rushed to his bedside, fresh tears streaming down her face, and threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. "You're awake," she sobbed, her voice thick with relief. "I was so scared, Aki, I'm so sorry, I should have done something." He hugged her back, one hand gently stroking her hair. He let her cry, feeling the warmth of her presence chase away the cold memory of the battle. When her sobs subsided into quiet sniffles, he tilted her chin up. "Hey, look at me." Her tear-filled eyes met his. Before she could start apologizing again, he leaned in and kissed her. It was soft and gentle, a kiss that tasted of salt and relief. It wasn't passionate, but it was grounding, a silent promise that he was here, that they were okay. He pulled back slowly. You have nothing to be sorry for, carrots. Nothing. The next morning, when Kazuko and the Usagiyamas arrived with breakfast, they quietly pushed open the door to find a peaceful scene. Rumi was fast asleep in the chair, her head resting on the edge of the bed, her hand tightly clasped in Akaza's, who was also asleep. They shared a knowing smile, leaving the two of them to their rest. An hour later, they woke the couple up. A wave of embarrassment washed over both of them as they realized their sleeping arrangement, their cheeks flushing red. Akaza, feeling fully recovered, was quickly discharged. They left the hospital together, heading back to school. When they entered Class 1A, they were immediately surrounded. Akaza, you're okay, Kirishima exclaimed, a wide, relieved grin on his face. That was so manly, man, but we were all worried. Your injuries, they looked severe. How did you recover so quickly? Yaoyorozu asked, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. Yeah, dude, the doctor said you'd be out for at least a week, Jiro added, fiddling with one of her earphone jacks. Akaza offered a casual shrug. The fight pushed my quirk past its limits. It evolved. The rapid healing was a side effect. It was the simplest way to explain it. Just as the questions were about to continue, the classroom door slid open. A figure wrapped head to toe in bandages, looking like a literal mummy, walked in. The class gasped. Aizawa-sensei. Quiet down, Aizawa's muffled voice instructed. He walked to the podium. His visible eye scanned the room before landing on Akaza. Akaza. You disregarded my instructions, but your judgment call saved lives, including my own. You have my gratitude. Coming from their stoic teacher, it was the highest possible praise. A murmur of respect went through the class. Now, on to business, Aizawa continued, his tone all serious. Your fight isn't over yet. A wave of anxiety washed over the students. Another villain attack? The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The tension in the room instantly broke, replaced by shouts of excitement and relief. Is it really okay to hold the sports festival so soon after the villain attack? Jiro asked. It's necessary, Aizawa explained. The administration believes this is the perfect opportunity to show that our school is still strong and that the situation is under control. Security will be 5 times what it was in previous years. This event is a huge chance for all of you. It's a gateway to your future. Don't waste it. Wonder how it will turn out. Akaza thought, as a smirk formed on his face. So, how was it? Let me know in the comments. You can get a sneak peek of these chapters for free, link at the end of the chapter, and if you feel generous, feel free to become a silver tier member. And put the power stones in the bag right now. 27. A poll is up. Hello guys, I have a really important decision to make. Feel free to vote on it on my Patreon and don't worry, this poll is accessible to all. Free members included. So please cast your vote. It will be up for a few days only. Joe out. 28. Chapter 23. UA Sports Festival. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. A new poll to check it out for free. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the free members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. And the new silver members Deist, Victor, Total 77 and Dutch Viking. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The UA Sports Festival is a massive event, televised across the entire country, and even internationally, Aizawa explained, his voice droning on with a rare hint of energy. It's your greatest chance to get noticed by pro heroes. In the past, students have received internship offers, even sidekick proposals, based solely on their performance here. Don't take this lightly. He clicked a button, and a diagram of the festival structure appeared on the screen. The festival is divided into 3 main events. The first is a massive preliminary race to whittle down the competition. The top 42 students will advance to the second event, a cavalry battle. From there, the final 16 will proceed to a one-on-one tournament. Win that, and the world will know your name. Under her desk, Rumi nudged Akaza's foot with her own. He glanced over, and she gave him a subtle, challenging grin. He smirked back, tapping her foot in return. Game on. That is all, Aizawa concluded. The festival is in 2 weeks. Train accordingly. Class dismissed. The moment the bell rang, the students began packing up, a buzz of excitement and nervous energy filling the room. But when Aizawa went to open the door, he stopped short. It was blocked. A dense crowd of students from the other hero course departments, general studies, and support courses stared them down, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and hostility. What's going on? Uraraka asked nervously. They're scouting the competition, Bakugo grumbled, looking thoroughly unimpressed. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us for themselves. A student with wild purple hair and tired eyes stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over them. So this is the famous Class 1A. You don't seem so special. I heard you're all pretty arrogant. As other students began to murmur in agreement, another voice cut through the noise. I came to say that if you get lazy and rest on your fancy titles of Class 1A, we'll sweep the rug right out from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. Just as Akaza was about to step forward and calmly disperse the crowd, he felt a blur of motion beside him. Thwack! Rumi's leg shot out in a lightning-fast kick, the sole of her shoe connecting squarely with the purple-haired boy's face, sending him stumbling back into the crowd. A collective gasp filled the hallway, followed by immediate outrage. What the hell was that for? Someone yelled. She's just as arrogant as they say. What a brutal bitch. Before Rumi could leap into the crowd and, as she would later put it, lay down more bodies, Akaza sighed, stepping forward. He hooked an arm under her legs and another around her back, effortlessly lifting her into a bridal carry. My sincerest apologies, he said to the stunned crowd, his voice calm but firm. My girlfriend can be a bit enthusiastic. She's working on it. He started to walk away, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. The playful tone was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp edge. But she has a point. Don't get cocky. We'll see you all on the field. Try to keep up. With that, he carried a protesting Rumi down the hall, leaving a bewildered and thoroughly intimidated crowd in their wake. That night, Akaza sat alone in Kenji's dojo, meditating. The fight at the USJ replayed in his mind. Raw power and adaptation had saved him, but it had been a clumsy, inefficient victory. He had been a hammer, and the Nomu had been an anvil. A better fighter would have used a chisel, a hand tool with a sharpened metal blade. He thought of Kenji's movements during their spars. Fluid and controlled, turning Akaza's own force back against him. There was a discipline there, a mastery he lacked. His style was all aggression, all destruction. He needed a counterpoint. A defense that was also an offense. A style that could flow around overwhelming strength and dismantle it from the inside. His mind drifted to an old, nearly forgotten memory from his first life, an anime he'd watched with Yuna. A silver-haired old man, a master of a martial art that moved like water but struck like shattered rock. Water stream rock-smashing fist. The concept clicked into place with the force of a revelation. That was it. That was the path forward. The next 2 weeks became a blur of relentless, focused training. Kenji stood in the center of the dojo. The principle is simple, the execution is not, he explained, his battle aura flaring softly. You do not meet force with force. You guide it. You become a calm stream, letting the opponent's momentum carry them off balance. Then, when they are vulnerable, you become a raging river and shatter them. Hearing this, Akaza cringed. The old man sounds like an old master from those Chinese novels. Akaza spent days just practicing the footwork, the fluid, circular motions. At first, it felt alien. His body was conditioned to meet attacks head-on, to overpower and break through. Kenji would throw weighted balls at him, and instead of shattering them with shockwaves, Akaza had to learn to catch their momentum, spin with them, and redirect them into a target across the room. It was frustrating. He failed hundreds of times. Meanwhile, he trained Rumi in the art of sorrow. You're trying to use brute force, he told her as she panted, having just kicked the ground for the 10th time in a row. It's not about how hard you kick. It's about speed. 10 rapid, explosive taps against the ground in a fraction of a second. It's not a jump you're kicking off the air itself before your feet have even truly left the ground. He demonstrated, vanishing and reappearing behind her in a whisper of displaced air. Her eyes lit up with understanding. She spent hours practicing, her powerful legs a blur, until she could cross the dojo in what looked like a single, instantaneous step. Kenji oversaw it all, a demanding but brilliant instructor. He'd spar with them both, his movements a masterclass in efficiency, forcing Akaza to use the fledgling principles of his new style and pushing Rumi's newfound speed to its limits. One evening, after a particularly grueling session, they lay on the dojo floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Rumi had a small cut on her cheek from a misjudged redirection. You're getting it, she said, her voice breathy. That water thingy style. It's scary. Akaza chuckled softly. He sat up, gently tilting her face towards him. He dabbed at the scrape with the corner of his training GI. You mastered sorrow in less than a week. That's scary. Their eyes met, and in the quiet of the dojo, with the moon casting long shadows through the door, the exhaustion and the ambition and the rivalry melted away, leaving only a soft, comfortable affection. She leaned into his touch, a small, tired smile on her face. In that moment, they weren't just training partners, they were simply Aki and his carrots, finding a moment of peace in the storm. By the time the 2 weeks were up, they were different. Akaza's movements were no longer just brutally direct, they had a new grace, a fluid deadliness. Rumi's speed was terrifying, her kicks appearing from nowhere. They were ready. The day of the sports festival arrived. The roar of the crowd in the massive stadium was a physical force, a wave of sound that washed over them as they walked through the tunnel. In the Class 1A waiting room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. As students stretched and mentally prepared, a figure approached Akaza. It was Shoto Todoroki. Akaza, he said, his voice level. I want to thank you for what you did at the USJ. Seeing you fight to protect us, it gave me the push I needed. I am going to win today, using only my mother's power. I will prove to my father that I don't need him. Akaza looked at him, seeing the deep-seated pain behind the cold determination. He thought of Yuna, of the family he had lost and the one he had found. He's still your father, Todoroki, Akaza replied, his voice softer than anyone in the room expected. Family can be harsh. They can make mistakes, but fighting them it might not be the answer. Sometimes, you have to try to understand them. Cherish what you have, because it can be gone in an instant. Rumi, sensing the weight behind his words, slipped her hand into his and squeezed it. He squeezed back, a silent acknowledgement. Yaoyorozu and Kirishima, sitting nearby, exchanged a surprised look. They had expected a confident boast from Akaza, not a quiet, heartfelt piece of advice. Shoto stared at him, Akaza's words creating a crack in his icy resolve. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod and walked away, a storm of conflicting thoughts brewing within him. And now, the freshman whose amazing performances rocketed them to the top. The hero courses Class 1A. President Nick's voice boomed as they walked onto the field. The roar of the crowd was deafening. They lined up before a small stage where the R-rated hero, Midnight, stood with a whip in hand. Ooh, she's hot, Kaminari whispered, getting an elbow in the ribs from Jiro. After a rather suggestive speech, Midnight called out, "Now, for the student pledge." From Class 1A, Akeza. He walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and looked out at the thousands of expectant faces. "It doesn't matter what your quirk is, or which department you're from," he began, his voice clear and steady. "Today is about pushing past your limits. Try your best, and don't worry about the results. That's what being a hero is about." A murmur of appreciation rippled through the students. In the stands, Kazuko and Mirako smiled, proud of his maturity. Then, he smirked. "And don't worry about the results," he finished, his voice dripping with confidence, "because I'm going to win anyway." The stadium erupted. The other classes exploded into a chorus of boos and insults. In the stands, Kenji threw his head back and roared with laughter. "That's my boy." Mirako and Kazuko both slapped their foreheads in shared embarrassment, while the orphanage kids started cheering louder than ever. Akeza walked off the stage, unfazed, as Midnight announced the first event, a 4-kilometer obstacle race around the stadium. Everyone gathered at the massive starting gate, the air crackling with tension. The lights on the starting board counted down. 3, 2, 1. The buzzer blared, and the race for the top began. So, how was it? The race starts. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now. Hope you would like it. A pool will be out soon, I will let you know. 29, Chapter 24, UA Sports Festival 2. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. A new poll to check it out for free. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the free members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. Ready, set. Present Nick's voice echoed through the stadium, a physical presence that vibrated in everyone's chest. The air at the starting gate grew thick with anticipation, muscles coiled, quirks ready to fire. Go! The buzzer's shriek was lost in the thunderous stampede of feet. The wide field funneled into a narrow corridor, and just as predicted, it became an immediate, chaotic bottleneck. Students pushed and shoved, their quirks flaring uselessly in the tight press of bodies. And they're off. But wait, the gateway is a total traffic jam. A classic UA. Welcome, forcing our contestants to push and shimmy their way through. Present Mike screamed into his microphone. It's an intentional design flaw, Aizawa's tired voice cut in. The first test is seeing who is clever enough to bypass the mob. Anyone who gets stuck here isn't thinking like a pro. As if on cue, two figures separated themselves from the herd, and we already have our leaders breaking away. In a stunning display of aerial mobility, Akeza uses his quirk Shockwave Yarno, Battle God, to literally walk on air, soaring right over the competition. Akeza kicked off the air in a series of rapid, explosive steps, gracefully ascending above the struggling crowd below. He was followed almost immediately by a flash of white. Right behind him is Rumi Usagiyama. Look at that agility. She's running along the walls like gravity is just a suggestion. Her rabbit quirk is on full display. Rumi, her legs glowing with a faint red aura, leaped from the ground to the corridor wall, her powerful limbs propelling her forward in a gravity-defying sprint. Before the crowd could fully process their lead, the rest of Class 1A made their move. A wave of ice shot forward, coating the ground and the legs of several unfortunate students from other classes. Shoto Todoroki glided effortlessly over the frozen path he'd created. Cold. Todoroki from 1A freezes the competition and surfs his way into the lead pack. That's a powerful and ruthless strategy. You icy bastard. Bakugo roared, using controlled explosions from his palms to blast himself over the frozen students and into the air, his face a mask of fury. Yayorozo created a pole to vault herself over the crowd, while Aitse used his incredible speed to navigate the few open gaps. Mineta bounced along on his sticky purple balls, and Suyu used her long tongue to swing from the ceiling. One by one, Class 1A proved why they had survived the USJ, using their quirks with an ingenuity that left the other students stuck in the dust. Emerging from the tunnel, the leaders were met with a new sight. The ground trembled as massive shadows fell over them. And the first obstacle is Robo Inferno. Present Mike yelled as dozens of zero-point robots from the entrance exam activated, their single red eyes locking onto the students. Two of the colossal machines moved to block Akeza and Rumi. It was a fatal mistake. Our leaders are confronted. Can they get past these titanic obstacles? Akeza didn't even slow down. Shot pulse, Tempest. He became a blur, merging the aerial steps of Jeppo with the instantaneous burst of Soro. He shot forward like a bullet, his body surrounded by a vortex of crackling shockwaves. His fist connected with the robot's chest, and with the force of his enhanced speed and strength, he didn't just punch it, he pierced straight through it. A massive hole was blown clean through the zero-pointer's torso, and it collapsed behind him in a shower of sparks and ruined metal. Unbelievable. Akeza just punched a hole through that thing. He went right through it like it was paper. He's not wasting any energy, Aizawa noted, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Identified the target, neutralized it, and moved on. Efficient. At the same time, Rumi's aura flared brighter. She used Soro, vanishing from her spot and reappearing in the air just before the second robot. She spun, bringing her leg around in a devastating axe kick. The impact, amplified by her aura and speed, shattered the robot's head, sending its metallic skull crashing to the ground. And Usajiyama isn't letting up. She decapitates a zero-pointer with a single kick. This duo is absolutely dominating. Behind them, Todoroki simply waved his hand, and a massive glacier of ice erupted from the ground, freezing several robots in place, their limbs locked in awkward, immobile positions. He ran through the path he'd cleared without a second glance. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, their bodies hardened, simply punched their way through the smaller robots, their fists turning metal to scrap. The rest of the students followed suit, using their unique quirks to bypass the now unbalanced and frozen machines. The next obstacle was a vast chasm connected only by a series of tightropes, the fall. For Akeza, it was barely an obstacle at all. He continued his flight with Jeppo, soaring over the chasm without breaking stride, and Akeza easily clears the second obstacle. His ability to fly is a massive, perhaps unfair, advantage in a race like this. Mike screamed. Life's not fair, Aizawa grumbled. He's using his quirk to its fullest potential. That's the point. Rumi didn't hesitate either. Her rabbit quirk gave her impeccable balance. She landed on the first rope and sprinted across, her movements light and impossibly fast, leaving the ropes barely swaying in her wake. The crowd watched, mesmerized, as others struggled. Tsuya swung across with her tongue, Hatsum used her support gear to grapple her way over, and Yurika made herself weightless to float across. The final obstacle was a massive minefield. Explosions dotted the landscape as students carefully tried to navigate the treacherous terrain. Akeza flew over it. Rumi, however, wasn't as neat with her approach. With her enhanced speed, she was a white blur, dashing across the field so quickly that the mines exploded harmlessly behind her, unable to catch up. Akeza crossed the finish line first, the stadium erupting into a deafening roar. Rumi was only a few seconds behind him, securing second place with ease. In the stands, Kenji was on his feet, laughing hysterically. That's how you do it. Miriko and Kazuko were hugging, tears of pride in their eyes, while the orphanage kids were screaming Akeza's and Rumi's names at the top of their lungs. Akeza waited for Rumi at the finish line. When she arrived, panting slightly, he bumped his fist against hers. Not bad, carrots, he said with a grin. You cheated, she shot back, though she was smiling. Flying doesn't count. Their banter was interrupted when the jumbo screen showed the drama unfolding behind them. Bakugo and Todoroki were locked in a fierce battle for third, blasting and freezing each other. But as they fought, a massive explosion erupted from the back of the minefield. Izuku Midoriya came soaring through the air on a piece of robot plating, propelled by the chain reaction of mines he had set off. He landed clumsily but safely, securing third place and leaving the other two in his dust. Over the next several minutes, the remaining 42 contestants crossed the finish line. Midnight cracked her whip to get everyone's attention. Congratulations to our 42 finalists. Now, for the second event, the Cavalry Battle. She explained the rules. Students would form teams of 2 to 4, with one rider and others acting as the horse. Each person was assigned points based on their race ranking, and teams would try to steal headbands from each other. And the points are Midnight purred, a massive leaderboard appearing behind her. In last place, 42, you get 5 points, and so on, and the point value for our first place winner is 10 million. All eyes swiveled to Akeza. He was no longer a competitor, he was a final boss. But then, Midnight held up a hand. However, after a brief consultation with the judges, we are invoking a special rule for this year. Due to his unique ability of sustained flight, participant Akeza is deemed an impossible target to capture in this event. To maintain competitive balance, he will automatically advance to the final tournament round. A murmur went through the crowd. It was unprecedented, but logical. A shocking turn of events. Akeza is so overpowered he gets a free pass to the finals. Talk about a VIP ticket. Akeza simply shrugged. He turned to Rumi, who was now the de facto target with her second place points. He leaned in, gave her a quick, soft peck on the cheek, and whispered, "Good luck. Don't hold back." The stadium, which had been buzzing with the rule change, went completely silent for a second, then exploded. Whoa, did you see that? A good luck kiss right on the field. Young love is in the air, folks. Mike shrieked. Shut up, Aizawa sighed, already getting tired of the living speaker beside him. In the stands, Kenji grinned ear to ear. Attaboy. Miriko and Kazuko just smiled warmly at the sight. The girls in Class 1A let out a collective ah, while Kaminari looked ready to cry with envy. Akeza ignored them all and headed back towards the waiting rooms as instructed. He found an empty one, the distant roar of the crowd muffled by the thick walls. He lay down on a bench, hands behind his head. A free pass, huh, he thought. Wonder what other differences will pop up this time. With the cavalry battle about to begin, he closed his eyes. Might as well get some rest. Plus 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 plus. So, how was it? The race starts. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now. Hope you would like it. A pool will be out soon, I will let you know. 30, Chapter 25, UA Sports Festival 3. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter, one would like to thank all the free members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names, and the new silver member Tim. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The final moments of the Cavalry battle were a chaotic storm of quirks and desperate gambles. When the dust settled and the buzzer blared, 4 teams remained standing, their headbands and their places in the final round had been secured. Time's up. Present Nick's voice boomed across the stadium. Let's take a look at our top 4 teams. In first place, Team Usajiyama. Second, Team Bakugo. Third, Team Shinso. And in a last-minute upset, 4th place goes to Team Midoriya. Team Shinso was a surprise, Aizawa commented, his tone flat. He leveraged his quirk perfectly to manipulate other teams. A smart, if unsettling, strategy. And there you have it, folks. These are the 15 students, plus our 1 VIP pass holder, who will be advancing to the final event. Let's give them a huge round of applause. The screen displayed the names of the finalists. Aizuka Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tinya Aitsa, Fumikage Tokoyami, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ashido, Mizo Shoji, Opako Uraraka, Denki Kaminari, Hanta Siro, Hitoshi Shinso, Tetsutsu, Ibarishi Ozaki, and Rumi Usajiyama. Alright, listeners. Mike announced. We'll be taking a short break for lunch before we kick off the main event. See you all back here soon for some one-on-one action. As the crowd began to disperse, Rumi started heading towards the waiting rooms, an excited look on her face. Before she could reach the door Akeza had disappeared into, a figure stepped in her path. It was Shoto Todoroki. Usajiyama, he said, his voice polite but firm. I need to speak with Akeza. Alone. Rumi crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Oh, and what makes you think I'm just gonna let you waltz in there? Got some secret plan to steal his 10 million point headband. It's important, Shoto stated simply, not rising to the bait. She stared at him for a long moment, then sighed dramatically. Fine, but if you make him miss lunch, I'm holding you personally responsible. And trust me, you don't want that. With a final, SUS glance, she turned and hopped towards the cafeteria. Inside the quiet waiting room, Akeza was leaning back on the bench, a small, high-tech earplug in his ear. Everything is proceeding as expected, Akeza, Nizu's cheerful voice chirped through the device. Your performance was, shall we say, sufficiently dominant. It was a warm-up, Akeza replied honestly. The real fights are next. How are things on your end? Quiet, for now. But I had to call about the updated report on your quirk. Battle God, that's quite a bold name. Akeza smirked. It felt appropriate. I think the experiments did more than just remove my limits. My shockwave generation, the analytical enhancement, the adaptation, it feels like they've all merged into one cohesive system. The wheel that appeared at the USJ seems to be the core of it, adapting my body and power in response to threats. My base is stronger, and my potential for growth feels endless. A sound that could only be described as gleeful giggling came from Nizu's end. Excellent. Your progress is exceeding even my most optimistic projections. Which brings me to my proposal. I'd like to offer you a special internship during the summer break, directly under my supervision, of course. It will involve proactive hero work. Akeza's eyes sharpened. He knew exactly what Nizu meant by proactive. I'm listening. Some threats can't be dealt with through the standard channels. Some trash needs to be taken out before it stinks up the whole city. There may be missions where lethal force isn't just an option, but a necessity. Contrary to what some might expect, Akeza didn't hesitate. A cold, sharp grin spread across his face. I'm ready to clean the streets, Nizu. Just point me in the right direction. A sound of manic, high-pitched laughter echoed through the earpiece, and Akeza found himself chuckling along with it. A soft knock at the door broke the moment. I have to go. Someone's here. Very well. We'll speak more later. And Akeza? Do put on a good show. Akeza removed the earplug just as Shoto Todoroki entered the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Todoroki, you all right? Akeza asked, sitting up. Shoto remained silent for a moment, his fists clenched at his sides. He took a deep breath. What you said earlier about family, what did you mean by it? Akeza answered him calmly. I meant exactly what I said. You should cherish the family you have. That seemed to be the final crack in Shoto's composure. Cherish him? He asked, his voice low and trembling with rage. My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor. All he's ever cared about is surpassing all might. He couldn't do it himself, so he decided to create a child who could. He forced my mother into a quirk marriage. He put her and my siblings through hell. The training he forced on me, it was torture. My mother, she couldn't even look at my left side. She said it reminded her of him, and then she poured boiling water on my face. He traced the scar over his eye, the story spilling out of him like a torrent. He broke her. And for that, I will never forgive him. I will win this festival using only her ice, without ever touching his fire. I will reject everything he is. When he finished, the room was heavy with a suffocating silence. Akeza listened to it all, his expression unreadable. So you'll cripple yourself, Akeza stated, not as a question, but as a fact. You'll fight with half your strength just to spite him. By doing that, you're letting him control you just as much as he did when you were a child. You're defining your entire life in opposition to him. Doesn't that just make you the other side of the same coin? Shoto stared, speechless. That power isn't his. It's not your mother's, either. It's yours, Todoroki. You decide what to do with it. You can be the hero you want to be. Live for yourself. Akeza's gaze softened slightly. I know it's hard. Forgetting what he did might be impossible. But sometimes even a family like yours deserves a second chance. He paused, a flicker of a dark memory crossing his mind. Not my family from my last life, he thought with a familiar, cold bitterness. Fuck them. Meanwhile, in a less crowded section of the stands, Endeavor stood with his arms crossed, his fiery aura practically scorching the air around him. All Might, in his buff form, cautiously approached from behind. It's been a while, Endeavor. You're looking as intimidating as ever, All Might said, trying for a friendly tone. All Might, Endeavor grunted, his voice a low growl. He didn't turn. Get out of my sight. Don't stand behind me. I might accidentally incinerate you. All Might sighed internally but pressed on. Your son, Shoto, is truly impressive. His control over his ice is remarkable, and his judgment is top class. He's giving this festival his all. That is a matter of course, Endeavor replied, finally turning to face him, his turquoise eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. He has a duty to surpass a fossil like you. That is why I created him. The word created hung in the air, cold and possessive. All Might's smile faltered. Created? That's a harsh way to talk about your own son, isn't it? Endeavor sneered, a plume of smoke escaping his lips. He is my greatest masterpiece. Soon, the age of my creation will begin, and your time in the sun will finally be over. He will fulfill my ambition. The sheer, naked obsession in Endeavor's voice was chilling. All Might looked from the father's burning ambition to the son's cold rebellion down on the field. He saw not a family, but a tool and its resentful master. And for the first time, he truly understood the crushing weight that Shoto carried on his shoulders, a weight far heavier than just being the son of the number 2 hero. Back in the stadium, the lunch break was over. The 16 finalists gathered on the field. And we're back, folks. Present Mike roared. For our final, ultimate, head-to-head showdown, a one-on-one tournament. Midnight cracked her whip. The matchups will be decided by a random drawing. Let's see who our first fighters will be. The large screen behind her flickered to life, shuffling names before finally settling on the complete bracket. Round 1 matchups. Akeza vs Hantashiro. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Tinya Aitsa vs Mizo Shoji. Mina Ashido vs Shoto Todoroki. Rumi Usajiyama vs Denki Kaminari. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Ibarashi Ozaki. Katsuki Bakugo vs Okako Uraraka. Hitoshi Shinso vs Izuka Midoriya. A buzz went through the crowd as they analyzed the potential path to victory. If the favorites won, the semifinals would be a clash of titans, Akeza vs Shoto, and Rumi vs Bakugo. Let the final event, Midnight declared with a grin, begin. Plus 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 plus. So, how was it? The conversation's good? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 31. Finally done with the setup. Hello guys, Joe here. I am finally done with fully setting up my Patreon. You can be a free member too, and get a sneak at the early chapters, like the first few paragraphs. And for $5 you can get the following. 1. 5 advanced chapters for MHA, Akeza. 2. 3 advanced chapters for Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. 3. Share your ideas or recommend new fanfics. 4. And most importantly, it motivates to work harder and supports me to commit more time on writing fanfics. Link below. Again, this is completely optional, all the chapters will be realized here eventually. Again, I thank you all for your support. I will keep delivering a quality fanfic to all of you. Joe out. 32. Chapter 26, UA Sports Festival 4. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1, would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. Let me know your opinion of the chapter XD. Plus 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 plus. All right people, are you ready for the main event? Present Nick's voice blasted through the stadium speakers, a wave of pure energy. The first 2 rounds are over. It's time for the real deal. A series of one-on-one, no holding back battles. Get ready for some action. Just try not to be too loud this time, Aizawa's monotone voice deadpanned beside him. First up, we have 2 powerhouses from the hero course. He dominated the preliminaries, the man whose power is so overwhelming we had to give him a free pass. Give it up for Akeza. The crowd roared, a mix of cheers and boos still echoing from his student pledge. In the stands, the orphanage kids were on their feet, screaming his name, while Kenji chuckled into his hand. And his opponent. He's got a quirk that's perfect for capturing villains and looks super cool doing it. From Class 1A, Hantashiro. At the entrance gate, Akeza stood calmly as Rumi gave him one last look. You better not lose before you get to me, she said, her tone a mix of a threat and a promise. Akeza's serious expression melted away. He smirked, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her close with dramatic flair. He lowered his voice, adopting the arrogant tone of a young master from an old drama. You woman, you dare question the strength of this young master? Rumi's eyes widened for a second before she burst out laughing, immediately playing along. She gave a mock bow. Forgive this one for her ignorance, young master. This one is still green behind her ears. They held their serious expressions for another moment before breaking into shared laughter. Entering the arena, Akaza. He let her go, his playful demeanor vanishing as he stepped into the light. Good luck, Rumi whispered genuinely. He walked onto the concrete stage where Ciro was already waiting, stretching his arms. Hey, man, Ciro said with a nervous but friendly grin. No hard feelings, okay? But don't hold back on me. I wouldn't dream of it, Akaza replied, his voice completely serious. He bent his knees slightly and slammed his foot onto the ground. Crack! A complex, snowflake-like pattern materialized on the stage beneath him. Destructive death, compass needle. Ciro's friendly expression froze, replaced by sheer panic. Whoa, chill, I was joking. He yelped, waving his hands frantically. You don't have to get all serious, it was just some friendly trash talk. Begin. The word cut through Ciro's panicked explanation. Wasting no time, he shot both his arms forward, launching two streams of thick tape aimed at wrapping Akaza up and pulling him out of bounds. And Ciro makes the first move, a smart and fast attempt to immobilize Akaza. Akaza didn't move from his spot. As the tape flew towards him, he simply raised his hands, his movements fluid and calm, like a stream flowing around a rock. He met the incoming tape not with force, but with open palms, redirecting their paths. With a grace that seemed impossible, he twisted his body, guiding Ciro's own quirk to wrap around Ciro himself. What's this? Akaza didn't even attack. He's using Ciro's own tape against him. He came up with an interesting fighting style, Aizawa muttered, a rare hint of astonishment in his voice. He's redirecting the attack's force. Before Ciro could process being entangled in his own tape, Akaza took a single, deliberate step forward. He lightly tapped Ciro's chest with his index and middle fingers. A barely visible shockwave pulsed from the point of contact. Ciro's eyes went wide, and he was thrown backward as if hit by a cannonball, landing hard outside the ring. Ciro is out of bounds. Akaza is the winner. Midnight declared. The entire fight had lasted less than 10 seconds, and that's it. In an utterly dominant display of skill and power, Akaza wins the first match. The rest of the first round unfolded with similar intensity. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Next up, a battle of hard heads. Kirishima vs Tetsu. What followed was less a match of skill and more a brutal slugfest. The two boys, both with hardening quirks, stood in the center of the ring and traded blows. Fists met hardened flesh with the sound of clanging metal. Neither gave an inch, their determination written on their faces. They battered each other relentlessly until, with one final, simultaneous punch, both fighters collapsed, knocked out cold. It's a draw. Midnight announced. We'll settle this with a simple arm wrestling match after they've recovered. Talk about a grudge match. Mike yelled. Two guys with near-identical quirks just beat each other senseless. That's pure fighting spirit. It's inefficient, Aizawa said, but you can't deny their guts. Tinya Aitsa vs Mizo Shoji. Aitsa tried to use his speed, but Shoji's dupli arms created a defensive wall of limbs, with eyes on his hands tracking Aitsa's every move. Aitsa would burst forward with reciprocal burst, only for Shoji to anticipate his path and block him. The fight became a tactical game of cat and mouse, but Aitsa's engines had a time limit. After a prolonged exchange, his engines stalled, and in that brief moment of vulnerability, Shoji seized his chance, grabbing Aitsa with multiple arms and depositing him gently outside the ring. And Shoji's patience pays off. A strategic victory using his quirk's surveillance capabilities to perfection. Aitsa's recipro has a clear time limit. Shoji exploited it. A logical conclusion, Aizawa stated. A quick update, folks. Present Nick's voice cut in. The tiebreaker between Kirishima and Tetsu is over. After a grueling arm wrestling match, the winner is Eijiro Kirishima. What a display of manliness. Mina Ashido vs Shoto Todoroki. Let the next match begin. Before Mina could even slide forward on her acid, Shoto raised his right hand. A colossal glacier erupted from the stage, flash freezing Mina in place and creating an ice mountain that loomed over the stadium. Ashido is immobilized. Todoroki wins. Whoa, that's some serious power. Todoroki ends it in an instant. Mike screamed. Rumi Usajiyama vs Denki Kaminari. Kaminari grinned. Sorry about this, Usajiyama. He unleashed his quirk, shouting, indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. A massive dome of electricity crackled outwards. Kaminari unleashes his signature move. There's nowhere to run. But Rumi was already gone. Using Soru, she vanished just as the electricity was released. She reappeared behind Kaminari, who was now in his stupefied, thumbs-up state. She didn't hesitate. A low sweep kick knocked his feet out from under him, and as he fell, she followed up with a powerful kick to his back that sent him sliding out of the ring. Kaminari is out of bounds. Usajiyama wins. She's too fast. Kaminari's lightning never stood a chance. Usajiyama is a white lightning bolt of her own. A bad matchup for Kaminari. He can't hit what he can't see, Aizawa noted. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Ibara Shiozake. This was a battle of extensions. Dark Shadow lunged forward, a being of pure darkness, only to be met by a wall of thorny vines from Ibara. Dark Shadow slashed and tore, but Ibara's vines were relentless, growing back and spreading like a living net. In the bright stadium sunlight, Dark Shadow was weaker, and Ibara's quirk was at its strongest. Eventually, she managed to ensnare both the shadow creature and a struggling Tokoyami, securing her victory. And the thorny hero from Class 1B takes the win. Dark Shadow was strong, but those vines were even stronger. Katsuki Bakugo vs Okako Urareka. This match was unexpectedly brutal. Uraraka charged in again, trying to touch Bakugo to use her zero gravity. Bakugo, refusing to underestimate her, met every charge with a powerful explosion, keeping her at bay. The crowd began to boo him for being too harsh, but Aizawa quickly shut them down on the commentary. The idiot who said he's toying with her, is he a pro? How many years has he been a pro? If you're saying that with a straight face, then there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. He stated coldly. Uraraka revealed her trump card, a meteor shower of debris. She had been floating above them the entire match. It was a brilliant plan, but Bakugo met it with a single, massive explosion that cleared the sky. The shockwave knocked Uraraka off her feet, and she collapsed, unable to continue. Bakugo won, but with a clear look of respect for his opponent. Hitoshi Shinso vs Izuku Midoriya. And for our final match of the first round, the mysterious Shinso from General Studies vs the comeback kid, Midoriya. The match began, and Shinso immediately started taunting Midoriya. Midoriya, angered, shouted back and froze. His eyes went blank. He had fallen for the brainwashing. Turn around, Shinso commanded, and walk out of bounds. Midoriya obeyed, turning and walking stiffly towards the white line. The crowd watched in stunned silence. He was just steps away from disqualification. But then, just as his foot was about to cross the line, a massive gust of wind erupted from his fingers, the backlash of one for all breaking the brainwashing. Midoriya, now in control, charged. Shinso, with no combat training, was easily overpowered and pushed out of the ring. And that's a wrap on the first round, folks. Present mic announced. Our quarterfinalists are decided. We'll be back after a short break for more explosive action. And here are the quarterfinal matchups you've all been waiting for. The main screen lit up, revealing the next round's bracket. Akeza vs Eijiro Kirishima. Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Midoriya. Ibara Shiozaki vs Rumi Usajiyama. Katsuki Bakugo vs Mizo Shoji. Things are heating up, people. Don't you dare go anywhere. Plus 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 plus. Hope you liked the chapter. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 33, Chapter 27, UA Sports Festival v. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter, one would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names, plus the latest silver member Alexander Segralaw. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading, and we're back, people. Present Nick's voice roared, bringing the stadium back to life. After a first round filled with shocking victories and heart-stopping action, it's time to kick off the quarterfinals. Are you ready? The crowd responded with a deafening cheer. Our first match of the second round is a battle between two of Class 1A's heavy hitters. In this corner, the man whose manliness is as unbreakable as his skin, Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima walked onto the stage, a wide, toothy grin on his face as he slammed his fists together. And in the other corner, the undisputed king of the first-year stage. He's fast, he's powerful, and he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. Give it up for Akeza. Akeza walked calmly onto the stage, his expression neutral. He gave Kirishima a respectful nod. Let's have a good fight, man. Kirishima yelled, his body already starting to harden. You too, Akeza replied. Let the first quarterfinal match begin. Kirishima didn't waste a second. He charged forward, his entire body hardened to its maximum limit, his fist cocked back for a powerful right hook. Red Riot unbreakable. And Kirishima charges in. He's going for a head-on assault. A bold move against an opponent like Akeza. It's his only move, Aizawa said flatly. He's banking on his defense being strong enough to withstand a counter and land a solid hit. A simple but valid strategy. Kirishima closed the distance, his punch aimed straight for Akeza's head. But just as the hardened fist was about to connect, Akeza vanished. Shock pulse, Soro. He reappeared behind Kirishima in an instant. The red-haired hero's eyes went wide with shock, his momentum carrying him forward into empty air. Before he could turn, he felt a hand grip the back of his collar and another seized the waistband of his pants. Whoa, he's gone. Akeza is too fast. Kirishima can't even track him. With a grunt of effort that seemed almost casual, Akeza lifted the surprisingly heavy Kirishima off the ground. Kirishima struggled, his hardened limbs flailing, but he couldn't break the grip. Akeza took 2 steps and simply dropped him outside the white line of the ring. Kirishima is out of bounds. The winner is Akeza. Midnight declared. The stadium was silent for a beat, then erupted. Astounding. Akeza didn't even throw a punch. He won with pure, unadulterated speed and strength. He is on a completely different level. Akeza helped to stun Kirishima to his feet. You're strong, Akeza said. If you'd hit me, it would have hurt. Kirishima just stared, then a grin broke out on his face. Damn, man, I'll get you next time. Akeza returned to the Class 1A viewing area to a round of applause. Rumi immediately smacked him on the arm. Show off, she said, though she was grinning. You could have at least pretended to struggle. Where's the fun in that? He retorted, taking a seat beside her. He leaned in and whispered, besides, I have to save my energy for the finals against a certain rabbit. Rumi's ears twitched, and she elbowed him in the ribs, a faint blush on her cheeks. Alright, folks, let's keep the hype train rolling. Our next match is one for the ages. It's the son of the number 2 hero, the icy prince of UA, Shoto Todoroki, versus the kid with a heart of gold, Izuka Midoriya. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted. This was the match everyone had been waiting for. Begin. Todoroki started immediately, sending a massive wave of ice surging towards Midoriya. It was the same opening move he'd used all day. Midoriya, anticipating it, flicked his finger. Delaware Smash. The compressed air shattered the glacier into 1,000 pieces. But Todoroki was ready. The moment his ice broke, he unleashed a blast of fire from his left hand, not at Midoriya, but at the cloud of ice shards. The intense heat instantly flash vaporized the ice, creating a thick, blinding cloud of steam that enveloped the entire stage. A brilliant combination. Todoroki is using his fire and ice to create a smokescreen. Midoriya is completely blinded. Midoriya, unable to see, fired off 2 more smashes into the fog, but they hit nothing. Through the steam, another ice wave shot out, and he was forced to break another finger to destroy it. He was wasting his limited power. The battle continued in this vein, a brutal war of attrition. Midoriya kept breaking his fingers to counter the relentless ice attacks, while Todoroki refused to use his flames for a direct assault. The green-haired boy's hand was a mangled, purple mess. Finally, seeing Midoriya brace himself for another attack, battered but refusing to fall, Todoroki felt a surge of frustration. This was a hollow victory, a battle fought on terms still dictated by his father's shadow. Akese's words from the waiting room echoed in his mind, that power isn't his. It's yours, Todoroki. You decide what to do with it. The thought struck Todoroki like a physical blow. A memory of his mother, crying, telling him he could be the hero he wanted to be, flashed through his mind. And then, something snapped. A massive explosion of orange flame erupted from his left side, melting the remaining ice on the field and sending a wave of heat through the stadium. For the first time, Shoto Todoroki was smiling. Incredible! Todoroki has unleashed his flames fully. We are witnessing a pivotal moment, people. In the stands, Endeavor, who had been watching with a stoic scowl, suddenly roared with triumphant laughter. Shoto! Yes! Finally! You have finally accepted your purpose. Now, go. Surpass me and fulfill my ambition. His voice boomed, a declaration of victory that sent nearby spectators scrambling away. Both boys on the field prepared for one final, cataclysmic attack. A vortex of fire and a pillar of ice gathered around Todoroki. Midoriya poured all the remaining power of One for All into his shattered arm. They charged. The resulting explosion was immense, shaking the entire stadium to its foundations. When the smoke cleared, Midoriya was slumped against the wall of the tunnel, unconscious, his arm broken beyond recognition. Todoroki stood on the stage, his shirt torn, but victorious. He looked down at his steaming left hand, then his frosty right. This is my power, he thought, a newfound clarity cutting through years of resentment. Mine. Up in the viewing area, Rumi let out a low whistle. Damn, that was intense. Akeza didn't say anything. He just watched Todoroki with a small, almost unnoticeable smile. He had finally chosen to live for himself. Good. After a battle that literally shook the arena, Todoroki advances. Let's hope our next fighters left some of the stage intact. Up next, the thorny maiden from Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki, versus the lightning-fast kicking queen of 1A, Rumi Usajiyama. Rumi bounced on the balls of her feet, a feral grin on her face. Ibara stood serenely, her hands clasped as if in prayer. Begin. Ibara's vine-like hair shot out, covering the stage in a web of thorny tendrils, aiming to ensnare Rumi from all directions. But Rumi was already moving. With a burst of sorrow, she became a white blur, easily weaving between the vines. The fight became a dance. Ibara would send waves of vines, creating walls and whips, trying to trap her. Rumi would dodge, her movements impossibly fast, appearing in the gaps in Ibara's defense for a split second before vanishing again. Usajiyama is too fast. Shiozaka's vines can't catch her. It's a stalemate. Shiozaki is trying to limit her opponent's space, Aizawa analyzed. But Usajiyama doesn't need much space to move. For a full minute, this continued. Then, Ibara made a slight error. Focusing too much on a frontal assault, she left a small, momentary opening to her right flank. It was all Rumi needed. She used Sora one last time, appearing at Ibara's side. Before the vine-haired girl could react, Rumi's leg shot out in a powerful roundhouse kick that connected squarely with her torso, sending her flying out of the ring. Shiozaki is out of bounds. The winner is Rumi Usajiyama. The crowd cheers followed. The loudest came from the Usajiyama family and the orphanage squad. And for our final quarterfinal match, it's the man with 1,000 eyes and arms, Mizo Shoji, versus the human explosion, Katsuki Bakugo. Shoji started by creating a shield of webbed arms, a defensive posture. Bakugo just grinned. Hiding, are you? He roared, blasting forward. The match was a one-sided assault. Bakugo unleashed a relentless barrage of explosions, forcing Shoji onto the back foot. Shoji's defense was impressive, blocking and absorbing many of the blasts, but he couldn't find an opening to counterattack. Bakugo's aerial mobility and the sheer force of his explosions were too much. Finally, with a massive howitzer impact, Bakugo blasted through Shoji's guard, sending him tumbling out of the ring. And Bakugo takes the win. Our semifinalists are decided. Get ready for a clash of titans, folks. Plus 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 plus. How are the fights so far? Let me know how you liked it in the comments, and put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 34, Chapter 28, UA Sports Festival 6. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Present Nick's voice, somehow even louder than before, washed over the cheering stadium. The quarterfinals gave US some of the most intense action I've ever seen, but it's time to kick it up another notch. It's time for the semifinals. The giant screen at the center of the field lit up, displaying the faces of the final four. Our first semifinal match will be a true clash of styles. The explosive dynamo, Katsuki Bakugo, versus the rabbit-footed brawler, Rumi Usagiyama. And our second match, a battle that could very well decide the entire festival. The master of all trades, Akeza, versus the prince of fire and ice, Shoto Todoroki. This is it, folks. The climax is almost here. Let's get our first fighters to the stage. Entering the arena, he's blasted his way through the competition with unrelenting power and aggression. From Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked onto the stage, his hands shoved in his pockets, a predatory grin on his face. He looked completely confident, his eyes already locked on his opponent. And his opponent. She's a blur of white lightning, kicking her way to the top with unbelievable speed. Also from Class 1A, Rumi Usagiyama. Rumi bounced onto the stage, her energy infectious. She met Bakugo's grin with a feral one of her own. This was the fight she'd been waiting for. Let the first semi-final match begin. Bakugo didn't hesitate. He shot forward, using a series of small, precise explosions to propel himself in a zigzag pattern, making his approach unpredictable. Show me what you got, ears. He roared, unleashing a powerful right-handed blast. And Bakugo opens with an immediate, explosive assault. How will Usagiyama counter his erratic movement? Rumi stood her ground. As the explosion rushed towards her, she didn't dodge. Instead, she moved with a strange, fluid grace. She swept her leg in a low, circular motion, kicking not at the explosion, but at the air just beneath it. The motion was like flowing water, redirecting the blast's force upwards and away from her, where it detonated harmlessly. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. That wasn't her style. She was supposed to meet him head-on. He changed tactics, using his explosions to launch himself into the air, coming down with an overhead strike. Rumi again used her leg, this time in a rising arc, to parry his arm, deflecting his trajectory and sending him skidding past her. Incredible! Usagiyama isn't dodging, she's deflecting. She's using Bakugo's own power against him with her kicks. She's adapted the principles of the same martial arts Akeza used, just with her legs, Aizawa stated, his voice laced with disbelief. She's redirecting force. Frustration began to build on Bakugo's face. Every attack he threw, she countered. An AP shot was swatted away with the heel of her foot. A wide area blast was nullified by a spinning kick that created a vortex of air. He was the aggressor, but she was controlling the entire fight without taking a single step back. Stand still and fight me, damn it. He screamed, unleashing a continuous stream of explosions, trying to overwhelm her. Rumi simply flowed through the barrage, her legs a blur of defensive arcs and circles, a perfect, impenetrable defense. Bakugo was getting tired, his arms starting to ache from the recoil. He then saw an opening, or thought he did. He lunged, his hand reaching for her face. Rumi's defensive posture finally broke. Her eyes sharpened. My turn, she said, her voice low. A fiery red aura exploded around her legs. Aura reinforcement. Before Bakugo could even register the change, she used Soro. She wasn't just fast anymore, she was instantaneous. She appeared right in front of him, her aura-enhanced leg slamming into his gut. The air was driven from his lungs in a sharp gasp. The blow sent him flying across the ring, tumbling end over end. He managed to use an explosion to stop his momentum just before he went out of bounds, but he was panting, his midsection screaming in pain. He looked up, only to see Rumi already in the air above him, her other leg coming down like an axe. Is this bitch trying to kill me? He yelled in his mind. He barely managed to get his arms up in a crossguard, but the force of the kick shattered his defense and slammed him into the concrete stage, cratering it beneath him. A vicious counterattack. After defending for the entire match, Usagiyama goes on the offensive, and Bakugo is completely overwhelmed. Rumi landed softly. Bakugo struggled to his feet, bruised and battered, but a defiant fire still burning in his eyes. He was about to charge again, but his body gave out, and he collapsed to one knee. Bakugo is unable to continue. The winner is Rumi Usagiyama. Midnight announced. What a battle! Rumi Usagiyama advances to the finals. And now, it's time for the match that could shake this entire stadium to its core. Akeza versus Todoroki. The stage was repaired at an incredible speed, and the two fighters walked out, the air crackling with an energy that silenced the entire stadium. Let the second semifinal begin. Shoto attacked instantly, not with a simple wave, but with a colossal mountain of ice that surged across the stage, aiming to engulf Akeza completely. Akeza met the attack head-on. He took a low stance, his fists a blur. Destructive death, disorder. He unleashed a furious barrage of shockwave-infused punches, each one striking the advancing glacier. The ice wall, which had seemed unstoppable, began to crack and splinter under the relentless assault before shattering into a million pieces. He destroyed it. Akeza shattered that massive iceberg with his bare fists. Shoto wasn't fazed. A wide, excited smile spread across his face. "Let's do our best, Akeza," he yelled, his voice filled with a genuine joy that no one had ever heard from him before. "Hell yeah!" Akeza yelled back, his own grin matching Shoto's. The crowd, seeing the pure, unadulterated excitement on both their faces, didn't pick a side. They just cheered, a unified roar for the incredible spectacle unfolding before them. In the stands, Endeavor watched, his expression unreadable. He saw the smile on his son's face, a real, happy smile, not the cold smirks he'd seen in training. A smile he hadn't seen since the incident with his wife. For the first time, seeing his son use both halves of his power not out of duty, but out of pure joy, Endeavor felt a strange warmth in his chest. It wasn't pride in his creation. It was happiness. For his son. The realization was a physical blow, and questioning everything he had ever done, he quietly turned and walked away from the stands, needing to be alone. Back in the ring, the battle raged. Shoto sent out waves of ice, created sharp pillars, and launched projectiles. Akeza met every attack with perfect form. He used the water stream rock-smashing fist to flow around ice spears, redirecting them into the ground. He used air-type shockwaves to shatter wide area freezes. His compass needle allowed him to anticipate every move Shoto made, never being caught off guard. Finally, Shoto took a deep breath, steam pouring from his mouth. "Let's end this with one final attack, Akeza. Bring it on, Shoto." Akeza roared, getting into a low stance. The temperature in the stadium plummeted as Shoto activated his ice. Then, it skyrocketed as his left side exploded into a torrent of flame. He brought both hands together, unleashing a superheated blast of fire followed immediately by a massive wave of rapidly expanding ice. "This is it, Todoroki's ultimate move." Akeza's expression turned deadly serious. He pulled both his arms back, channeling an immense amount of power into his fists. The air around him distorted, crackling with blue energy. This time, he yelled it out in excitement. Destructive death, annihilation type. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing a single, cataclysmic dome of pure shockwave energy. The two ultimate moves met in the center of the stage. For a split second, there was absolute silence. Then, the world exploded. A shockwave of concussive force and rapidly shifting temperatures ripped through the arena, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes. When the dust finally settled, the stage was a ruined landscape of melted ice and shattered concrete. Shoto was on his knees, panting, his body pushed past its limit. Akeza stood before him, unharmed and upright. "Thank you for opening my eyes, Akeza," Shoto said, his voice barely a whisper. "You are a good friend." With that, he collapsed, unconscious. Akeza smiled. "You deserved it, buddy." He walked over, gently lifted Shoto onto his shoulder, and carried him towards the medical staff. The crowd was silent for a moment, processing the sheer scale of what they had just witnessed. Then, they went absolutely ballistic. I don't believe it. Akeza is the winner. The finals are set. It's Akeza versus Rumi Usajiyama. The power couple of Class 1A will battle for the top spot. So, did I cook it well, or overdid it? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 35, Chapter 29, UA Sports Festival 7. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter, one would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. And let's shout out to the new silver member Logan Bissett. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. Let me know your opinion of the chapter XD. PS a member suggested on adding a third place match. I really considered it, but could not do it. It would stretch this arc longer than it should have been. So my apologizes to go with the finals directly. Hope you understand my reasoning, and thank you for your support. This is it, folks. Present Nick's voice screamed, vibrating with so much energy it felt like the stadium itself was shaking. The moment you've all been waiting for. After a day of unbelievable action, it all comes down to this. The final battle to decide the champion of the UA Sports Festival. In the waiting tunnel, Akeza stood calmly as the announcement for Rumi's entrance blared. She turned to him, her usual feral grin softened by a genuine excitement that danced in her eyes. "Don't you dare hold back on me, Aki," she said, her voice a low, serious promise. She leaned in, and instead of a playful punch, she gave him a soft, lingering kiss on the cheek. "I'm going to win." With that, she turned and jogged out into the blinding stadium lights. First, let's hear it for the finalist who has dominated with blinding speed and devastating power. She's the rabbit queen of the arena? From Class 1A, Rumi Usajiyama. The crowd roared as she bounced onto the stage, waving with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. She was soaking it all in, loving every second of it. And her opponent, the man who hasn't lost a single round, the undefeated, undisputed king of the first years. He's a master of martial arts with a quirk to match. Also from Class 1A, it's Akaza. Akaza walked out, his expression calm, but his black eyes were fixed on Rumi with an intensity that promised a true battle. This wasn't just a match, it was the culmination of years of rivalry, friendship, love, and training. They met in the center of the stage, a silent understanding passing between them. The playful banter was gone. All that remained was respect and the burning desire to win. The stage is set. The fighters are ready. For the title of champion, let the final battle begin. There was no opening move. There was no hesitation. In the same instant, they both vanished. Soru. Shot pulse, Soru. To the crowd, they were just blurs of black and white, followed by the sharp crack of impacts that echoed through the arena. Akaza's fists, flowing with the grace of the water-stream rock-smashing fist, met Rumi's legs, which moved in a mirror image of the same style, deflecting and parrying with impossible precision. I can't even see them. Mike shrieked. They're moving too fast. It's a supersonic chess match of pure skill. They're using matching techniques, Aizawa analyzed, his eyes narrowed, tracking their movements where most couldn't. Right now, neither can land a clean hit. This is a battle of stamina and control. A leg sweep from Rumi aimed to take out Akaza's footing was met by a low parry from Akaza's forearm, redirecting her momentum. He tried to capitalize with a jab, but the sole of Rumi's foot was already there, deflecting his fist upwards. They were a whirlwind of controlled violence, a perfect stalemate where every attack was answered with a flawless defense. In the stands, the other students watched in stunned silence. This is a completely different level, Kirishima muttered, his respect for both of them growing with every missed blow. Bakugo's hands were clenched so tight his knuckles were white, his teeth grinding. He wasn't just angry anymore. A cold, bitter feeling was settling in his gut. This is what I'm aiming for, he thought, a mix of fury and despair swirling within him. And they're already here. They're fighting with a level of skill I haven't even begun to touch. It was a profound, frustrating sadness. Izuku looked down at his own scarred hand, the feeling of powerlessness washing over him again. He had broken his body, fought with everything he had, just to compete. And here, they were moving with a surgical precision that made his desperate smashes look like a child's tantrum. The gap wasn't just about power, it was about mastery. He felt deeply, crushingly depressed. Shoto, however, watched with a fiery intensity in his eyes. He wasn't discouraged. He was inspired. He saw them not just fighting, but reveling in the battle, a joy he had only just discovered. So that's the top, he whispered to himself. A determined grin spread across his face. I'll catch up to you, Akaza. You're my rival now. The stalemate on the stage finally broke. Realizing pure technique wouldn't be enough, they both escalated. Akaza created distance, unleashing a barrage of destructive death, air-type shockwaves. Rumi, her legs now glowing with a faint red aura, didn't dodge. She met them head-on, her powerful kicks like pistons, shattering the projectiles of compressed air with concussive blasts of her own. And they're bringing out the big guns. Akaza's shockwaves are being met by Usagiyama's aura-enhanced kicks. She shot forward, closing the distance, and the fight became a brutal exchange of power. An aura-infused kick that could shatter concrete was met by a shockwave-infused punch that could pulverize steel. Each impact sent spiderwebs of cracks across the stage, the air itself vibrating with the force of their blows. They were no longer just parrying, they were trying to break each other's guard. In his office, Nizu watched on a massive monitor, a high-pitched, manic laugh echoing in the empty room. Yes, this is the pinnacle of potential. This is true power. The next generation is here. All Might, watching from a private booth, was speechless, a trickle of blood dripping from his mouth unnoticed. The level of power, speed, and technical skill on display was something he would expect from seasoned pros in their prime, not first-year students. He was deeply, truly impressed. Akaza activated Compass Needle, the snowflake pattern flaring to life beneath him, glowing with an intense blue light. His movements became even more precise, his ability to predict her attacks now bordering on precognition. He saw the twitch in her shoulder, the shift in her weight, and knew her next move before she made it. Rumi, feeling the shift, responded in kind. Her red aura exploded outwards, no longer a simple glow but an inferno of raw power engulfing her legs. Let's end this, Aki. She roared, her voice filled with exhilaration. Give me everything you've got, carrots. He yelled back, a wide, challenging grin on his face. They separated one last time, gathering their strength for a final, decisive clash. Rumi crouched low, pouring every last drop of her stamina into her legs. The principles of the water stream fist, the instantaneous speed of Soru, and the raw, explosive power of her aura reinforcement, she merged it all into one ultimate attack. She became a comet of pure red energy, shooting across the stage in a move that was both beautiful and terrifying. Imagine something like Gai's kick in Naruto. Akaza took a deep breath, his own body crackling with blue shockwave energy. He drew both his fists back to his waist, channeling all his power into them. He prepared his destructive death, Twin Impact, a technique designed to destroy an opponent from the inside out. But in that split second, he held back the most lethal aspect of it, converting the internal destruction into pure, overwhelming concussive force. It would be devastating, but it wouldn't be a lethal blow. They collided. For a moment, the world was consumed by a silent, blinding flash of red and blue light. The pressure in the stadium dropped, and a wave of heat and energy washed over the front rows. Then came the sound, a cataclysmic explosion that was felt more than it was heard, a shockwave that rolled through the entire stadium, shaking it to its very foundations. Too much? When the smoke and dust finally began to clear, the audience held its breath. The center of the stage was gone, replaced by a massive, smoking crater. Akeza was standing, though just barely, his arms trembling a little. At his feet, Rumi lay unconscious, a peaceful, satisfied smile on her face. Sorry, carrots, but I may have held back a bit. Akeza, though, scratching his hair. A beat of absolute silence hung over the stadium. Then, Midnight's voice, amplified by the speakers, cut through the tension. The winner of the UA Sports Festival is Akeza. The stadium erupted. The silence was shattered by a tidal wave of cheers, not just for the winner, but for both fighters. They chanted Akeza's name. They chanted Rumi's name. In the stands, Kenji was roaring with laughter, tears of pride streaming down his face. Miriko and Kazuko were holding each other, sobbing with unrestrained joy. And the kids from the orphanage were jumping up and down, screaming their hero's name at the top of their lungs. Akeza looked down at Rumi, his expression soft. He gently scooped her up into his arms and began to walk towards the exit, the roar of the crowd his background music. He had won. They had both won. Plus 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 plus. So, who was the final fight? While Akeza did not go all out, he did enough to satisfy the rabbit. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 36, Chapter 30, After UA Sports Festival. HEAK out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. P.S. I added the third place match here, after a request from a Patreon member. Hope you like it. Plus 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 plus. Before the awards were presented, the final match for third place had been a bitter, one-sided affair. Katsuki Bakugo had stormed onto the stage, ready to prove he was still a top contender. Shoto Todoroki, however, was a different person from the one who had fought earlier. The fire he had unlocked was gone, replaced by a cold, contemplative shell. Begin. Present Mike had yelled. Bakugo blasted forward, a barrage of explosions aimed at overwhelming his opponent. But Shoto only responded with ice. Massive walls met every attack but never launched one of his own, his mind still reeling from the festival's events and Akeza's words. Fight me, you icy hot bastard. Bakugo roared, his frustration mounting with each deflected blast. Use your damn fire. But Shoto never did. The fight ended when Bakugo, in a final, massive howitzer impact, shattered Shoto's largest ice wall and sent him skidding out of the ring. It was a victory, but it felt like a loss. Bakugo stormed over to a defeated Shoto, grabbing him by the collar. Why? He screamed, his voice raw with fury. Why wouldn't you use your full power against me? Do you think I'm not even worth it? Shoto just looked at him with tired eyes, not explaining. The hollow victory enraged Bakugo to the point that he had to be restrained by Cementos and Midnight before the awards ceremony could even begin, leading him to be chained to the podium like a wild animal. The roar of the crowd was a constant, rolling thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the stadium. On a trio of podiums in the center of the field, the top 3 students stood, battered and exhausted, but victorious. Akeza was on the highest platform, followed by Rumi on the second, and a chained Katsuki Bakugo on the third. Shoto Todoroki stood beside him, his expression calm and resolved. And now, for the moment you've all been waiting for. Present Nick's voice boomed, though the cheers almost drowned it out. It's time for the awards ceremony, and our medal presenter is none other than the man himself, the symbol of peace, All Might. A colossal figure leaped from the top of the stadium, landing with a ground-shaking thud that sent a puff of dust into the air. I am here, All Might declared, his signature smile blazing, to present the medals. He walked first to the third-place platform. He placed the bronze medal around Bakugo's neck, who stood stiffly, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Young Bakugo, All Might said, his voice low enough for only him to hear. You are undeniably strong, but you must learn that there is always a bigger mountain to climb. Use this loss not as an anchor, but as fuel. Bakugo just gritted his teeth, refusing to look at him. All Might then turned to Shoto, placing an identical medal around his neck. Young Todoroki, you fought a battle with yourself today and won. I am proud of you. Continue to walk your own path. Shoto gave a slight, respectful nod. Thank you, All Might. Next, All Might moved to the second-place podium, the silver medal gleaming in his hand. Young Usajiyama, he said, his smile widening. Your speed, power, and spirit were truly inspiring. You have the heart of a true champion. Rumi grinned, her energy seemingly boundless despite the grueling final match. Thanks, All Might. Finally, he stood before Akeza, the gold medal held in his massive hand. The crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch. "Young Akaza," he said, his voice filled with a profound respect. "Your performance today was beyond exemplary. You have shown a level of skill, power, and control that is frankly unbelievable for a student your age. You have earned this victory." He placed the gold medal around Akaza's neck. "Congratulations, my boy. You have shown the world what it means to go plus ultra." Akaza looked at the symbol of peace and gave a small, genuine smile. "Thank you, All Might. It's an honor." With the medals presented, All Might took the microphone. "And there you have it. Let's hear it one more time for these incredible young heroes." The crowd's roar was the final, defining sound of a festival that no one would ever forget. 2 days later, Class 1A was back in their homeroom, the atmosphere a mix of exhaustion and buzzing excitement. The students were covered in bandages and sported various bruises, but their spirits were high. "Man, I can't believe how many people saw that on TV," Kaminari said, leaning back in his chair. "My phone's been blowing up." "Indeed, the public's interest in our class has skyrocketed," Aitsa announced, chopping the air with his hands. The door slid open and a heavily bandaged Shota Aizawa shuffled in, looking more like a mummy than a teacher. "Morning," he grumbled, taking his place at the podium. The class immediately fell silent. "Good work at the festival. You're all tired, but we don't have time to rest. The real fight is about to begin." He clicked a remote, and a projection lit up behind him showing a graph with staggering numbers. "The Hero Draft nominations," Aizawa stated. "Typically, the offers are spread out among the years, but this year, the focus was almost entirely on you first years. And within that, the majority of the attention was focused on our class." He displayed the results. Akaza, 6,732 nominations. Rumi Usajiyama, 4,125 nominations. Shoto Todoroki, 3,556 nominations. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,456 nominations. And so on down the list, with every student in the class having received at least a handful of offers. "These nominations are from pro heroes who are interested in you for the week-long internships," Aizawa explained. "This will be your first real taste of fieldwork. You'll choose one hero from your list of offers and work alongside them. For those who didn't get offers," he said, his gaze sweeping over the few students who looked disappointed, "you'll be placed with a U.A affiliated agency. Everyone is participating." He continued, "Along with this, you'll need to decide on your hero names. This is more important than you think. A good name can define your career." Midnight entered the room to help them with the process, and after a series of serious, heartfelt, and utterly ridiculous suggestions, the names were decided. "You have the rest of the day and tomorrow to go over your offers and make your decisions," Aizawa concluded. "Rest up. You've earned it." The next day was bright and clear, a perfect day off. Akaza met Rumi outside her house, finding her dressed not in a tracksuit, but in a simple sundress. "What, no training?" he asked with a smirk. "Nope," she replied, linking her arm with his. "Today, you're all mine. We're going on a proper date. No quirks, no fighting, just us." They spent the day doing everything and nothing. They went to a bustling arcade, where Rumi's competitive streak came out in full force on the dance machine, and Akaza revealed a surprising talent for claw games, winning her a stuffed carrot that she refused to let go of. They ate street food, laughing as they tried to avoid making a mess. For the first time in a long time, they weren't the powerhouse duo of UA, they were just Aki and his carrots, two teenagers enjoying a peaceful day. As evening approached, they found themselves sitting on the roof of her house, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The stuffed carrot sat between them. "You know," Rumi said softly, leaning her head on his shoulder, "it feels like a lifetime ago we were just kids, dreaming about getting into UA." "We were just kids," Akaza replied, wrapping an arm around her. "Running around, causing trouble. You've always pushed me to be better. And you've always been there to catch me," she whispered, looking up at him. Her playful energy was gone, replaced by a deep, sincere affection that made his heart beat faster. "All those years training, studying, fighting, we did it all together." "We did," he confirmed, his voice just as soft. They sat in a comfortable silence, watching the last sliver of the sun disappear. In that quiet moment, all the titles, champion, powerhouse, prodigy, melted away. He wasn't the boy with a dark past or a limitless quirk. She wasn't the fierce rabbit hero in the making. They were just two people who had found their family in each other. She turned to face him, her amber eyes shimmering in the twilight. "I love you, Akaza. More than anything." "I love you too, Rumi," he said, his voice thick with an emotion he only ever showed to her. He leaned in, and she met him halfway. The kiss was soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the explosive energy that usually defined them. It was a kiss full of shared history, of unspoken promises, of a bond forged in hardship and strengthened by love. When they finally broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. "Let's do it, Aki," she whispered, her voice filled with a fierce, unwavering determination. "Let's become the strongest heroes the world has ever seen. Together. Had you in the first half, didn't I?" He smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his black eyes. "Together. Plus 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 plus. Sue, how was it? Wanted to do a slice life chapter. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 37. Okay, something weird is happening. All my comments are getting deleted, so I will make a new account and use it to interact with you guys. Sound cool? Web novel works so weirdly. Joe Mama 2 is the username. That's all Joe out. 38, Chapter 31, Hero Names. HEAK out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is Joe Mama 2. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The atmosphere in Class 1A's homeroom was a stark contrast to the previous day's exhaustion. A noticeable buzz of anticipation filled the air as the students, now rested and recovered, chattered excitedly about their internship offers. At the front of the room, Midnight stood with a stack of whiteboards, a playful glint in her eyes. "All right, settle down, you future superstars," she called out, cracking her whip for emphasis, the sound sharp and final. "Before you can head out on your internships, you need something very important. A code name. You need hero names." The class erupted in a fresh wave of excitement, the nervous energy of the festival replaced by the creative thrill of forging their new identities. "This is a very serious decision," she continued, her tone shifting, commanding their full attention. "The name you choose today could be the name you're known by for the rest of your lives. It will define your image and your brand as a pro. A name that sounds cool now might seem ridiculous in 10 years. So, think carefully." She passed out the whiteboards and markers. For the next 15 minutes, the room was filled with the sounds of intense scribbling, the squeak of markers, the frustrated sighs of erasure, and quiet, mumbled contemplation. "Okay, time's up," Midnight announced. "Let's see what you've come with. Who wants to present first?" As if launched from a spring, Yuga Aoyama practically floated to the front, striking a dramatic pose that involved one hand on his hip and the other gesturing towards the heavens. He held up his board, on which was written in elegant, looping script, "I cannot stop twinkling. It means, I'll never stop sparkling," he declared with a flourish, a beam of light glinting off his belt buckle. Midnight's smile twitched. "It would be better to take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't." "You're right, mademoiselle," he said, completely accepting the feedback as if it were a profound revelation. He returned to his seat, a new, slightly less grammatical hero name in mind. One by one, the students presented. Mina Ashido confidently declared herself Alien Queen, only for Midnight to gently veto it due to the potential horror movie connotations, suggesting she think of something more heroic. Tsuyu Azui, with a simple nod, presented the straightforward and fitting rainy season hero, Froppy, which earned a warm round of applause for its charm. Kirishima, with a manly tear glistening in his eye, slammed his board down proudly. "Sturdy hero, Red Riot," he announced, a tribute to his idol, Crimson Riot, that resonated with his straightforward, passionate personality. The presentations continued, a mix of the serious and the silly. Then, it was Rumi's turn. She walked to the front, her usual boundless energy tempered by a rare, serious expression. She stood before the class, her posture straight, her gaze unwavering. She turned her board to the class, revealing a name written in clean, strong letters. The Rabbit Hero, Mirko. The name landed with a quiet impact. It was simple, strong, and memorable. There was a sense of history to it, a weight that the other, more flamboyant names lacked. "Oh, that's a wonderful name, Usagi-yama," Midnight praised, her voice soft with approval. "It has a great ring to it. It's heroic and easy to remember." Rumi smiled, a soft, genuine expression that transformed her face. "It was inspired my mother's name, Mirako," she said, her voice clear and proud, ringing with conviction. "She was the strongest person I ever knew. I want to be a hero who can live up to the name she gave me. Plus, I can't take on my dad's name." A wave of respect washed over the classroom. No one made a sound. Akeza watched her, a look of immense pride on his face. He knew how much her family meant to her, and he knew Rumi had chosen the perfect name. This wasn't just a code name to her, it was a legacy she was choosing to carry on her own shoulders. Finally, it was Akeza's turn. He walked to the front, the class falling completely silent in anticipation. The boy who had dominated the festival, who moved with an almost unnerving calm, was about to define himself. He turned his board around, revealing a single, powerful word written in bold, sharp, calligraphic strokes. Azura. A collective, sharp intake of breath went through the students. The name felt heavy. It was dark, ancient, and undeniably powerful. It didn't sound like a hero from a comic book, it sounded like a legend from a myth, and not necessarily a friendly one. Midnight looked at the board, her playful demeanor gone, replaced by a thoughtful, almost cautionary frown. Azura, she repeated softly, testing the weight of the word on her tongue. The demigods of myth, known for their endless battle and immense power. Beings of conflict. That's quite an intense name, Akeza. It can be seen as intimidating, even villainous. Can you tell us why you chose it? Akeza met her gaze, his black eyes steady and unblinking. My quirk is called Battle God. It thrives on conflict and grows stronger through battle. Azuras are beings who are defined by their fight. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his classmates. It fits. His explanation was short, direct, and left no room for argument. The name wasn't a boast, it was a statement of fact. It was an acknowledgement of the nature he had been given in this life, a nature he had no intention of denying. Midnight stared at him for a long moment, seeing the absolute conviction in his eyes. Then, a slow, impressed smile spread across her face. I see. It's a name that carries a lot of weight, and it will certainly be a challenge to make it heroic. But you've certainly shown you have the power to back it up. I approve. The battle hero, Azura. With the hero names decided, Aizawa shuffled back into the room. Now for the internships, he announced, the tone shifting back to business. You have your lists. You have until the end of the day to submit your choice. Make it a wise one. This experience will be invaluable. The classroom once again filled with chatter, this time more serious as students huddled together, comparing offers and asking for advice. I'm going with Gunhead. Uraraka announced with determination. His agency has a great reputation for combat training. I need to get stronger. I have received an offer from the manual agency in Hosu City, Aitsa said, his expression grim. I believe I will accept it. The unsaid reason hung in the air. His brother, Ingenium, had been attacked by the hero killer, Stain, in that very city. The discussions continued. Bakugo grumbled about his offer from Best Genist, while Kirishima was ecstatic to be heading to Fourth Kind's agency. Who'd you pick, Rumi? Nina asked, leaning over her desk. Rumi grinned, her competitive fire back in her eyes. It was a no-brainer. I'm going with the current number 2 hero. I got an offer from Endeavor's agency. The casual announcement sent a shockwave through the nearby students. Interning with the notoriously harsh and demanding flame hero was a bold choice. Endeavor. Ciro gasped. Dude, I hear his sidekicks cry themselves to sleep. Good, Rumi shot back, her grin widening. If it's not the toughest place to be, what's the point? I'm going to the top, and that means learning from the best. Her logic was simple and unshakable. Her gaze drifted to Akeza, a silent challenge in her eyes. What about you, Akeza? Kirishima asked, turning to him. With over 6,000 offers, you could probably intern with All Might himself if you wanted. Akeza shook his head. All Might doesn't take on interns, and besides, I've already made my choice. I received a specialized offer. He didn't elaborate, but the finality in his tone stopped any further questions. He was going to intern with Nizu. The mission was already set. While his classmates would be learning patrols and police procedure, he would be learning how to hunt. Did you like the hero name? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 39, Chapter 32, The Internships begin. HEAK out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is JoeMama7666. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The day the internships began, the UA station was a chaotic hub of energy. Students with their hero costumes roamed everywhere. A vibrant sea of colors, clutching their agency cases and saying their goodbyes before heading off to different corners of the country. Akeza found Rumi near the platform for the Shizuoka Prefecture train, her silver and white hero costume gleaming in the station lights, making her stand out even in the bustling crowd. So, this is it, she said, bouncing on the balls of her feet, a mixture of pure excitement and a thin sliver of nerves radiating from her. Time to go learn from the big grumpy firecracker. Akeza smirked, the expression coming naturally. Try not to give Endeavor a headache on your first day. I hear he's got a short fuse. She scoffed, but the grin on her face was wide and feral. Please, he'll be lucky if I don't give him a concussion. The old man needs to learn how to keep up with the next generation. He chuckled, the sound soft and genuine, a private moment amidst the public chaos. Just be careful, Rumi. He's the number 2 for a reason. Learn everything you can from him. I will, she promised, her expression turning serious for a moment, her amber eyes locking onto his. She stepped forward, closing the small distance between them and wrapping him in a quick, tight hug that spoke of years of shared history and future promises. No promises about the headache, though. She pulled back, gave him a final, dazzling grin, and then she was gone, effortlessly weaving through the crowd and disappearing onto the train. He watched her go, a fond smile on his face, before turning back to his own classmates. He exchanged goodbyes and well wishes with the rest of Class 1A, each of them on the cusp of their own adventure. Kirishima gave him a manly fist bump, yelling about how he was going to come back twice as tough from his time with Fourth Kind. Kaminari whined dramatically about his own choice, already dreading the work. Aitsa stood stoically as he boarded the train to Hosu, his new hero name, Ingenium, a legacy from his brother that felt both like an honor and a heavy weight upon his shoulders. Uraraka was practically vibrating with determination as she left for Gunhead's agency, promising to return with new combat moves. Soon, the platform began to clear, until only one other person from his class remained. Fumikage Tokoyami stood by a pillar, his posture as somber as ever, dark shadow peeking out nervously from under his cloak. You still here, Tokoyami? Akeza asked, walking over. Tokoyami nodded, his bird-like head tilting. Indeed. I was informed last night that my internship has been postponed by a day. A scheduling conflict on my mentor's end, apparently. I am to report tomorrow instead. Akeza's mind briefly registered the information as odd. A last-minute change for a pro-hero's schedule was unusual, especially for something as planned as the UA internships. Another one of those random changes, he thought, dismissing it as an insignificant butterfly effect of his presence in this world. It didn't concern him. Well, good luck tomorrow then, Akeza said with a nod. And to you, Azura, Tokoyami replied, the new hero name sounding fittingly dark and serious from his lips. With a final wave, Akeza left the station, but he didn't head home. His own internship was about to begin. He made his way back through the now empty streets to the towering gates of UA, heading straight for the top floor. He knocked once on the heavy door of the principal's office. "Come in, Azura," Nizu's cheerful voice called out. Akeza entered. The metal walls were not down this time, but the atmosphere in the room was just as serious as it had been during their last private meeting. Nizu sat behind his desk, a steaming cup of tea in his paws, the pleasant aroma a strange contrast to the gravity of the situation. "Take a seat," the principal said, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "We have much to discuss." Nizu slid a tablet across the desk. On the screen was a detailed file, headlined by a fearsome, jagged picture of a man in a tattered red scarf, his face contorted in a manic snarl, his tongue lolling out in a way that spoke of bloodlust. "Your target," Nizu began, his voice losing its usual cheer, becoming cold and clinical, "is the hero killer, Stain." Akeza picked up the tablet, his eyes scanning the information, absorbing every detail with practiced efficiency. "His real name is Chizo Makaguro," Nizu continued, his lecture-like tone beginning. "A former student of a private hero academy, he dropped out, disillusioned with the system. He began a crusade as a vigilante, which quickly devolved into what you see today. His quirk is called Blood Curdle. By ingesting a sample of a person's blood, he can temporarily paralyze them. The duration of the paralysis is dependent on blood type, with type B lasting the longest and type O the shortest. He is a master of multiple blade weapons like katana, throwing knives, and combat daggers, and is lethally proficient in close-quarters combat." The file was exhaustive. It detailed every known victim, from minor heroes in rural prefectures to the high-profile assault on Ingenium. It included maps of his last known locations, transcripts of his rambling speeches left at crime scenes, and a comprehensive psychological profile that painted a picture of a man utterly consumed by his own twisted ideology. His latest, and most high-profile, crime was the attack on the hero Ingenium in Hosu City. It left him with career-ending injuries. Stain's entire ideology is predicated on a delusional fantasy. He believes that modern hero society has been corrupted by those seeking fame and fortune. He thinks that by culling these false heroes, he is doing the world a favor, cleansing it so that only true heroes, like All Might, remain. He is a lunatic, a fanatic who has twisted a noble ideal into a justification for murder. Nizu leaned forward, his small paws steepled. And while his philosophy is that of a delusional son of a bitch, it is a dangerous delusion. His words, if spread, could cause heroes to second-guess their profession. It could make them hesitate in a fight, afraid of being deemed unworthy. Even the heroes who are in it for the money and fame still provide a crucial service to the community. They put their lives on the line and maintain order. A slow, chilling smile spread across Nizu's face. As for the truly corrupt heroes, the ones who exploit their positions for personal gain, well, he chuckled, in the future, they will almost certainly appear on your personal hit list. A matching, cold grin grew on Akeza's face, and he joined the principal in a shared, dark laugh. After a moment, Nizu's expression turned serious again. "However, this is your first official mission of this nature. You are still a student. Therefore, you will not be going alone. You will be accompanied by a mentor, a pro who will provide oversight and support, just in case things go wrong." Nizu looked towards the door. "You can come in now." The door slid open, and a figure leaned against the frame with a lazy, casual air. He had a pair of large, vibrant red wings, a cocky grin, and a visor perched on his head. The number 3 hero, Hawks. Akeza's calm expression didn't change, but his mind immediately connected the dots. Tokoyama's mentor. Of course, it had to be him. "This better be important, boss," Hawks said, his voice smooth and easygoing as he walked into the room. "I had to postpone the start date for the bird kit I got for the intern program." He seemed pretty bummed. Nizu gave Hawks the same, condensed briefing he'd given Akeza, outlining the target, the threat, and the objective, elimination. Hawks listened, his lazy demeanor never changing, but his sharp, intelligent eyes absorbed every detail. When Nizu was finished, he turned his gaze to Akeza. "You sure you're up for this, kid?" he asked, a hint of genuine concern beneath the casual tone. Akeza didn't speak. He simply met the pro-hero's gaze and gave a single, firm nod. Hawk's grin returned. "Cool. Well, go get changed into your hero costume. We'll head out as soon as you're ready." He looked Akeza up and down. "Oh, and don't forget those metal knuckles you normally use. Pretty cool, those are." Akeza nodded and left the office, heading for the locker rooms. He stood before the mirror, his black and silver hero costume fitting him like a second skin. He strapped the custom-made, blade gauntlet knuckles onto his forearms, the metal cool against his skin. He stared at his reflection, at the unnerving black eyes that stared back. This was different from the festival. This wasn't a game. This was a hunt. "Let's do this." He turned and walked out of the locker room, leaving the safety of UA behind. How did you like the new stuff? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 40, Chapter 33, The Hunt for a Killer. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is JoeMama7666. Thank you for the positive reactions. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my Patreon, a lot of names. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my Patreon. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The city of Hosu felt different at night. From the rooftop of a tall office building, the usual urban glow was polluted by an undercurrent of tension. It was as if the city was holding its breath. Akeza stood beside Hawks, the cool night air ruffling his long hair. Below them, the streets were a network of light and shadow, a perfect hunting ground. "So, kid," Hawks began, his tone light and conversational as he leaned against the rooftop ledge, his massive red wings folded behind him. "First real mission. You nervous?" "No," Akeza replied simply, his eyes scanning the alleyways below. Hawks chuckled, looking at Akeza's serious expression. "Straight to the point. I like that. Most kids your age would be trying to act tough or freaking out. You're just calm. It's kinda creepy, you know." Akeza didn't respond, he kept his focus. Hawks sighed, pushing off the ledge. "Look, I get it. You're the big shot from the sports festival, Nizu's secret weapon. But this isn't a tournament. Stain isn't playing for points. What's your reason for being here? Why do this kind of dirty work?" Akeza was silent for a long moment, the sounds of the city filling the space between them. "Because it needs to be done," he finally said, his voice low. "There are people who do bad things. They don't deserve a trial. They don't deserve a second chance. They just need to be removed. The world is simpler that way." The memories of his previous life still fresh in his mind. The answer was cold, pragmatic, and devoid of any heroic idealism. Hawk's lazy grin faltered for a fraction of a second. He saw a flash of something in the kid's dark eyes. Not malice, but a profound, weary certainty that was far too old for his face. "Fair enough," Hawk said, his tone shifting slightly, a newfound respect in his voice. He clapped his hands together. "Well, no use standing around. Time to get to work." He closed his eyes, and a single, crimson feather detached from his wing, floating down into the city below. Then another, and another. Soon, a silent, swirling cascade of hundreds of red feathers descended, scattering throughout the district. They sliced through the silent night, landing in dark alleys, on fire escapes, and near sewer grates, invisible to the average passerby. "My feathers can pick up vibrations, even the faintest sounds," Hawks explained, his eyes still closed. "I'm having them listen for key sounds. Something like a blade being drawn, a struggle, Stain's unhinged speeches about fakes. We should find him soon enough." They waited in silence, a master and an apprentice in a craft that had no name. Hours passed. The city's pulse slowed as it drifted deeper into the night. Then, Hawk's eyes snapped open. "Got him," he said, his voice sharp. "He's cornered another pro in an alleyway 3 blocks east of here. Let's move. Try to keep up." With a single, powerful beat of his wings, Hawks launched himself into the air. Akeza didn't need to be told twice. He pushed off the roof, using Jeppo to kick off the air, easily keeping pace with the number 3 hero as they soared over the sleeping city. They landed silently on a rooftop overlooking a narrow, garbage-filled alley. Below, the scene was exactly as Hawks had described. The hero native was pinned to the ground, a blade through his shoulder. And standing over him, katana held high, was the hero killer, Stain. "You are a fake," Stain rasped, his voice a low, guttural snarl. "You heroes are all the same. Leeches, clinging to the ideals of true heroes like All Might for your own fame and fortune. You must be purged." He raised his blade for a final strike. "You know, for a guy who thinks he's so enlightened, you talk a lot of nonsense." Stain froze, his head snapping up. Akeza dropped from the rooftop, landing softly in the alley entrance, his posture relaxed but ready. Hawks remained on the roof, a silent observer. Stain's wild eyes fixed on Akeza. "Another fake, drawn by the scent of battle. You wear the costume, but you lack the conviction of a true hero. And what would you know about being a hero?" Akeza asked, his voice dripping with disdain. He took a slow step forward, his gauntlets glinting in the dim light. "You're just a murderer with a god complex. You think killing a few C-listers makes you a savior? You think this crusade of yours has any real meaning? I am cleansing this society." Stain shrieked, his body tensing like a coiled snake. "I am weeding out the unworthy so that a new age of true heroism can be born." Akeza laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. It was cold and mocking. "Shut the fuck up, you delusional fuck. You're not cleansing anything. You're just a broken man who couldn't make it as a hero, so now you throw a tantrum and kill the people who could. You're not a purger, you're a failure. Grow up." The insult hit its mark. With an inhuman roar of fury, Stain launched himself at Akeza, his katana slicing through the air. Akeza didn't even flinch. He activated Compass Needle, the blue snowflake pattern flaring to life on the ground beneath him. Stain's movements, while incredibly fast to a normal person, were perfectly clear to him. He met the katana not with his gauntlets, but with an open palm, using water stream rock-smashing fist to redirect the blade, sending Stain stumbling past him. Stain recovered instantly, spinning and lashing out with a knife, aiming for a shallow cut to draw blood. Akeza simply used Soru, vanishing and reappearing behind him. He didn't attack. He just watched. The fight, if it could be called that, was a display of absolute domination. Stain threw everything he had at Akeza: knives, daggers, his jagged sword. Every attack was either effortlessly redirected or completely evaded. Akeza was untouchable, a ghost flowing around the hero killer's frantic assault. Stain was sweating, panting, his frustration and rage growing with every missed strike. Finally, seeing an opening, Akeza decided to end it. As Stain lunged with his katana, Akeza didn't redirect. He met the blade with his gauntlet-covered fist. Clang! The sound of shattering metal echoed through the alley as Stain's katana broke into pieces. The hero killer stared in shock at the hilt in his hand. In that moment of disbelief, Akeza's other fist shot forward, a single, powerful punch to the gut that lifted Stain off his feet and sent him crashing into the brick wall at the end of the alley. Stain collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his body broken. He struggled to push himself up, but his limbs wouldn't obey. He was defeated, utterly and completely. He looked up at Akeza, who stood over him, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. "It's over," Akeza said, his voice quiet. "Goodbye, Stain. I'll give you a painless death." He placed 2 fingers on Stain's chest, right over his heart. Destructive death, twin impact. A small, contained pulse of shockwave energy shot from his fingertips, directly into the hero killer's heart, stopping it instantly. Chizo Makiguro's eyes went white for a final, fleeting second, and then he fell silent, his reign of terror ended. Hawks landed softly behind Akeza, his usual grin absent. He looked at the body, then at the student. "You okay, kid?" he asked, his voice serious. Akeza turned, his expression as calm as it had been at the start. "I'm fine." Hawks stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time. There was no remorse, no hesitation, no trauma. Just the quiet efficiency of a job completed. He'd seen veteran heroes, Black Ops agents, who couldn't handle a kill with this much composure. He felt a mix of awe and a slight chill. "You did good," he said, and he meant it. "You're a natural at this." A mutual respect, born in the shadows of a dirty alley, formed between them. Akeza looked down at Stain's body. "What now?" The question broke the tension. Hawk's easygoing demeanor returned. "Right, the cleanup." He pulled out a specialized burner phone. "Yo," he said into the device. "It's me. The job in Hosu is done. Send the crew. Usual spot." He hung up. "They'll be here in 10. They'll make sure he just disappears. No body, no evidence, no martyr." They waited. Soon, a nondescript van pulled into the alley. A team of quiet professionals in plain clothes emerged, efficiently and silently bagging the body and cleaning the scene. Within minutes, it was as if nothing had ever happened. They flew back to UA under the cover of darkness, landing outside Nizu's office. They explained everything. Nizu listened, his paws steepled, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. "Excellent work, Azura," he praised. "You exceeded all my expectations. The threat of the hero killer is neutralized, and society is safer for it. A perfect, clean operation." He then turned to Hawks. "For the remainder of the internship week, Azura will be in your care. Show him the normal daytime hero stuff. It will be good for his public image. Unless, of course, another special mission arises." "Got it, boss," Hawks said with a lazy salute. With that, they were dismissed. As they walked down the empty, moonlit halls of UA, a comfortable silence settled between them. Akeza looked at the winged hero beside him. Hawks was a man who played the part of a carefree celebrity, but underneath, he was a soldier, a killer, someone who understood the necessity of dirty work, someone who carried a heavy burden with a smile. In that moment, Akeza felt a strange sense of kinship, a connection he hadn't felt with anyone besides his family. It felt, surprisingly, like he was walking with a brother. How did you like the change? Let me know. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 41 Announcement. So you might be wondering where I was for this weekend. I was working on my P at Trian. So here is the full story. As of now I have like 17 paid members, 42 total member. It might not look a lot, but trust me, these are great numbers for a new channel. Now to the main thing. When I announced about the P at Trian, a lot of people said it was too expensive, and it has been bugging me since then. So I decided to put a new tier. The bronze tier, in which for $2 you will get the following benefits. Early access to the next 2 unedited chapters of MHA Akeza. Early access to the next 2 unedited chapters of Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. Access to the chat rooms. Get to vote on things I am 50/50ths about, but sometimes I might open it for all. The previous ones were silver, $5 and 5 advanced chapters, and the gold, $10 same, just you supporting me more, and now the $2 one. Hope it helps and feel free to join as a free member too. Meet you with a new chapter tomorrow. Joe out. 42, Chapter 34, A Week of Trials. HEAK out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is JoeMama7666. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Before the chapter, one would like to thank all the members too who joined my P at Trian, a lot of names, and the latest silver member Cutler1812. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my P at Trian. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The city of Hosu was on fire. 3 monstrous creatures, Nomus, carved a path of destruction through the downtown area. Heroes scrambled to respond, but the sheer, unthinking power of the beasts was overwhelming. In a dark alley, Tamura Shigaraki watched the chaos with a frustrated scowl, scratching furiously at his neck. "He's not here," Shigaraki rasped, his voice a low, angry hiss. The big-shot hero killer was supposed to make his move in this city. He was supposed to cause chaos, draw out the fakes. Where is he? Kurojiri materialized beside him, his yellow eyes scanning the burning cityscape. It is strange. All of our intelligence pointed to him being active in this area. For him to simply vanish without a trace is highly unusual. TCH. Whatever, Shigaraki grumbled, his attention turning back to the destruction. Forget him. Let the Nomus have their fun. Let them show the city what real terror looks like. Their musings were cut short by a colossal blast of fire that engulfed one of the Nomus, incinerating it in an instant. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, descended from the sky like a wrathful god, his entire body wreathed in flame. "So, you're the ones causing all this trouble," he boomed, his eyes burning with intensity. He and the other pros on the scene, including the old hero Gran Torino, quickly moved to engage the remaining creatures, their combined efforts eventually quelling the sudden, violent attack. Shigaraki and Kurojiri, seeing their pawns defeated, warped away into the shadows, leaving behind a city in flames and a lingering, unanswered question: where was Stain, dead, lol. While Hosa burned and recovered, the rest of Class 1A were scattered across the country, deep into their own trials. For Izuku Midoriya, his internship was a baffling and painful experience. He had chosen to intern with Gran Torino, the hero who had once trained All Might himself. He had expected a wise, disciplined mentor. Instead, he got a tiny, senile old man who seemed more interested in microwaving teriyaki and repeatedly forgetting his name. Yet, beneath the senile facade was a master of his craft. Through a series of bizarre and seemingly random games, Gran Torino was forcing Midoriya to rethink everything he knew about One for All. "You're too stiff," the old hero yelled, zipping around the room like a pinball, his quirk, Jet, propelling him off the walls and ceiling. "You think of your power as a special move, a switch you flip for one big punch. It's not a tool, you idiot. It's a part of you. Let it flow through your entire body, constantly." The lesson was driven home with a series of sharp kicks and taunts. It was frustrating, humiliating, but slowly, a breakthrough was forming in Midoriya's mind. A new way to control his power, a path to becoming the hero he was meant to be. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo was enduring his own personal hell. He had been chosen by the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist, a man whose entire philosophy revolved around discipline, control, and perfectly coiffed hair. "You are a talented individual," Bakugo, Best Jeanist said, his voice calm and smooth as he used his fiber master quirk to forcibly style Bakugo's explosive hair into a neat side part. "But you are a wild animal. A true hero must inspire confidence and security. They must be restrained." For a week, Bakugo wasn't allowed to fight villains. He was forced on patrols where his only job was to walk calmly and interact politely with civilians. He was lectured on public image, brand management, and the importance of a professional demeanor. Every fiber of his being screamed in rebellion. It was torture, but it was also a lesson. A lesson he was too stubborn to admit he was learning. Elsewhere, others faced different challenges. Yurika was at Gunhead's agency, learning hand-to-hand combat that went far beyond what she'd learned at UA. Kirishima was with the gruff but fair fourth kind, learning the ropes of street-level heroics. Tsuyu Azui found herself on the seas, interning with the pro-hero Selkie and his crew. The work was a far cry from the urban brawls she had imagined. It involved scrubbing decks, learning navigation, and dealing with the nauseating sway of the ocean. Yet, it was perfectly suited to her. Her frog-like abilities made her a natural in the water, and her calm, observant nature was a perfect fit for the long, quiet hours of patrol. It was during one such patrol that they were alerted to stowaways on a cargo ship, a group of villains smuggling illegal support items. In the following fight on the slippery, chaotic deck of the ship, Fruppy proved invaluable, her long tongue and wall-clinging abilities allowing her to outmaneuver the villains in the cramped environment. It was a different kind of heroism, one of patience and environment rather than pure power. For Momo Yayorozu, paired with Kendo from Class 1B, her internship under the tutelage of the model hero Uwabumi was a test of a different kind of patience. Instead of fighting villains, they were fighting for screen time in a new commercial. Instead of strategic planning, they were planning their poses for a photo shoot. Momo, with her brilliant, analytical mind, felt stifled and useless. She created props for the set, but it felt hollow. She understood the importance of a hero's public image, but this felt like all image and no substance. It was a frustrating, demoralizing experience, a lesson in the less glamorous, public-facing side of the profession that she struggled to accept. Even Aitsa, on his grim mission in Hosu, found his purpose tested. He had chosen Manuel's agency for its location, his heart set on finding Stain and avenging his brother. But the day-to-day work was ordinary. Patrols, paperwork, following the rules to the letter. Every moment he spent on a routine traffic stop felt like a moment wasted, the burning desire for vengeance a constant, bitter taste in his mouth. But perhaps the most volatile internship was taking place in Endeavor's agency. From the moment she arrived, Rumi Usajiyama was a force of pure, unfiltered chaos in a world of rigid order. "These are your patrol routes for the day," Endeavor barked on the first morning, pointing to a meticulously detailed map. "You and Shoto will observe and report. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. You follow my lead. Understood?" Yeah, got it, old man," Rumi said, not even looking at the map. She was too busy stretching her legs. The patrol was a disaster. Endeavor moved with a focused, intimidating presence. Rumi, on the other hand, moved like a pinball. She'd dart into an alley to pet a stray cat, buy a crepe from a street vendor mid-patrol, and challenge local kids in silly games. Every action was a blatant disregard for his strict protocols, and it was driving Endeavor to his absolute limit. "Your job is to be a symbol of order," he roared after she stopped a purse snatcher not by apprehending him, but by kicking the purse out of his hand, sending it flying back to its owner, and then letting the thief trip into a fountain. "But I recovered the purse, didn't I?" She shot back, taking a large bite of her crepe. "Problem solved. Lighten up, old man." Shoto watched these exchanges with a strange, detached amusement. He also watched his father. Since the sports festival, something had shifted. The usual roaring inferno of his father's anger was still there, but it was different. There was less rage and more pure frustration. He was trying, in his own clumsy way, to connect. He'd asked Shoto about his day, a question he hadn't asked in over a decade. He'd made a point to call Fuyamai, a strained but clear effort. Shoto found himself thinking of Akeza's words. Sometimes, even a family like yours deserves a second chance. He wasn't sure if he could forgive, not yet. But for the first time, he was starting to wonder if his father was capable of change. Maybe just maybe there was a path forward that didn't involve complete rejection. His thoughts were interrupted by the office door slamming open. Rumi stood there, her hero costume on, a rebellious look in her eyes. Endeavor was behind his desk, a vein throbbing in his temple. We have a high-speed chase in the South District. You two will provide backup. You will follow my instructions to the letter, he commanded, his voice a low growl. Nah, I'm good, Rumi said with a shrug. Sounds boring. A car chase is just a glorified traffic jam. I'm gonna go stop that robbery we got a tip about 2 blocks over. More hands-on, you know. Before Endeavor could even form a response, she flashed him a cheerful middle finger. Catch you later, big flamey. And with that, she used Soro and vanished from the office in a gust of wind, leaving behind a stunned silence. Endeavor's entire body burst into flames, his frustration finally reaching its boiling point. He let out a roar of pure, unfiltered rage that shook the entire building. And in the midst of that inferno, Shoto Todoroki did something he hadn't done in years. He laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh, just a soft chuckle that escaped his lips before he could stop it. The sound cut through Endeavor's rage like a knife. The flames receded slightly. He turned, his fiery gaze landing on his son. He saw the faint smile, the genuine amusement in his eyes. It was a sight he never thought he'd see again. And in that moment, the anger vanished, replaced by a strange, unfamiliar warmth. The frustration Rumi had caused him didn't matter. His son was laughing. It was a small thing, a tiny crack in the glacier that had separated them for a decade, but it felt like a monumental victory. His attempts to change they were working. How did you like the new endeavor trying to change? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 43, Chapter 35, The Next Level. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is JoeMama7666. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Before the chapter 1 would like to thank all the members too who joined my P at Trian, a lot of names, and the latest silver member Cutler 1812 and Wildman 123. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my P at Trian. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The week of internships was over, and the atmosphere in Class 1A was electric. The students who returned were not the same ones who had left. There was a new, quiet confidence in the air, a sense of seasoned professionalism that hadn't existed before. They were all comparing notes, their voices buzzing with excitement over what they had learned. It was so manly. Kirishima said, showing off a small new scar on his arm. Fourth kind had us on street patrols from dusk till dawn. We busted a smuggling ring. I spent most of the week on a boat, Suya said with her usual calm. But we did stop some smugglers. It was a good experience, Karo. The chatter died down as Aizawa shuffled into the room, his eyes scanning his class. You're back. Good. You look like you've all learned something, which is the bare minimum I expect. Don't get comfortable. Your final exams are just around the corner. As the class groaned, they headed to the locker rooms to change for their foundational heroics lesson. The post-internship energy was still palpable. Tinya Aitsa was staring intently at his phone, his expression a mask of confusion and frustration. He was reading a news article for the 10th time. The headline read, HOSU hero killer vanishes? Speculation grows as attacks cease. Akeza, changing nearby, noticed his classmate's rigid posture. You alright, Aitsa? Aitsa looked up, his glasses flashing. Akeza. It's just, the news from Hoso. After the Nomu attack, the hero killer, he's just, gone. The police have no leads. There are no new victims. It's like he vanished from the face of the earth. He lowered his voice. I went to Hosu for a reason. To find him, but my target, he just disappeared. Akeza finished lacing up his boots, his face unreadable. Sometimes the world sorts itself out in ways we don't expect, he said, his voice calm. Be glad the threat is gone. Your brother is safe from him now. That's a victory. Perhaps you are right, Aitsa said, though he still looked unfulfilled. The why of it all was eating at him. He's right, Aitsa, a new voice said. Shoto Todoroki joined them. He seemed different. Less guarded, his company felt calmer. The outcome is a good one, even if the process is a mystery. He turned to Akeza, a small, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. Akeza. That was an interesting week. You seem better for it, Akeza noted. How was Rumi? A rare flicker of amusement crossed Shoto's face. Well, Rumi. I think my father's blood pressure has permanently doubled. He paused, his expression turning serious. But, it was good. He's trying. Your advice was sound. Thank you. Good, Akeza replied with a simple nod. His attention then shifted to Izuka Midoriya, who was standing in a corner, vibrating with a crackling green energy. He was muttering to himself, keep it flowing, spread it everywhere, 5%. Midoriya, Akeza said, and Izuka jumped, startled. You're finally channeling that power through your whole body. Smart. Oh, Akaza. Why yeah. Izuka stammered, the green aura flickering. Gran Torino, he basically beat it into me. But I'm still just at 5%. I can't do much. It's a start, Akaza said, cutting him off. But you're still too focused on your arms. Your whole style is just punch. You've got 2 perfectly good legs. Look at Rumi. Hell, look at me. Your kicks should be just as dangerous as your punches. You have the power for it. Don't be a one-trick pony. Izuka's eyes went wide, as if a new universe of possibilities had just opened up to him. Kicks, of course. Gran Torino moved with his legs, not his fists. Thank you, Akaza. That's brilliant. Across the room, Bakugo was angrily stretching, small explosions popping from his palms. Akaza walked over to him, undeterred by the danger sign. His posture was screaming. Bakugo, you're still just blasting. It's powerful, but it's sloppy. What did you say, you black-eyed bastard? Bakugo whipped around, his eyes blazing. Akaza met his gaze, completely unfazed. I said you're sloppy. You have 0 form, all that power, and you use it like a club. You should learn a martial art. Something aggressive. Muay Thai, karate, anything. You need to learn how to focus those explosions, to merge them with your strikes. Turn them from just blasts into focused impacts. You'd be twice as dangerous. Bakugo was stunned into silence, a rare occurrence. He was furious, his teeth grinding, but the logic of Akaza's words hit him like a physical blow. He just grunted, shut up. I don't need advice from you. And stomped away, but Akaza's words were clearly churning in his mind. Rumi appeared, slinging a casual arm around Akaza's shoulders. Done playing sensei to the rest of the class. Just planting some seeds, Akaza replied with a smirk. It's boring being at the top if no one else can keep up. Good, she grinned, her own power thrumming under her skin. Because today, I'm leaving you in the dust. They arrived at Ground Gamma, a complex labyrinth of factories and industrial pipes. Aizawa and All Might were waiting for them. Welcome back, Aizawa said, his voice a low drone. Today's foundational heroics lesson will be a rescue race. You'll be split into groups of 5. The goal is to navigate this complex environment and be the first to reach the victim. Me, your performance during your internships will be put to the test. All Might stepped forward, his smile blazing. It's a test of your quirks, your judgment, and how much you've grown. So show us what you've got. Go plus ultra. The first group was announced, Akaza, Rumi, Izuku, Aitsa, and Siro. A true test of speed. The 5 of them took their places at the starting line. Akaza and Rumi glanced at each other, a silent, fiery challenge passing between them. The competition was on. The buzzer sounded. In less than a heartbeat, Rumi was gone. She used Soro, a white and red blur, her body low to the ground. She didn't just run, she exploded through the course. Her aura-enhanced legs kicked off walls, pipes, and girders, using the complex terrain as her own personal parkour course. She was a comet, her speed utterly breathtaking. Aitsa was way behind, but still fast, his engines roaring. Recipro extend. He yelled, his new super move propelling him in long, sustained bursts of speed. Siro was a fluid, graceful form in the air, using his tape to swing through the labyrinth like a true pro. Izuku activated One for All, full cowling, green sparks of energy enveloping his body. He was leaping from platform to platform, his movements faster, more controlled, and more confident than ever before. He was finally using the power without breaking himself. But Akaza didn't move. Not for the first second. He stood at the starting line and slammed his foot onto the ground. Destructive death, compass needle. The blue snowflake pattern flared and vanished in an instant. He wasn't just using it for combat, he was mapping the entire course. In that fraction of a second, he saw every pipe, every weak wall, every structural support, and the exact location of Aizawa. He found the single most efficient path. Then, he launched himself into the air. Shock pulse, Jeppo. His movement was a revelation. The week spent with Hawks, chasing the winged hero through the skies, had refined his control to a razor's edge. He wasn't just walking on air, he was running. His body, now fully and completely adapted to the massive power-up he'd received from the Nomu fight, handled the strain without a single ache. He was no longer just powerful, he was elegant. He moved with a terrifying, weightless grace. Rumi was in the lead, a whirlwind of motion, but Akaza was gaining. He wasn't just moving fast, he was moving smart. He used a destructive death, air-type shockwave, not as an attack, but as a precise tool. He fired a small, compressed blast at a loose girder high above, causing it to fall and create a perfect, unforeseen shortcut for him. Rumi saw this from the corner of her eye and scoffed, show off. She didn't slow down. She enhanced her legs with a burst of red aura and made an impossible leap between 2 buildings. They were neck and neck, a demon of the air and a rabbit of the earth, both moving at speeds that left their classmates in the dust. Akaza's 3-dimensional advantage gave him the edge. He saw the goal platform below. He tucked his arms and dropped from the sky like a falcon, landing softly, not a single speck of dust disturbed, right in front of the victim Aizawa. A split second later, Rumi landed beside him, skidding to a halt with a spray of gravel, her chest heaving. I win, Akaza said, his voice calm, not even remotely out of breath. You had an aerial advantage. She panted, but she was grinning. Behind them, Izuku, Aitsa, and Siro finally arrived, panting and covered in dust, staring in absolute awe at the 2 who looked like they had just gone for a light jog. All Might's voice boomed over the comms, filled with genuine shock and pride. Incredible! Young Azura and young Mirako are truly in a league of their own. Their growth is staggering. What a display of power and control. The following weeks were a blur of intense study. Aizawa's warning about the final exams had lit a fire under the class. The written portion was looming, and no one wanted to fail. Yayorozu's house became a designated study hall, with her patiently tutoring Kaminari, Ashido, and others who struggled with the more academic side of heroics. Akeza and Rumi studied together, their usual competitive energy now channeled into acing their tests. The day before the practical exams, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was a mix of tension and relief from the written tests being over. Akeza, Rumi, and Shoto were eating lunch when a familiar, grating voice cut through the chatter. Well, if it isn't Class 1A. Miyato Monoma of Class 1B sauntered up to their table, his face twisted in his signature mocking sneer. I heard you all had quite the exciting internships. Especially you, Mr. 10-million point man. It's a shame, really. All that fame, all that attention, and for what? You seem to have a real knack for. Thwack. Monoma didn't even see the blur of motion. Rumi's leg shot out from under the table in a vicious sidekick that connected squarely with his gut, sending him flying backward, skidding across the cafeteria floor, and landing in a heap 10 feet away. The cafeteria went dead silent. I'm trying to eat, Rumi said, not even looking up from her food. Across the room, Itsuka Kendo sighed, a look of exhaustion on her face. She walked over, grabbed the groaning Monoma by the collar, and began dragging him away. As she passed Class 1A's table, she made eye contact with Rumi. Kendo gave a single, sharp nod, a gesture of mutual understanding. Rumi nodded back, a silent bond of dealing with idiots formed between them. The day of the practical exam arrived. The students of Class 1A stood in their hero costumes, lined up in front of a massive, purpose-built city. A sense of unease settled over them. Now, then, Aizawa's voice droned as he stood before them, flanked by All Might, Nizu, Midnight, Present Mike, and the other UA faculty members. We will now begin the final practical exam. Sir, what will we be doing? Kaminari asked, trying to sound confident. A small, cheerful laugh came from Nizu, who was perched on Aizawa's shoulder. Due to several factors, we've decided to change the format of the exam this year. From now on, you'll be engaging in 2-on-1 combat. He hopped down, his beady eyes gleaming. You'll be paired up and facing off, against one of your teachers. Plus 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 plus. How did you like the new endeavor we're trying to change? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 44, Chapter 36, The Final Exam. Check out my new fanfic Black Clover, Luminaries Rex. My new username is JoeMama7666. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Before the chapter, one would like to thank all the members too who joined my P at Trian, a lot of names. And the latest silver member Wildman 123, Snoop Dogg, and Crimson. Thank you very much for joining in and supporting my writing endeavors. I really hope my work lives up to your expectations. You can support me too by joining my P at Trian. Link below. Now to the chapter. Happy reading. The day of the practical exam arrived. The students of Class 1A stood in their hero costumes, lined up in front of a massive, purpose-built city. A sense of unease settled over them. Now, then, Aizawa's voice buzzed as he stood before them, flanked by All Might, Nizu, Midnight, Present Mike, and the other UA faculty members. We will now begin the final practical exam. Sir, what will we be doing? Kaminari asked, trying to sound confident. A small, cheerful laugh came from Nizu, who was perched on Aizawa's shoulder. Due to several factors, we've decided to change the format of the exam this year. From now on, you'll be engaging in 2-on-1 combat. He hopped down, his beady eyes gleaming. You'll be paired up and facing off, against one of your teachers. A wave of shock washed over the class. Your pairs and opponents have already been decided, Aizawa continued, his voice flat. Team 1, Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs Cementos. Team 2, Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Team 3, Tinya Aitsa and Masharao Ajiro vs Powerloader. Team 4, Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs Snipe. Team 5, Okako Yurika and Yuga Aoyama vs 13. Team 6, Denki Kaminari and Mina Ashido vs Nizu. Team 7, Kyoka Jiro and Rumi Usajiyama vs Present Mike. Team 8, Akeza and Hantasiro vs Midnight. Team 9, Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yayorozo vs Eraserhead. Team 10, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo vs All Might. The final pairing landed with the weight of a nuclear bomb. The rest of the class collectively looked at the two rivals, then at the grinning symbol of peace, and offered a silent prayer. The first match began. Kirishima and Sato were pitted against Cementos. Their plan was simple, brute force. They charged in, Sato chewing through his sugar packets as Kirishima hardened his body, both smashing punch after punch into the endless waves of concrete walls that Cementos erected. It was a war of endurance, and they were losing. The teacher's stamina was infinitely greater than their own. As Sato crashed from his sugar high, Kirishima, remembering his internship, yelled at him to keep going. With one final, desperate charge, he smashed a path through, grabbing his teammate and sprinting for the exit gate, passing with only seconds to spare. Next, Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami faced Ectoplasm. This was a test of teamwork, and they excelled. Tokoyami, trapped in a close-quarters fight with a giant ectoplasm clone, was at a disadvantage. But Azui, with her calm, strategic mind, used her tongue to pull him free. She had swallowed the handcuffs, keeping them safe. They coordinated, with Tokoyami using Dark Shadow to distract the Legion of Clones while Azui moved unseen, eventually locating the real ectoplasm and cuffing him with a surprise attack. A clean, intelligent victory. Tinya Aitsa and Masharao Ajiro found themselves in a maze of tunnels against Power Loader. This was an escape test. Ajiro's martial arts and tail were a good counter for the teacher's small-scale traps, but Power Loader controlled the terrain, constantly collapsing tunnels and blocking their path. Realizing they were being toyed with, Aitsa grabbed Ajiro, aimed himself at the distant exit gate, and unleashed his Recipro Burst, the force of his kickstart rocketing them through the final stretch and past the gate just as Power Loader's final tremor brought the roof down behind them. Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure had a difficult match against Snipe. The pro hero kept them pinned down with unerringly accurate shots from a distance. Shoji used his dupli arms to create a shield, but they couldn't advance. Hagakure, realizing her invisibility was their only trump card, stripped off her gloves and boots. While Shoji created a diversion, she snuck up on Snipe, completely unseen, and managed to cuff him just as he was reloading. Okako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama had a desperate fight against 13. Aoyama was panicked, his laser firing causing him stomach pains and doing no good. Uraraka, remembering her gunhead training, took charge. She had Aoyama fire his laser at the ground to draw 13's attention, and in that moment, she closed the distance, evading the black hole Quirk just long enough to cuff her teacher's wrist. Denki Kaminari and Nina Ashido were not so lucky. They were completely and utterly outsmarted by Principal Nizu. From the safety of a construction crane, Nizu systematically destroyed their escape routes with a wrecking ball, herding them into a corner with flawless, predictive precision. He declared them checkmated without ever engaging them directly, a terrifying display of intellect over power. Then, it was time for Kyokajiro and Rumi Usajiyama to face Present Mike. "This'll be easy," Rumi said, cracking her knuckles. "He's just a loudmouth. I'll rush and you back me up." "Wait, Rumi," his Quirkjiro started, but it was too late. They entered the forest arena, and from the speakers all around them, Present Mick's voice exploded. "Yee-a-a-a-a-a-a." Jiro clapped her hands over her ears, her jacks bleeding, but for Rumi, it was infinitely worse. Her highly sensitive rabbit ears, which could pick up a whisper from far away, were assaulted by a sound that felt like a physical, piercing blow. She let out a pain scream, collapsing to her knees, completely disoriented. "What's wrong, little rabbit?" Mike taunted, knowing her strength. "Can't handle the noise? You two can't even get close." "Jiro!" Rumi yelled through the pain. "Find him, where is he?" Jiro, ignoring her own agony, plugged her jacks into the earth. "He's 200 meters, dead ahead, behind that huge rock formation." Rumi grit her teeth, her aura flaring red. "Cover your ears, now!" She slammed her heel into the ground, shattering the earth. She began kicking the massive chunks of rock, each the size of a car, in a high-speed barrage toward Mick's position. "Whoa, destructive, but you can't hit what you..." Mike was forced to leap out of the way to avoid a boulder, and in that split second, he had to stop his sonic assault. The instant the sound stopped, Rumi was gone. Present Mick's eyes widened. He tried to scream again, but she was already on him, a high-speed X-kick coming down. He barely got his arms up to block. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, and Rumi was instantly on his chest, snapping the handcuff to his wrist. "Pass," she panted, her ears ringing, but a feral grin on her face. Next, it was Akeza and Hantashiro versus Midnight. "Oh, two handsome boys," Midnight purred, cracking her whip as they entered the arena. "Come to me, heroes. I'll be gentle." Siro immediately turned bright red, a nervous sweat breaking out on his brow. Wow. Akeza remained completely unfazed. "Focus, Siro. She's trying to distract you. Cover your mouth and get back." "Right." Midnight, seeing her seduction failed on Akeza, didn't waste time. She tore her sleeve, unleashing her quirk. A thick, pink mist rolled across the ground towards them. Siro immediately started to feel drowsy. Akeza, however, didn't charge. He didn't retreat. He raised his hands and began to move. Water stream encampment, shockwave defense. It was a new application of his power. He began a series of fluid, high-speed strikes in a circular motion around his body. Each fist, each open palm, was infused with a small, precise air-type shockwave. It wasn't an attack, it was a barrier. The rapid-fire pulses of air created a powerful, localized vortex of wind, catching Midnight's sleep mist and blowing it all back at her. "What?" She cried out, her eyes widening as her own quirk was repelled. In a single instant, she was blinded by the mist. Then, with a quick use of Soru, he appeared behind her. He didn't even use the cuff. He just tapped her on the shoulder. Midnight froze. She knew, in that moment, she was beaten. She slowly raised her hands. I surrender." Siro, now wide awake, just stared. "Dude, what was that?" Midnight smiled as Akeza cuffed her. "Well done, Azura. That was the real test. We all know you're overwhelmingly strong. The question was whether you were smart. Would you get flustered, or just try to punch your way through? You analyzed the situation and used a non-lethal, perfectly suited counter technique. An easy A+. Then came Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yayorozu versus Shota Aizawa. The fight started badly. Aizawa ambushed them, using his capture weapon to snag Shoto and hang him upside down from a light pole. Momo, terrified, hid. Yayorozu. Shoto yelled from his binds, his voice clear and confident, not sullen as it once would have been. "I know you're there. I trust your plan, whatever it is. I'll buy you as much time as I can." Momo, shocked by his sudden faith in her, felt a surge of her own confidence. She formulated a plan, creating a set of Matryoshka dolls to distract Aizawa and a replica of his own capture weapon. Aizawa was impressed, but he was Aizawa. He erased her quirk, good idea, but too slow, and charged. But Shoto, seeing her falter, smiled. It's okay, Yayo Rosa. You got this. Now. He unleashed a blast of flame, forcing Aizawa to blink and break his line of sight. In that 1 second, Momo's quirk returned, and she launched the capture weapon, trapping Aizawa's legs. Shoto broke free with a burst of ice, and together, they cuffed the pro hero. Good work, team, Shoto said, offering a small, genuine smile to his partner. Finally, it was time for Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo versus All Might. I'd rather lose, Bakugo spat, than team up with this damn nerd. They were arguing when All Might arrived, not as a teacher, but as a villain. The pressure he released was terrifying. Bakugo, in a rage, charged him. He didn't just blast. He leaped, twisting into a martial arts-style sidekick, enhancing the blow with an explosion, just as Akeza had advised. Ho! All Might said, surprised. You've been practicing, young Bakugo. But... Smash! He blocked the kick and sent Bakugo flying. Izuku activated full cowling. He didn't just punch. He dashed in, leading with a roundhouse kick, aiming for All Might's side. Good. You're learning, young Midoriya. But... Smash! All Might blocked it just as easily. Their new moves were polished, but against this level of power, they were nothing. They reverted to their old, desperate selves. The rest of the fight was a brutal, one-sided beating. All Might was determined to make them work together. It forced Bakugo to unleash a massive gauntlet blast, and Midoriya, to save him, punching Bakugo and then grabbing him, sprinting for the exit gate with a broken body. They passed, but it was a brutal, emotional, and destructive victory. In the observation room, the teachers watched the final results. Well, Nizu said, sipping his tea with a cheerful smile, that was a resounding success. Every student passed the practical exam. Some more, gracefully than others, Aizawa grumbled, watching All Might get chewed out by Recovery Girl on the monitor. But they all showed growth. They used what they learned on their internships and adapted. They're on the right path. The bell rang, signaling the end of the term. Far from the halls of UA, in a rundown bar in Kamino, Shigaraki scratched his neck in annoyance. Nothing, he hissed. The Nomu attack in Hosu did nothing. The hero killer vanished off the face of the earth, and All Might is still smiling. It's all wrong. Patience, Shigaraki, Kurojiri's misty voice placated. A new path will present itself. In fact, our recruiter, Jiren, has just sent word. He has found promising new applicants. The warp gate behind them shimmered, and two figures stepped through. The first was a young man in his early 20s, a patchwork of scarred, burnt flesh and surgical staples holding his face and arms together. He looked bored, his turquoise eyes filled with a cold, lazy indifference. The second was a high school girl with blonde hair and two messy buns, her face lit with a wide-eyed smile. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Wow, so this is the hideout. The girl chirped, her eyes landing on Shigaraki. You're the guy who attacked UA, right? You're so cool. I'm Himiko Toga. Can I join? I want to make a world that's easier to live in. I want to be Mr. Staney. Get lost, Shigaraki grumbled. I'm in a bad mood. The stitched man simply leaned against the wall. I saw a picture of you. You seem weak. Are you really the one who can achieve the hero killer's goals? Shigaraki's eye twitched. Kurojiri, get these freaks out of my sight. My name is Dabi, the man said, a small, cold flame appearing in his palm. I came to see if the League of Villains is a worthy vessel for my own ambitions. So far, I'm not impressed. The air in the bar cracklcrackled, a new, unstable alliance about to be forged in the shadows. Plus 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 plus. How did you like the battles? Let me know. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 45. So, I kind of cooked a new fanfic. I know. I did a poll for this issue and you guys told me to finish the first two fanfics. But, this is not a democracy. New ha 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 ha. Ahem. On a serious note, I could not contain myself. After successfully creating a world from starch for my Black Clover fanfic, I gained more confidence. So I am going to create a new fanfic. The world. Your favorite, One Piece. Yeah, so that's all. Just wanted to let you guys know. I will post the first few chapters here. Once I have more than 5 chapters here, then I will start updating on web novel. P.S. What do you think of the cover? In comments. That's all from me. Joe out. 46, Chapter 37, A Matter of Touch. Check out my new fanfic One Piece, Soul Ragnarok. My main account is working again I think, so let me know if you see my comments. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Happy reading. The air in the rundown Kamino bar crackled with attention. Dabi's cold, turquoise eyes were locked on Shigaraki, a small, taunting flame dancing on his palm. I came to see if the League of Villains is a worthy vessel for my ambitions, Dabi said, his stitched face unimpressed. So far, you just look like a weak, pathetic child. Get lost, Shigaraki hissed, his hand rising, fingers splayed. I'm in a bad mood. Now, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurojiri's misty voice interjected, his form appearing between the two. Jiren vouched for them. They have potential. I don't care. Shigaraki shrieked, his composure snapping. He lunged, his hand aimed at Dabi's face, but Kurojiri's warp gate appeared instantly, swallowing Shigariki's arm. This is not productive, Kurojiri said, his voice firm. He turned to Dabi and Toga, who were watching the scene with a disturbing, wide-eyed glee. Shigaraki is the one who will lead us. You will either accept that, or you will leave. Shigaraki, still seething, pulled his hand back. He glared at the two recruits, scratching his neck with a raw, agitated fury. He needed pieces. Any pieces. The hero killer was gone, his nomus were destroyed. He had nothing. Fine, he spat, collapsing back onto his barstool. You're in. For now. Just don't get in my way. The next day, the atmosphere in Class 1A's homeroom was a stark contrast to the league's simmering tension. Aizawa stood at the podium, his usual tired expression on his face. Now, about your final exams, he began, the entire class tensing. The results. Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, Ashido, and Siro, you all failed the practical exam. A wave of despair washed over the 5 students. Kaminari and Mina looked like they were about to cry. However, Aizawa continued, a small, cruel smirk playing on his lips. None of you failed the written exam, and in the end, no one is being held back. You're all going to the summer training camp. The room was silent for a beat, processing the information. Then, it exploded. We're all going. Mina and Kaminari shrieked, tackling each other in a hug. A logical ruse. Aiza shouted, though he looked relieved. It was a test of your abilities against an overwhelming foe, Aizawa explained. We needed to push you. The fail was a lie to motivate you to your limits. The camp itself is a boot camp. Those who failed the practical will be working twice as hard. He then laid out the details. The camp was a week long, at a secret location, and run by a team of pro heroes. But, Aizawa held up a finger. Since it is a school-sanctioned event, you'll need to prepare. You'll need outdoor gear, specialized supplies, and anything else you might require for a week of intense training in the woods. You have the weekend to prepare. A list of suggested items is being distributed now. As the papers were passed out, the excitement in the room became palpable. A shopping trip. Hagakure cheered. We should all go together. Kaminari suggested. To the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall. The idea caught on like wildfire. The group turned to the class's 2 top students. What about you, Rumi? Akeza? Nina asked. You guys in? Rumi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly lit up. A shopping trip? With everyone? A real, normal, thing? Hell yeah, I'm in. Akeza, who had been staring out the window, just shrugged. Sounds fine. The school ended, and everyone left for their homes, promising to meet the next day. The Kiyashi Ward shopping mall was a massive, sunlit monument to consumerism. The class met at the main fountain, a chaotic, chattering group of teenagers ready for a day off. Alright, where to first? Kirishima said, holding his list. I need some new, heavy-duty training boots. Ah, I was hoping to look at that new tea shop on the 3rd floor, Yayorosa said, her eyes gleaming. I just need everything, Yurika muttered, looking at her empty wallet with a stressed expression. Soon, the group broke apart, as teenagers do. Kirishima and Bakugo went to the hardcore sporting goods store. Midoriya wandered off on his own, muttering about weights and support gear. The girls, led by Mina, made a beeline for the clothing stores. Akeza and Rumi, however, just walked. So, Rumi said, linking her arm with his. This is what normal people do. Apparently, Akeza replied, his gaze sweeping the crowd, his compass wave passively scanning his surroundings out of habit. Come on, lighten up, Azura, Rumi teased, dragging him toward a crepe stand. You're off the clock. She ordered one with strawberries and whipped cream, and immediately held it up to his face. Say Aki. He just rolled his eyes, but leaned down and took a bite, earning a giggle from her. They're so cute together, Yurika whispered to Jiro as they watched from a distance. Jiro blushed slightly. It's a little much, but, yeah, it's kind of sweet, isn't it? Across the way, Kaminari and Siro watched with open jealousy. Damn him, Kaminari muttered. He's got the cool quirk, he's the strongest, and he gets the girl. Some guys have all the luck. After a while, Akeza and Rumi separated from the noise, finding a relatively quiet bench on a balcony overlooking the main atrium. Rumi sipped on a drink she'd just bought, her legs swinging. This was a good idea, she said softly. It's nice, just being us. Akeza gave a small, genuine smile. It is. He was about to say something else when he suddenly went still. His smile vanished, and his entire body tensed, a switch flipping from Aki to Azura. Aki? Rumi asked, her own good mood evaporating at his change. What is it? Rumi, Akeza said, his voice a low, cold whisper. Stay on this bench. What? Why? Before she could finish, Akeza sensed it. A familiar battle spirit, weak and full of simmering hatred, approaching from behind. He sensed the movement. A hand, 5 fingers outstretched, reaching for his face from over the back of the bench. Soru. In a fraction of a second, in a soundless burst of speed, Akeza was no longer on the bench. He was standing behind the attacker, his own hand hovering just a single, terrifying inch from the villain's exposed neck. Shigaraki froze. His hand, covered by a glove, was still in the air, about to grab, nothing. He felt the pressure behind him. A cold, deadly presence that promised instant death. Rumi, hearing the whisper of displaced air, leaped to her feet, spinning around. Aki. What the hell? She froze. Her eyes went wide as she recognized the pale, blue-haired man. The man from the USJ. You. She snarled, dropping into a fighting stance. Rumi, stay back, Akeza commanded, his voice pure ice. He didn't take his eyes off Shigaraki. His quirk will kill you if he touches you. Get your phone. Call the police. Now. Rumi hesitated, her every instinct screaming to leap across the bench and kick the villain's head off. But the cold, absolute authority in Akeza's voice made her obey. She backed away, fumbling for her phone, her eyes never leaving the villain. Just one touch, Shigaraki hissed, not daring to move. His other hand was in his pocket, a nervous tick. That's all I need, hero. Just one touch and you crumble. If you can, Akeza replied, his voice dropping to a whisper that was more terrifying than a shout. You move a muscle. You even twitch to decay this bench, and I will release the single strongest shockwave I can directly into your neck. It will be stronger than the one I used to blow a hole in your creature. Your head will fly off before your quirk ever activates. Do you understand me? Shigaraki went completely, utterly still. He could feel the power radiating from Akeza's hand, a focused, lethal energy. He knew, with absolute certainty, that it was not a bluff. I should kill him, right here. End it, Akeza thought, his mind racing. He considered it for a split second. No, if I kill him, All for One will just find another vessel. A smarter one, maybe. A more stable one. Right now, Shigaraki is a predictable, petulant child. He's a pawn I can track, an anger I understand. Killing him would be messy. It would derail the entire future All for One has planned. He'd cook up something new, something worse. No, this is better. A public failure. The mall's security, followed by the police, arrived with shocking speed, their guns drawn, alerted by Rumi's frantic call. Don't move. Hands in the air. Slowly. Shigaraki, trapped between a squad of police and the promise of instant decapitation, had no choice. He slowly, agonizingly, raised his hands. The class, drawn by the commotion, arrived just in time to see the villain who had nearly killed them at the USJ being put in handcuffs, his face a mask of silent, seething hatred. Akeza didn't lower his hand until the cuffs were on and Shigaraki was being dragged away. The outing was over. The mood was shattered. The police and pro-heroes on the scene quickly and quietly escorted the students out. Akeza and Rumi said their goodbyes at the station. I'll see you later, he said, his voice back to normal. She just nodded, still visibly shaken by how close it had been. Be safe, Aki. Akeza didn't go home. He went straight to UA, walking into Nizu's office without knocking. The principal was there, as if expecting him. That was a public incident, Nizu said, sipping his tea. He's in custody, Akeza reported, his voice flat. He targeted me. I didn't engage. Excellent, Nizu said, his black eyes gleaming. A public execution would have been problematic. A capture is clean. It makes him look weak, a failure. It sows discord in his new league. Well done, Azura. He took another sip. This brings us to the summer camp. We've arranged for you all to train at a secluded location in the woods, the forest of magical beasts. The wild pussycats will be overseeing it. Akeza just nodded. However, Nizu's eyes glinted with that familiar, manic light. We have high confidence intelligence that the League of Villains will attack this camp. They are desperate for a win after their recent failures. The capture of their leader will only make them more frantic. You're letting us go anyway, Akeza stated. It wasn't a question. Of course, Nizu smiled. It's the perfect trap. The pros will be there, waiting. But traps are messy. Villains don't follow rules. If, during the chaos, you are forced to defend yourself, you have my full, pre-approved authorization to use any means necessary to neutralize the threat. No questions will be asked. Akeza stood up, a cold, sharp smile touching his lips. He thought of the new villains, Dabi and Toga, and the ones who would inevitably come to free their leader. This, he said softly, is going to be fun. Plus 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 plus. How did you like the way Shigaraki was manhandled? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 47, Chapter 38, The Calm Before the Storm. Check out my new fanfic One Piece, Soul Ragnarok. My main account is working again I think, so let me know if you see my comments. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Happy reading. A bit of slice life. Plus 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 plus. The high-security transport van was a steel coffin, suffocating and silent. Tamura Shigaraki sat bolted to the floor, his hands locked in Quirk's oppressing cuffs, his face full of simmering hatred. He was furious about being humiliated in public by that brat, Akeza. He scratched his neck with the back of his cuffed wrist, the motion awkward and unsatisfying. Without warning, the world outside the van's tiny, barred window erupted in a flash of dark blue. The van screeched, metal tearing, as a wave of intense fire washed over the convoy. The vehicle flipped, tumbling through the air like a discarded toy before slamming onto its side. The guards inside tossed violently. Before the ringing in his ears could even fade, Shigaraki felt the world distort. A familiar purple mist enveloped him. He stumbled out onto the familiar, grimy floor of the bar, coughing as the smell of ozone and ash filled his lungs. Kurojiri was there, as was the scarred patchwork man, Dabi, who was brushing a speck of dust from his shoulder. You're welcome, leader, Dabi said, his voice laced with lazy amusement. Try not to get caught next time. It's pathetic. I didn't need you, Shigaraki spat, his voice venomous. He was enraged, not just by the capture, but by being rescued by this irritating newcomer. Kurojiri could have handled it himself. Kurojiri couldn't have breached the van. I did, Dabi stated, his turquoise eyes dead, and I cleaned up the mess. Dabi smiled, remembering the guards, still trapped in the burning, melted wreckage, screaming as he raised a casual hand, the blue flames intensifying until the screens were silenced for good. Shigaraki just sneered, turning away. Whatever. Dabi let out a small, humorless huff. He slowly raised his hand and, with a deliberate, insolent calm, gave Shigaraki the middle finger. Don't get yourself killed before the real fun starts, boss. He turned and walked out of the bar, leaving Shigaraki to seethe in the silence. Shigaraki slammed his fist on the counter, decaying a large chunk of the wood into dust. That UA brat, that Azura and All Might. Always in my way, always smiling, always ruining everything. It makes me itch. He raked his nails across his neck, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He glared at the television, where news of his own capture and subsequent escape was already playing, a massive failure for the police. It doesn't matter. The next stage is already in motion. We'll make them pay. We'll show them just how fragile their world really is. He stormed off into his back room, slamming the door behind him. Kurojiri, ever the dutiful tender, began to wipe down the bar. He picked up a small file Jiren had provided, one that had been updated after the sports festival. On the cover was a candid photo of Akeza, his black eyes seeming to stare right through the camera. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurojiri mused to the empty room. Your development is crucial. Master's grand plan depends on it. But this Azura, he is an anomaly. He does not hesitate. He operates with a cold logic and a power that is not accounted for. The hero killer is gone, and this boy, he is the one who truly changes the game. A piece that is not on the board. He could be a devastating obstacle or, if he could somehow be turned, a truly magnificent asset. Miles away, in his All Might-themed room, Izuku Midoriya finished his final rep, his muscles burning. He sat on his floor, breathing heavily, and stared at his own scarred hand. All Might, I want to be just like you. I want to save everyone with a smile. His gaze drifted to his desk, where he had been working on new move sets. His mind flashed back, as it often did, to the USJ, to the sight of Akeza, standing between him and Shigaraki. The cold, absolute confidence. The overwhelming power. But he thought, clenching his fist, I couldn't do anything. I was frozen. Akeza, he wasn't. What he did was brutal, but it worked. He saved us. He remembered Rumi's furious words from that day. Are you dumb? What if they take one of us hostage? What will you do then? Cry like you always do. Her words still stung, but he knew she was right. He had been weak. He had been naive. Then he remembered Akeza's advice in the locker room. You're still too focused on your arms, learn to use your kicks. Don't be a one-trick pony. Izuku looked at his hand, then at his legs. All Might was a puncher. But Akeza was a complete fighter. He used his entire body as a weapon. And he won. He won against the villains, and he won the sports festival. Akeza saved me. He gave me advice. He's not like All Might. He's different. He's darker, scarier, but he's a hero. And he's strong. A new, fierce determination settled in Izuku's eyes. I can't just follow All Might. I am not him. I need to get stronger in my own way. I need to be able to win. I need to be more like him. A sudden, sharp knock at his door broke his concentration. He opened it to find Kaminari and Siro, both grinning like idiots. Midoriya, my man. Kaminari said, slinging an arm over his shoulder. Great news. We're all going to the pool. You in? The pool? Izuku asked, confused. Yeah, for endurance training before the big camp. Siro added, a little too enthusiastically. Izuku, fired up by his new resolve, nodded. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's train. In the UA staff room, Vlad King was reviewing the class rosters with Aizawa. I heard your class had another incident at the mall. You've got a real trouble magnet in your class, Aizawa. You sure they're all stable for this camp? It was handled, Aizawa replied, his voice a low grumble. The problem isn't my class, it's the fact that the villains are fixated on them. Just give me the final confirmation on the Quirk report for the Pussycats. Right, Vlad said, scrolling through his tablet. Bakugo, explosions. Midoriya, super strength. Todoroki, fire and ice. What about your two monsters? The ones who tore up the festival. Aizawa sighed. Usagi-yama. Quirk, rabbit. It grants her superhuman leg strength, speed, and agility, which she can further enhance with an aura, an inherited trait from her father. Her speed is her main weapon. Vlad King nodded. And the champion. Aizawa paused, as if considering his words. Azura. Quirk, battle god. High-speed adaptation, superhuman strength, sensory abilities, and shockwave manipulation. He's a problem, but for the villains, not for us. His control is absolute. Before Vlad could respond, the door slid open, revealing Midoriya, Kaminari, and Siro. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya said, bowing. We were wondering if we could have permission to use the school pool for endurance training before the camp. Aizawa just stared at them with his tired, red eyes. Permission granted. Just don't break anything, and be out by 5 p.m. Thank you, sir. The three boys left, and the moment the door closed, Kaminari and Siro high-fived. Yes, our master plan is a go. Kaminari whispered. The girls will never see it coming. When they arrived at the pool, however, their plan hit a snag. "Alright, ladies, time for some fun," and Kaminari yelled, bursting through the doors. He froze. The pool was already occupied. Kirishima was practice hardening in the deep end. Aitsa was doing high-speed laps. Bakugo was trying to use his explosions to propel himself through the water. Todoroki was on one side, a miniature iceberg, cooling off. "What are you guys doing here?" Kaminari shrieked. "We are also here to train our bodies for the camp," Aitsa announced, stopping mid-lap. Izuku, seeing his classmates so motivated, pumped his fist. "Wow, everyone's so motivated. Let's all train together." "Hey, wait, the girls are here." Kaminari suddenly yelled, his original mission returning to him. On cue, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Jiro, Mina, Toru, and Tsuyu walked out from their locker room. Kaminari and Siro's eyes practically bugged out of their heads, only to deflate a second later. They're the standard U.8 issued swimsuits. The two wailed, collapsing to their knees in despair. The door to the boys' locker room opened one more time, and Akaza walked out. He was in simple black swim trunks, his long hair tied back in a low, loose bun, a few strands framing his face, his tattoos on full display. Rumi, who had been laughing at the boys' antics with Mina, stopped mid-sentence. Her voice just died in her throat. A deep, unmistakable blush crept up her neck, her white ears turning a faint shade of pink. "Rumi, you good?" Mina asked, confused. She followed her friend's gaze, and her own eyes widened. "Oh, I see. Wow, Rumi-chan, you're blushing so hard." Toru cheered, her invisible self evident only by her floating swimsuit. Shut up. Rumi stammered, flustered in a way no one had ever seen her. "I've seen him shirtless plenty of times. We trained together. It's not a big deal." Jiro smirked, tapping an earjack against her shoulder. Sure, that's why your ears are bright red. I'm gonna kick all of you." Rumi yelled, her blush deepening as the girls giggled and scattered. Aitsa, ever the class rep, blew a whistle. "Alright, everyone, to make this training productive, why don't we have a friendly race? Who is the fastest in Class 1A? Akaza and Rumi, however, had already bypassed the group and were sitting on the edge of the pool, their legs dangling in the water. "You guys have fun with that," Akaza said, leaning back on his hands. "Yeah, no point," Rumi added, her composure returning as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "We all know who'd win." The race commenced, a chaotic 50-meter freestyle battle that ended, predictably, with Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya in a three-way tie. After the training, the class just relaxed in the water, the mood was light and happy. "Man, we've really been through a lot, haven't we?" Kirishima said. "The USJ, the sports festival, the exams, and now a training camp." Uraraka cheered. "It's going to be so much fun." The peaceful moment was broken by Aizawa's voice from the intercom. "It's 5 p.m. Go home, now." The class scrambled out, drying off and heading for the gates. As they walked out, Rumi suddenly, without warning, leaped onto Akaza's back, wrapping her arms and legs around him in a perfect piggyback. "Onward, peasant," she declared. "Your reward for not showing off in the pool is the honor of carrying me home." Akaza just sighed, but his expression was soft as he adjusted her weight and started walking. "This camp is gonna be so much fun," she said, nuzzling her face into his neck. "A whole week, just training, eating, and hanging out." "It's not a vacation, Rumi," Akaza reminded her, his voice calm. "It's a boot camp." "Yeah, but we'll be together. That's all that matters." She grew quiet for a moment. "Just be safe, okay? After the USJ and the mall, things feel dangerous." "I don't like it." He looked at her over his shoulder, his black eyes meeting her amber ones. "I'll be fine. I'll protect you." She scoffed, tightening her grip. "Idiot. I'll be protecting you." He laughed softly, the sound mixing with the evening cicadas. "Okay, we'll protect each other." "Deal," she whispered, kissing his cheek. "Now, mush. Your queen demands to be taken home." "Get off," he said jokingly, while laughing it off. Plus 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 plus. How did you like the way Shigaraki was manhandled? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 48, Chapter 39, The Beast's Forest. Check out my new fanfic One Piece, Soul Ragnarok and Naruto, The White Uzumaki. My main account is working again I think, so let me know if you see my comments. New silver members SL0WTR0T1 and need help. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Happy reading. A bit of slice life. Plus 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 plus. The first day of the summer training camp had finally arrived. The collective energy of Class 1A was a buzzing force as they gathered in front of the school, their bags packed and their hero costumes in their cases. Aizawa stood before them, looking even more tired than usual. "Alright, listen up. The summer training camp is a go. You all passed your practicals, some just barely," he said, his eyes landing on Bakugo and Midoriya, who both flinched. "But you're all here. The bus is waiting. Be quiet, be orderly, and don't cause any trouble." "Yeah." The class, minus a few, cheered. Class 1A seems to be in high spirits. How wonderful. The voice, dripping with sarcasm, was instantly recognizable. Niito Monoma of Class 1B strolled over, his usual condescending smirk plastered on his face. I heard some of you failed the practical. How embarrassing. To think the oh-so-mighty Class 1A isn't as perfect as they think. And here we are, Class 1B, all passing with flying colors. Perhaps the tide is turning? Perhaps we're the ones who are truly. Chop. A sharp, decisive karate chop to the back of Monoma's neck sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's rep, sighed as she grabbed him by the collar. Sorry about him, she said with an apologetic smile. He's got issues. Good luck at your camp, everyone. She began to drag Monoma away. She's the one sane person in that entire class, Jiro muttered, getting a nod of agreement from Yayoroza. All right, everyone. Aitsa announced, chopping the air. Let's board the bus in an orderly, seated fashion. Boys on one side, girls on the other. His plan was immediately ignored. The students piled onto the bus, a chaotic mix of laughter and shouting. The ride began, and the bus was anything but quiet. Hey, Midoriya, your new fighting style at the exam was awesome. Using your legs like that was so cool. Kirishima called out from his seat. Oh, thanks, Kirishima. I'm still working on it, Izuka replied, a light blush on his face. Not as cool as my kicks, though. Rumi yelled from the back of the bus, where she was practically sitting in Mina Ashido's lap, both of them cackling over a video on Mina's phone. Jiro and Yurarika sat across from them, trying and failing to have a normal conversation over the noise. Kaminari, you idiot, that's not how you play the game. You're supposed to build your deck before we get on the bus. Ciro complained, holding up a handful of cards. I was busy, man, give me a break. Akeza sat by the window, his hair tied back, watching the scenery pass by with a calm, neutral expression. He was a quiet island in the middle of a hurricane of teenage energy. Rumi, sensing a momentary lull in her own conversation, looked over at him and pouted. Aki, you're so boring. Come back here and be fun with us. She yelled. He just gave her a small, almost imperceptible smirk and shook his head, content to let her have her fun. He much preferred the quiet. This chaos continued for the better part of an hour, the volume steadily increasing until a dark, menacing aura filled the front of the bus. Shut up. Aizawa's voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a knife. His eyes were glowing red, his hair floating. The next person who yells will be walking the rest of the way. We're here. The bus pulled to a stop, not at a training camp, but at the edge of a random, cliffside rest stop. The students filed out, stretching their legs and looking around in confusion. A rest stop? Kirishima asked. Where's the camp? And I really need to pee. This doesn't seem like a very logical place to stop, Aitsa noted, adjusting his glasses. Maybe they have a restaurant. Uraraka offered. Just then, a black car pulled up, and two figures in brightly colored, cat-themed hero costumes stepped out, striking a pose on the edge of the cliff. A third, a small boy with a red, horned hat, stood beside them, looking profoundly grumpy. Lock on with these sparkling eyes. The blue-clad hero announced, striking a pose. We've come to lend a paw. The red-clad one added, her pose just as dynamic. We're the wild pussycats. They declared in unison. A fourth hero, a large, muscular man with tiger-striped gear, stepped out from behind them. Izuku Midoriya immediately went into a state of rapture. The Pussycats. They're a three-person hero team who specialize in mountain rescue. They're veterans who have been active for over a decade, and they're... Shut up, nerd. Bakugo roared. Their agency is a joint one, founded years ago, and their leader, Mandalay. Wow, you know a lot. The red-clad hero, Pixie Bob, said, impressed. But you got one thing wrong, kiddo. She bounded over, getting right in Izuka's face. We're not that old. We're all still 18 at heart. Her claws flexed, and a menacing aura came off her. E18 Izuka stammered, terrified. Mandalay, the one in blue, sighed and stepped forward, gesturing to the small, grumpy boy. This is my nephew, Kota. Say hi, everyone. Izuka walked forward, his hand outstretched. Hey there, I'm Izuka Midoriya from UA. Hi's Hero Ko. Wham! Kota's fist connected squarely with Izuka's sensitive groin. As the green-haired boy crumpled to the ground in agony, the class stared in shock. You brat! Aitsa yelled. How could you do such a thing to Midoriya's midsection? Kota just glared at them all with an intense hatred. I don't want to hang out with a bunch of hero wannabes. Bakugo actually laughed. I like this kid's attitude. Alright, playtime's over, Mandalay said, her voice turning professional. She pointed a clawed glove at the vast, sprawling forest that filled the canyon below them. Your training camp is at the base of that mountain. The class looked confused. But then why did we stop up here? Uraraka asked. Isn't it obvious? Rumi said, her eyes gleaming as she finally understood. A feral grin spread across her face. This is where the training starts. Bingo, bunny girl. Pixie Bob cheered. The current time is 9:30 a.m. You have until 12:30 p.m. to get to the lodge on your own 2 feet. And you'd better hurry, because anyone who doesn't make it in time won't get any lunch. Before the students could protest, Pixie Bob slammed her hands on the ground. Earth flow. The cliffside beneath Class 1A disintegrated into a massive, roiling wave of mud and rock. With a collective scream, all 20 students were sent tumbling down the embankment, crashing into the dark, ominous forest below. They landed in a heap, coughing and covered in dirt. Are you kidding me? Kaminari moaned, pulling himself out of a bush. This is so messed up. Mina agreed. A deep growl echoed through the trees. The ground in front of them began to churn, and a massive, hulking creature made of dirt, rock, and twisted roots rose from the earth. A beast! Kaminari shrieked. It's one of Pixie Bob's dirt monsters. Izuku yelled, getting into a fighting stance. Everyone, stay on your guard. Before anyone else could move, Akeza, Rumi, Bakugo, and Shoto were already in action. Die! Bakugo roared. He didn't just blast. He launched himself into the air, spun, and angled his kick just as Akeza had advised, using his explosion as a focused propellant for a devastating X-kick, shattering the monster's shoulder. Izuku, seeing Kanshin's new move, gritted his teeth and activated full cowling. He leaped, channeling the green energy into his legs, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that caved in the creature's side. Shoto, no longer hesitating, sent a wave of fire to dry out the monster's muddy composition, followed by a blast of ice to freeze it and make it brittle. Akeza and Rumi finished it. They used Sora's simultaneously. Akeza's fist, coated in an air-type shockwave, pulverized its head, while Rumi's aura-enhanced kick shattered its torso. The beast collapsed into a pile of dirt. All right. Kirishima cheered. That was awesome teamwork. Don't get comfortable, Akeza said, his black eyes scanning the trees. There are more. A lot more. He was right. For the next 3 hours, the trek was a living hell. The pussycats were relentless, sending wave after wave of dirt beasts at them, each one bigger and more complex than the last. But Class 1A was not the same class that had cowered at the USJ. They fought as a unit. Yaoyorozu created insulated sheets and cannons to support from the rear. Jiro used her earphone jacks to detect the monsters before they could ambush them, giving them precious seconds to prepare. Kaminari and Mina provided wide area crowd control, electrocuting and melting the creatures. Shoji and Kirishima acted as an impenetrable defense, shielding the less combat-oriented students. Eureka lightened heavy debris, Azui used her tongue for mobility and rescue, and even Siro used his tape creatively to bind the creature's limbs or create tripwires. Aitsu coordinated their movements, his speed allowing him to relay messages and scout ahead. And their vanguards were evolving mid-fight. This is awesome. Izuku yelled as he used full cowling, shoot style to kick the legs out from under a three-headed beast. He was getting the hang of it, the flow of power to his legs feeling more natural with every strike, his movements becoming faster and more fluid. Don't get ahead of me, Deku. Bakugo screamed, using his AP shot in a focused burst to drill through a monster's core, then using his other hand to blast himself onto its back, finishing it with a point-blank explosion, all in one fluid, martial arts-like motion. His movements were still wild and aggressive, but they were no longer just sloppy rage. They had form, a brutal efficiency he hadn't possessed before. Shoto was a storm of fire and is, creating walls of ice to trap the beasts, then filling the enclosed space with a torrent of fire, an efficient, deadly oven. He was using both sides fluidly, the mental block from the festival completely gone, his control over his flames growing with every blast. After what felt like an eternity, they broke through the final line of monsters and stumbled into a clearing. They were exhausted, covered in sweat and mud, but they were all in one piece. They had made it to a wide, open field in front of a large, rustic lodge. Man, that was brutal, Kirishima panted, collapsing onto the grass. But we did it. Mina cheered, falling next to him. Rumi, who was barely breathing hard, just stretched her arms. That was a decent warm-up. She walked over to Akeza, who was wiping some dirt off his gauntlet. See? Fun. Told you this would be fun. Akeza just shook his head, a small smirk on his face. You have a weird definition of fun, Rumi. She was about to retort, her eyes sparkling with playful energy. The danger was over. They had made it. Then, Akeza's compass wave flared. A passive sonar of shockwaves, he always kept active, which pulsed out, sensing the world around him. It had been sensing trees, rocks, and his classmates' faint battle spirits. Now, it sensed something else. An overwhelming, terrifying battle spirit, appearing from nowhere, moving at a speed that dwarfed even Zoro. It was a presence he hadn't felt since the USJ. It was the presence of a Nomu. His playful expression vanished, replaced by a cold, hard mask of absolute seriousness. Everyone, get down, now! He roared. His warning was a fraction of a second too late. A black flash, a blur of motion that defied physics, ripped through the clearing. It wasn't targeting the group. It was targeting him. Akeza barely had time to bring his arms up in a crossguard, his own shockwaves flaring to life. A colossal, black-skinned fist, its knuckles like boulders, slammed into his defense. The sound was not a punch, it was an explosion. A deafening boom that shattered the trees around them. Akeza's eyes widened in shock as he felt the force, a power that was almost the same as the USJ Nomu, shatter his guard and send him flying. He crashed through the forest, a human cannonball, mowing down trees like they were twigs before disappearing. There was a moment of absolute, horrified silence. Akeza! Rumi screamed, her voice cracking with a terror no one had ever heard from her. She moved to dash after him, but before the class could even react to the sudden, shocking attack, new figures dropped from the trees, landing between them and the path Akeza had been flung down. A wave of intense, blue fire erupted, creating a wall of flame that instantly scattered the stunned students, forcing them back. Dabby stood there, his stitched face lazy, his turquoise eyes cold. A lanky, twitching figure in a straitjacket and metal mask, Moonfish, crawled out of the woods like a grotesque insect, hissing, his teeth extending like metallic blades. And a mountain of a man, covered in rippling muscle and wearing a strange, gimp-like mask, landed with a heavy thud that shook the ground. Muscular. Well, Dabby drawled, a small, cruel smile playing on his lips as he scanned the terrified students. Look at all the little heroes, all lost in the woods. plus 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 plus. How did you like the way Shigaraki was manhandled? Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 49, Chapter 40, Nomu vs Azura, Round 2. Please add Naruto, the White Uzumaki to your library. It is for the fanfic feast. I am currently 5th rank. New silver members Daniel Munitz. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Happy reading. Plus 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 plus. The impact felt like being hit by a freight train. Akeza flew through the dense forest, trees snapping like twigs around him, until he finally slammed into the base of a small cliff, the rock groaning under the force. He slid down, landing in a heap amidst the splintered wood and upturned earth, his ears ringing. Strong but different, he thought, pushing himself up, his enhanced durability already mitigating the worst of the blow. He spat out a mouthful of dirt and blood. His arms, which had taken the brunt of the hit, ached, but nothing felt broken. Faster than the USJ Nomu. Much faster. But the raw power it's less. He activated Compass Needle, the familiar blue pattern flaring briefly under him, extending his senses. The overwhelming battle spirit that had blindsided him was rapidly approaching again. It wasn't the mindless, lumbering presence of the creature designed to kill all might. This one felt focused. Aware. Through the trees, it emerged. It was leaner than the USJ Nomu, its musculature less bulky, more like a sprinter's than a bodybuilder's. Its skin was the same dark, rough hide, and its brain was exposed, but its eyes weren't vacant. They held a disturbing glint of intelligence, tracking Akeza's movements with predatory focus. So, they accounted for my speed, Akeza surmised. They sensed something that could potentially keep up. The Nomu didn't roar. It moved. In a blur that rivaled Akeza's own sorrow, it closed the distance, its fist aimed not at his head, but low, towards his center of gravity, a surprisingly tactical strike. Akeza reacted instantly, flowing into the stance of the water stream rock-smashing fist. He didn't meet the blow head-on. He pivoted, using Nomu's own momentum, redirecting the punch past his body with an open palm strike that simultaneously nudged the creature off balance. It's learning, the Nomu seemed to think, its intelligent eyes narrowing. It didn't stumble. It used the redirected momentum to spin, launching a back kick aimed at Akeza's ribs. Akeza used Sora to evade, reappearing a few meters away. The Nomu was already turning, anticipating his reappearance. It opened its mouth, and instead of a roar, a high-frequency sonic pulse erupted, aimed not to injure, but to disorient. Akeza felt the pressure wave hit him, a jarring vibration that rattled his skull. He grit his teeth, pushing through the momentary disorientation. This Nomu was smart. It was using tactics, trying to create openings. You're faster, Akeza stated, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. But speed isn't everything. He launched forward, initiating the attack this time. He closed the distance with Soro, leading with a feint, a right hook aimed high, then dropping low, driving a shockwave-infused fist, airtight, towards the Nomu's knee joint. The Nomu reacted with incredible speed, retracting its leg just enough for the shockwave to glance off its tough hide, causing minimal damage. It countered immediately, its long arm extending with unnatural elasticity, trying to grab Akeza. Akeza flowed backwards, using Jeppo to kick off the air and gain height, avoiding the grab. From above, he rained down a series of air-type shockwaves, targeting the Nomu's exposed brain. The Nomu didn't just tank the hits. It moved. It ducked, weaved, and even used its arms to parry the blasts, its movements economical and precise. It was like fighting a highly trained martial artist combined with a biological speed quirk. This is interesting, Akeza thought, a cold grin touching his lips. A real challenge. He landed softly, and they began to exchange blows in earnest. It was a terrifying dance of speed and power. Akeza's fists, guided by Compass Needle and flowing with the water stream principles, deflected and redirected the Nomu's lightning-fast strikes. The Nomu, in turn, anticipated Akeza's counters, adapting its attack patterns, sometimes throwing jabs, other times using sweeping kicks or attempting grappling maneuvers. Akeza used destructive death disorder, unleashing a flurry of shockwave punches that created a defensive barrier. The Nomu didn't try to punch through it instead, it leaped over the barrier, using the top edge as a springboard to launch a diving attack. Akeza rolled out of the way, the Nomu's fist cratering the ground where he had been. He came up into a low stance, his hands weaving complex patterns. The Nomu charged again, but Akeza met it with fluidity, redirecting its arm, spinning under its guard, and landing a solid air-type shockwave directly into its ribs. The Nomu staggered back, clutching its side. It let out a low hiss, and the damaged area visibly began to regenerate, though slower than the USJ Nomu's regeneration. Less power, slower healing, but faster and smarter, Akeza analyzed. A different kind of threat. He decided to press his advantage. Using Tempest, he became a near-invisible blur, attacking the Nomu from multiple angles simultaneously. His gauntlet fists hammered against its hide, each blow carrying the force of a sledgehammer, amplified by his speed and shockwaves. He targeted joints, weak points, and the exposed brain. The Nomu struggled to keep up. It was fast, but Akeza's Tempest was on another level. It managed to land glancing blows, its intelligent eyes tracking Akaza's impossible movements, but it couldn't stop the relentless assault. Cracks began to appear on its dark skin. Its movements grew slightly slower, its regeneration unable to keep pace with the damage. Akaza created distance again, landing lightly on the forest floor. He drew both his arms back, channeling power. The Nomu, sensing the danger, braced itself, its muscles coiling. Destructive death, annihilation type. Akaza thrust his palms forward, unleashing the dome of pure shockwave energy. The Nomu met it with a desperate, two-handed block, its arms straining against the immense pressure. The ground beneath it cracked, and the trees behind it were flattened by the sheer force. But it held. Barely. Its arms were mangled, regenerating slowly, but it was still standing. It glared at Akaza, a new level of fury in its intelligent eyes. It opened its mouth again, preparing another sonic attack. Akaza smirked. Predictable. Before the sound could erupt, he used Sora one last time. He appeared directly in front of the staggered Nomu, his fist drawn back. Destructive death, twin impact. He drove his fists into the Nomu's chest. This time, he didn't hold back the internal destruction. A devastating pulse of focused shockwave energy shot directly into the creature's core, bypassing its tough exterior. The Nomu froze. Its eyes went wide, not with pain, but with a sudden, blank incomprehension. A network of blue cracks spread across its chest from the point of impact. Then, with a faint, internal pop, it simply disintegrated. Its body dissolved into fine, black dust that scattered in the wind, leaving nothing behind. Akaza stood in the now silent clearing, breathing steadily. The fight had been intense, pushing his speed and technique, but he hadn't felt truly overwhelmed. His body, fully adapted from the USJ incident, had handled the Nomu's speed and power with relative ease. They must not have accounted for how much stronger I got, he thought. Sending this thing after me, it was fast, smart, but ultimately, not strong enough. Not anymore. Then, a cold dread washed over him, a sudden, sickening realization that hit him harder than the Nomu's first punch. Why send just one? Why send it after me, specifically? This Nomu, it wasn't meant to win. It couldn't have been. It was a distraction. They had sent a specialized unit, fast and smart enough to keep him occupied, to draw him away from the others, while he was fighting here, alone. Rumi. His blood ran cold. The image of her terrified scream as he was punched away flashed in his mind. The other villains Dabi had brought. He didn't hesitate. Shock pulse, tempest. His body erupted in blue energy. With a sound like tearing thunder, he shot back the way he came, moving faster than he ever had before. Trees blurred into streaks of green and brown. The forest floor became a suggestion beneath his feet as he kicked off the air itself, propelled by raw power and sheer fear for the girl he loved. He tore his way back through the ruined path he had created, needing to get back. Now, cut back to the moment immediately after Akaza was sent flying. Akaza! Rumi's scream was filled with terror. She moved, a white blur aiming for the path of destruction Akaza had carved through the forest. But before she could take more than a single step, a wall of blue fire erupted in front of her, cutting her off, forcing her and the rest of the class back with its intense heat. Dabi stood nonchalantly on the other side of the flames, his hands in his pockets. Now, don't want to interrupt their little reunion, do we? From the trees, the other villains emerged, blocking any path of retreat or pursuit. Moonfish landed with a metallic skittering sound, his body contorting as blade-like teeth extended from his masked face, writhing like metallic snakes. Flesh. Must cut flesh. He hissed, his eyes darting between the students. Muscular dropped heavily to the ground, flexing his arms, layers of crimson muscle fibers rippling and expanding over his body. He cracked his knuckles, a wide, sadistic grin splitting his face beneath his mask. Looks like some juicy target showed up. Time to play. The students of Class 1A found themselves trapped, separated from their strongest classmate, surrounded by villains whose bloodlust was chillingly apparent. Dabi's lazy gaze swept over the main group huddled together: Aitsa, Urarika, Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari, Jiro, Azui, Toru, and Sato. His eyes held no malice, only a cold indifference. Don't try anything stupid, and maybe you'll live, he said, the blue flames dancing idly at his fingertips. Meanwhile, the other two villains had chosen their targets. Moonfish, with his grotesque, blade teeth lashing out, advanced on the group nearest the forest edge: Tokoyami, Shoto, Izuku, and Bakugo. Dark shadow surged, trying to form a defense. Shoto prepared a wall of ice. Izuku activated full cowling. Bakugo's palms crackled. On the other side of the clearing, Muscular locked eyes with the remaining three girls, standing protectively near the injured Kota, who had been quietly following the class and had witnessed the strength of these villains. Momoye Yorozu, Mina Ashido, and Rumi Usajiyama stood their ground, facing down a mountain of raw, deadly power. Rumi's knuckles were white, her eyes burning with a furious terror aimed solely at the man blocking her path back to Akaza. The training camp had become a hunting ground, but the class was determined to overcome this challenge. Things are about to go down. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it. 50, Chapter 41, Hunting Ground. Please add Naruto, the White Uzumaki to your library. It is for the fanfic feast. New silver members Evil King and Rodney Richardson. Join my P at Trian for just $2. Happy reading. Plus 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 plus. The forest exploded into chaos. Dabby's wall of blue fire roared, casting shadows across the terrified faces of the students trapped behind it. The heat was intense, forcing them further back into the clearing. Aitsa, Urarika, Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari, Jiro, Azui, Toru, and Sato found themselves completely cut off, their path towards Akeza blocked by an inferno. Don't try anything stupid, and maybe you'll live, Dabby repeated, his voice lazy, but the threat hung heavy in the air. His turquoise eyes scanned the group, assessing them with a chilling detachment. Panic began to set in. Kaminari trembled, sparks flickering nervously around him. Urarika looked ready to be sick. Everyone, calm down. Aitsa yelled, trying to take charge despite the tremor in his own voice. We must remain composed. We are UA students. Yeah, composed while our friend gets pounded into dust by a monster and the rest of us get roasted. Kirishima shot back, his hands hardening instinctively. We gotta do something. Before Kirishima could make a reckless charge, the crackle of fire was joined by the distinct thwip of capture weapons. Two figures dropped from the canopy above, landing between the students and Dabby's flames. Aizawa, his eyes blazing red, immediately erased Dabby's quirk. The wall of fire vanished instantly. Beside him, Vlad King landed in a low crouch, manipulating his own blood into hardened spikes aimed at the villain. Sensei! Aitsa cried out, relief flooding his voice. Villains attacking the training camp. Aizawa growled, his capture weapon lashing out towards Dabby. Unforgivable. Dabby clicked his tongue, annoyance flickering across his scarred face as his flames sputtered out. Party crashers, he muttered. He glanced towards the forest where the other villains had engaged. Guess playtime's over. With a final, dismissive look, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the woods, Vlad King's blood spikes shattering against the trees where he'd been moments before. Everyone, stay alert. Aizawa ordered, his gaze sweeping the now ominously quiet forest. Vlad, secure the students. I'm going after Rajura. Right. Vlad King nodded, forming a protective perimeter around the shaken students. Meanwhile, near the forest edge, the fight against Moonfish had devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. The villain was a whirlwind of slicing, metallic teeth, his movements jerky and unpredictable, like a broken puppet controlled by pure bloodlust. Flesh! Flesh! He hissed, his elongated teeth lashing out, forcing the four students onto the defensive. Damn it! Stay back, Shadow! Tokoyami yelled, struggling to control Dark Shadow, who was becoming increasingly agitated by the flashes of light from Bakugo's explosions and Shoto's fire. Stop running around, bird brain! Bakugo roared, dodging a set of teeth that nearly took his head off. He tried to use his improved aerial mobility, combining blasts with kicks, but Moonfish's reach was too great, his attacks coming from too many angles at once. Just blast him. I can't get a clean shot without hitting you idiots. Shoto countered, erecting jagged walls of ice to block the lunging teeth, only for Moonfish to slice through them like paper. He tried using his fire, but the light only seemed to make Dark Shadow weaker and Moonfish faster. Izuku, using full cowling shoot style, was desperately trying to create openings, his kicks aimed at Moonfish's joints, but the villain's body contorted unnaturally, avoiding the blows. One of the metallic teeth grazed Izuku's arm, drawing blood. He's insane. Izuku gasped, stumbling back. Less talking, more fighting, Deku. Bakugo screamed, unleashing a wide area stun grenade blast. The flash momentarily blinded Moonfish, causing his teeth to retract slightly. Now! Shoto yelled, seizing the opening. He slammed his foot down, creating a massive wave of ice that surged forward, aiming to trap the villain. At the same time, Bakugo launched his biggest explosion yet, a focused AP shot, right at Moonfish's masked face. Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to envelop the villain, hoping the combined assault would be enough. The explosion and ice hit simultaneously. There was a screech of metal and a pained hiss. When the smoke cleared, Moonfish was partially encased in ice, his mask cracked, and several of his teeth shattered. He wasn't defeated, but he was pinned, temporarily suppressed. Did we get him? Izuku panted, his injured arm throbbing. Don't let up. Bakugo yelled, preparing another blast. They had bought themselves a moment, but they knew it wouldn't last. On the other side of the clearing, the situation was far more dire. Muscular stood like a titan, layers of crimson muscle fibers covering his body, making him seem impossibly large and dense. Kota, the small boy Akeza had sensed earlier, was frozen in terror behind a rock, watching the scene unfold with wide, horrified eyes. Come on, little heroes. Muscular boomed, his voice distorted by his mask and the sheer mass of muscle around his throat. Show me what you got. Let's have some fun. Momoye Yorozu, despite her fear, acted quickly. Ashido-san, provide cover. She began creating a small cannon from her arm. Mina Ashido slid forward, spraying acid across the ground in front of Muscular, trying to slow his advance. He just laughed, planting his feet firmly. Acid. Cute. Momo fired the cannon. The metal ball hit Muscular squarely in the chest, but it bounced off his dense muscle fibers with barely a thud. He didn't even flinch. My turn. He roared. He leaped forward, covering the distance in a single bound, his fist cocked back. Momo barely had time to create a small tungsten shield before his punch connected. Crack! The shield shattered like glass. The force of the blow sent Momo flying backward, slamming into a tree with sickening force. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious, her arm bent at an unnatural angle. Momo! Mina screamed. She turned her acid spray directly at Muscular's face, but he just shielded his eyes with a massive forearm, the corrosive liquid sizzling harmlessly against the thick muscle strands. He backhanded Mina without even looking, the blow sending her tumbling across the ground, her body limp. In seconds, 2 of them were down. Only Rumi remained, standing protectively in front of Kota, her entire body trembling not just from fear, but from a towering, uncontrollable rage. Her knuckles were white, her teeth clenched so hard her jaw ached. The image of Akeza being sent flying replayed in her mind, fueling a cold, terrifying fury. "Get out of my way," she growled, her voice dangerously low. Muscular laughed, a booming, arrogant sound. "Oh, the little rabbit wants to play? You saw what I did to your friends. You think you stand a chance?" Rumi didn't answer. Her aura flared, a burning crimson inferno engulfing her legs. She used Soro. She appeared right in front of him, her heel aimed at his head in a devastating X-kick. Muscular, surprised by her speed, barely had time to raise an arm. Boom! The impact was like a bomb going off. The ground beneath them cratered. Muscular actually slid back a foot, his arm dented where she'd struck. But he was still standing, grinning wider than before. "Not bad. You pack a punch." He swung his own massive fist. Rumi used Soro again, dodging, reappearing behind him, and landing another powerful kick to his back. He stumbled forward but didn't fall. The fight became a desperate dance. Rumi used her incredible speed, darting in and out, landing powerful, aura-enhanced kicks that would have leveled buildings. But Muscular's quirk was too overwhelming. His muscle fibers absorbed the impact, cushioning the blows. And every time he managed to land a hit, the force was devastating. He clipped her shoulder, sending a jolt of agony through her arm. He grazed her side, cracking ribs. She kept fighting, her movements becoming increasingly frantic, fueled by adrenaline and rage. She had to get past him. She had to get to Akeza. "Persistent little thing, aren't you?" Muscular grunted, blocking another kick. He grabbed her leg mid-strike, his grip like iron. Rumi's eyes widened in panic. Before she could react, he swung her like a rag doll, slamming her into the ground. She felt bones snap, the air forced from her lungs. She tried to push herself up, but her body wouldn't respond. Her vision swam. Muscular stood over her, layers of muscle fibers retracting slightly. "I almost felt bad there for a second. You put up a good fight, Rabbit." He raised his fist, muscle fibers swelling around it, preparing a final, crushing blow. But playtime's over. Rumi closed her eyes, tears of frustration and fear finally escaping. "Aki, I'm sorry." Kota watched from behind the rock, tears streaming down his face, paralyzed by terror. Muscular's fist began to descend. Boom! A sound like a thunderclap ripped through the forest, accompanied by a shockwave that flattened the grass and sent dust swirling into the air. Muscular's descending fist stopped inches from Rumi's face, blocked by a single, gauntlet hand. Akeza stood there, effortlessly holding back the villain's immense strength. He hadn't arrived using Soro. He had arrived using Tempest. The sheer speed of his arrival had created the sonic boom. His clothes were torn, his body bruised, but his black eyes burned with an icy, murderous rage that made Muscular's bloodlust pale in comparison. He hadn't even looked at Muscular yet. His gaze was fixed on Rumi's broken form on the ground. He saw her injuries, the tears on her face, the blood staining her costume. Rumi's eyes fluttered open, focusing on him with difficulty. "You're late, dumbass," she whispered, a faint, pain smirk touching her lips before her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness completely. Akeza went utterly still. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the forest fading away. The sight of Rumi, broken and unconscious because he hadn't been fast enough, superimposed itself over another memory, a memory buried deep, locked away for years. Yuna, dumped in an alley. Lifeless, cold, her once silky black hair matted and bloodied, a jagged scar across her torso, her eyes shut. "Forget my sister." The advice of the police repeated in his head. The old pain, the old rage, the helplessness he had felt that day surged back with the force of a tidal wave. Never again. He said he will never let that happen again, but there she was, the girl he loved, an inch away from death. He slowly looked up, his black eyes locking onto Muscular's surprised face. The earlier calm was gone, replaced by something terrifying. It wasn't just anger. It was the absolute, final certainty of death. He just stared at Muscular, not saying a word. With a single push, Muscular was thrown back. Akeza then picked up Rumi and kissed her forehead. "You will be okay, carrots." He walked towards the now awake Mina and Momo. The sounds of sobbing reached Akeza's ears. Mina and Momo, both conscious but badly injured, were crying. "Akeza, we're sorry." Momo choked out, tears mixing with the dirt on her face. We weren't strong enough." Mina just wept, clutching her injured side. He did not say anything, just nodded at them and laid Rumi by their side. "Look after her. I will be back soon." His voice was void of any emotion. Behind the rock, Kota stared at Akeza, his terror momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of disbelief and a dawning, desperate hope. Was this what a hero is? Unfortunately for Kota, what he was about to witness was not a hero, but an Ajura, about to execute an unfortunate soul in the most painful way possible. It's about to begin. Let me know how you liked it in the comments. And put the power stones in the bag right now, please. Hope you would like it.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.